Have you ever watched a tutorial that uses VS Code and thought, how do they do it so effortlessly? The answer often lies in mastering the tools, not just the code. VS Code is more than a text editor. It's packed with features like IntelliSense, built-in Git, and Terminal. But harnessing its full potential can feel daunting. This course demystifies that process. Learn to enhance its aesthetics, navigate with lightning-fast shortcuts, integrate top extensions, and employ over 100 tips and tricks. Chris Sev developed this course. He's a developer advocate at DigitalOcean and founder of Scotch.io.
Hey there, this is Chris Sev with Better Dev here. Have you ever looked at somebody using VS Code and said, oh my gosh, how in the world are they doing that? And they're moving things around and everything's flying around really, really fast. Those are 10x developers. And every 10x developer knows how to use VS Code to the absolute maximum capability. And that's what I love about VS Code is that there are so many ways to make it your tool to be a 10x developer. There's settings, there's fonts, there's themes, there's workflows, extensions, and all of the built-in amazing features like the terminal. So I've been through it all. I've been through Sublime Text, Vim, all those editors, WebStorm, and I've landed on VS Code as being the awesomest, coolest, most productive editor. And that's what this course is about, is how to make VS Code as productive as possible, how to make ourselves as productive as possible using VS Code and creating our own workflows. And that's what this course will do. It'll teach you how to make VS Code work for you specifically. So let's get into it. We're going to learn a lot about all the built-in features, all the things that we can add to VS Code, and we're going to make ourselves a little bit more productive. So this course is called Productive VS Code. So I thought, you know what, let's show off a productive workflow before we get into the larger part of the course. This is kind of just a preview to see the kind of tool set and superpowers and skills you'll get by the end of this course. So here I have VS Code. Let's say we wanted to clone a repo down from GitHub. We can do Command-Shift-P, open up our command palette and say clone. And we can clone from GitHub. And I'm going to get the productive VS Code site, which is the website for the Productive VS Code course. And I'll save this to my Batcave folder. This is where I put all of my working stuff. Select repo. Once it clones, I can open it in this VS Code instance. And here we have our Next.js project, which is the code for this website. And if I close the sidebar, open up package.json, you can see down here that there are dependencies. So we need to install them. I'm going to install them a quicker way. I'm going to do Command-Shift-P install right here. And throughout this course, you'll see how much I use the command palette and try to keep everything going from the command palette so it's all keyboard shortcuts. Okay, so that installed. Now we can npm run script, and we're going to run the dev script because Next.js uses the dev script to start up. So I'll run that, and you'll see localhost 3000 is where our app starts. Cool. So we've been able to install, we've been able to clone, we've been able to run a script. Let's go and actually do some changes here. Site hero. Let's say we wanted to bring in useState. We'll use a snippet there. Message is there. And we'll go here. So that's cool. We have that. Let's have site header. Let's make some more changes. And we'll say console.log. Hi, everybody. Okay, that's cool. But now, let's say we wanted to commit this code up to GitHub. We've made some changes across two files. Let's go see how to do this. We can open up our Git panel right here. And you can see that the package.lock has changed. The site header and the site hero has changed. I can click here and say, okay, what happened here? Let's see, I added this console log. Okay, that's fine. What happened to site hero right here? I added this useState. Okay, cool. So let's say I don't want this useState. I can just say undo here, discard that change. I can add these two files right here and say super cool stuff, because that's how all our commit messages go, right? And I can commit that. And now I can push that to GitHub all from my command palette, git push right here, and we'll push that up to GitHub. Now, what did we change? The site header, I think? Cool. So I can also say, you know what, let's go see this in Chrome in GitHub. So I can right click right here, go to online link, and we can go see our changes right from within GitHub. And it gets right to that line in the productive VS Code site repo. So all of that was done from VS Code. We really didn't leave it, right? We were able to clone, install, run, make changes, commit, all that good stuff, use snippets, all within VS Code. So that's kind of the workflows I'm talking about in this course. I really want everything to be as streamlined as possible, and I've spent a lot of time figuring out the best ways to use VS Code to be an efficient tool. I hope that was helpful. Let's get into the course. Let's get to it. So to get us started, we are going to go to code.visualstudio.com just to download VS Code and get it installed so that we can start running it. It is available on Mac. It's available on Windows, Linux. I'm going to be working on Mac. So whenever you hear me say Command, you're probably going to want Control on Windows. If I say Option, you'll probably want Alt. So once we have VS Code installed, and we have it here, this is the screen that you'll see when you start it up. It'll look just like this. And what we'll have here is the welcome screen. So you can actually turn this off down here, show welcome page on startup. And we'll have it set on for now. And here, the getting started section is actually really good to go through, customize your setup. They have you go through themes, coding in any language, switching from other editors, opening a project folder. Very, very cool guide and getting started. It's a really fun thing to go through when you're starting with VS Code. In this course, we're going to go through everything that these three cover, so you don't have to, but it's really fun to go through. And one that I recommend you go to is Boost Your Productivity. Over here under Redefine Your Editing Skills, open Interactive Playground, and that will open the Interactive Playground to the side. You can close out Getting Started here and just scroll through this and kind of get a lay of the land because it's cool. You can actually type into these sections right here and see what's going on. It's a really fun interactive onboarding. Again, not totally necessary. If you are feeling like you have the 4 or 5 minutes to go through this, go ahead. If not, let's push through and we'll learn about all of this stuff in this course. First up, let's talk about the UI of VS Code. So I just want to get us both on the same vocabulary so when I start calling things out and moving things around, we both know what we're talking about. So to start us off, this is the VS Code interface. Down at the bottom here, we have the status bar, this purple thing. Right in the middle, we have the editor, and we'll get more to that in a second. Over on the left, we have the activity bar, and this is where a lot of your clicking is going to happen. So the activity bar has a bunch of different things in it. So let's go through them. One is the Explorer, and as soon as you click that icon, this opens up your sidebar. And the sidebar is now filled with the Explorer here. I can click the Find right here, or Search, and that'll open up Search into the sidebar. I can click this Get icon, and we can open up Git into the sidebar, source control right here. The debug is right here with a little bug, cute little icon, and we have it right in our sidebar, and we have extensions in our sidebar as well, and we can search through those. And if you expand the sidebar out a little longer, you can get these nice icons. So overall, this is going to be your activity bar and your sidebar there. You'll do a lot of the work you have in, and we'll go through each of these in depth throughout this course. If we open a folder right here, let's talk about the main part where you'll be typing the most. Let's open up this Productive VS Code site, and I'll open up the whole folder. Now, if I go ahead and click on package.json right here, you can see that this is our editor. So this is where you're going to be doing all of your typing. You have your sidebar over here that can hide and show whenever you need it. Just keep on clicking those icons. Here you have all of your text. Here is the tabs. So we have one open. Let's say I wanted to keep that open, and I'll open up the README right here. That is the tabs right here. Right here, we have what are called breadcrumbs. So you can actually, let's go into an actual file. Let's go into this index.js. Right here, The breadcrumbs actually show you what's going on in the file. So you're in the pages folder right here. You're in index.js, the file. And here you can actually see all of the different things that you're in. So you're in the home function. There's not really many functions in here, but once there are, you can actually click this and see all the different things in a file. So breadcrumbs is really useful. And let me shrink this over here. And over on the right here, we have the mini map, which you can click and drag just to see how long your code is. And if there are any errors, you can see like a little red line in there. Really helpful. And I personally really like to have it. So overall, we have the status bar, we have the activity bar, we have the sidebar, we have tabs, and our editor. And the last thing here, and let me close these out, is the panels. And they don't really show right now. I'm going to open up the terminal with Control tilde. And the panels are what show on the bottom right here. So we have the terminal, we have problems tab, output tab, debug console. But I imagine you'll spend most of your time in VS Code in the terminal and in the debug console for this area down here. And we'll talk about those more in this course. So there's a lot of really fun little hidden things around VS Code. And the biggest one we haven't even talked about yet, which is going to be the star of next video, is the command palette. So overall, I hope that was a good introduction to VS Code's UI. There's a lot going on, but don't worry, we'll be going through all of it and making sure we understand and know how to use every bit of it. In this video, I want to talk about the number one essential tool to using VS Code, and that would be the command palette. Now, this is so essential that this is going to be encompassing the entire course. You really need it for the entire course to follow along with everything that we're going to do. And it is also essential to productivity. And this being productive VS Code, the command palette is front and center. So you might be asking, okay, well, what is the command palette, Chris? Where is it? So it doesn't show up at first, but to show the command palette, it actually shows you right here, show all commands, Shift Command P. And if you're on Windows, that'll be Control Shift P or Command Shift P, which I'll say a lot in this course. So Command Shift P, and I'll just do it a couple times just to get in the habit. Command Shift P, Escape, Command Shift P. That will open up the command palette. And the command palette is pretty much your command center for VS Code. It's going to show up right at the top here. And anything that you can do in VS Code is going to show up here. So let's say I wanted to open up Explorer. Focus on folders view. That would open up the sidebar here. I could even hide the status bar. Toggle status bar visibility. I could hide the activity bar. And that's why it's so important that we know what all the things are called, because I'm going to go through and hide and show a lot of things based on how we're working for that video. So the cool thing about the command palette is that anything that you can find in the commands up here, like let's say file, open recent, open folder, edit, find in files, replace in files, and you can see the keyboard shortcuts right there. You can do from the command palette. So all these things here, here, all of it can be done in the command palette, and that makes us super efficient because we don't leave the keyboard. So I could even open up the terminal, and that'll be toggle terminal. Anytime you want to hide or show something, it's usually under the toggle command. And let's see, we did git clone already in one of these videos. We did git push. And if you wanted to check, you could just type in git and then move your mouse up here and scroll through all of the commands that you can do thanks to the command palette. We could even open up a new file, new file right here. And we'll name it hello.js. And then here I can say Command Shift P, snippet, and I can insert a snippet. We can go down here, we'll say this for each loop right here. And now we can say my array is called items, item, and console.log, item. So that's really cool that we can use the command palette to do snippets. We can move things around. We can say toggle breadcrumbs right there, and that hides the breadcrumbs. You could even toggle the tabs. Toggle tab visibility there. And now it only shows the single file that's open. You won't see anything else but one file. You could do the minimap, pretty much everything here. And there's going to be a lot more work to be done thanks to the command palette. So in this course, you'll see me say Command-Shift-P or open your command palette. And that's a prompt to open up your command palette and type in something there. So we'll open up activity bar back. We'll bring the status bar back. We'll bring the breadcrumbs back. And finally, we'll bring back the tabs, toggle tab visibility. There we go. So we're back to normal. Keyboard shortcuts are going to be a big part of this course, and the command palette is a big part of that. So stay tuned. You're going to hear that a lot. Let's get used to it because it's going to help you on your coding journey a ton. The first thing that we're going to do to make VS Code look good is to install themes. Now, themes are really cool. That's the first thing I reach for to understanding how an editor works. And themes is a great segue into seeing how VS Code does extensions. So if I go to docs here and I go down to user guide, the extension marketplace, extensions are a way that you can extend VS Code's functionality through a marketplace of extensions. And we are going to do a lot with extensions. We're going to be adding on a theme in this video. We'll also be adding on icon themes in this video. And there's going to be so many extensions that we're going to install to VS Code. What we can do here is in the extensions link right here, this is the extensions marketplace, and you can actually type in theme and see all of the themes that are popular. You can sort by relevance, you can sort by downloads, all that good stuff here. So you might be wondering, okay, how do I install one of these themes? Let's click on the Winter is Coming theme by John Papa. We can scroll down, we can see a preview of it. That looks cool, this blue color. We can go up here and click install. And we'll get this prompt and it says, hey, do you want to open VS Code from this website? We can say, yep, open VS Code. And now you'll see the extension here where you can actually click install. But I want to show you a different way. I don't usually go to the website, go to the extension marketplace from inside of there. I don't do that because we can do all of that from the convenience of VS Code itself. Down here on the side, we have the extensions sidebar right here. So once I've clicked extensions, we get a list of all the popular extensions, 26,934 ton of extensions, really strong and robust marketplace and community. So these are the popular ones. I can type in theme here. And you can see the downloads, 7.7 million for the material icon theme, Atom 1 dark theme. And we can click these, and the website actually pops up right in here. We can see previews of them here. Here's Winter is Coming that we just saw. So let's go ahead and install one of these. We'll click Install for Winter is Coming, and then we'll enable it. So that actually enabled it, changed our entire theme for VS Code, and it shows right there in the command palette. So let's say we installed another one, GitHub theme, right here. 1 million downloads. Let's install right there. Cool. There's a couple different ones that we can choose from. And if you actually click down here, you can see a preview of all of these. That dimmed one is really nice. Light, if you're feeling like a light theme, I personally have tried and haven't been successful at switching over. But what I want to talk about is, these are all the themes, right? So the goal of this video is, here's how you install themes, and let's talk about how we can enable them, and then we can talk about finding really fun themes in the future. So let's go to our Explorer, and let's open up. If you don't already have a folder open or you haven't cloned anything down from GitHub, go ahead and do that, and then you can go up here to File, Open, or you can go into the command palette, Command-Shift-P, Open, and I think it'll be down here under File, Open. And you can see that Command-O right there, so we can do Command-O. So there's a lot of different ways we could open up a folder. So go ahead, grab a folder, get it open. Here's index.js, and here's what it looks like with this theme. What we'll do is see how we can change themes next, and to do that, handy-dandy command palette. So I'll say Command-Shift-P and say Theme, and you can change the Preferences color theme here. So I'll click this, and now you get a whole list of all the built-in ones and the ones we just installed through our 2 extensions. And what's cool is we can actually preview them just by pressing down or up and just click through all of these. There's Tomorrow Night Blue, Super Blue, Solarized Dark. There's just red. Monakai, which I'm always a big fan of. And here are the GitHub themes we just installed. So feel free to look through the extensions in the marketplace here. Feel free to install them. And then when you want to install and change one and enable one, Command-Shift-P, color, theme, and press enter. And then you can just click through these. And let's say you wanted red, and I'll press enter right there. Let's actually stick to one that I'll probably use on a day-to-day basis. Currently, I am using Monakai Pro, and that's at https://monakai.pro, but that is a paid theme, so I don't really want to recommend it here. Just check it out for yourself. But a good one is these GitHub dark ones. The dimmed one I like a lot, so I'll keep that. Next up, what I want to do is icon themes. So we can change the overall theme for this whole thing, but we can also go into extensions and type in icon theme. And here are all the icon themes. I can click here, and this actually is going to change out what we see in our Explorer for the icons. And if I go here, that'll replace these arrows. They're kind of boring, but there are some JS icons here, the little brackets here. So I'll go back into extensions, install. So we can click here, enable material icon theme right there. And now if I go back to Explorer, you see the folders actually have icons now instead of those arrows. And to do this, you can also do this from the command palette, Command-Shift-P, icon theme, enter, and then you can click through and see the preview over there as well. And we'll stick with material icon theme. That's actually what I use on a day-to-day. All right, so there's a lot in this video, but it sets the foundation for everything we're going to do. We are able to install extensions through the extensions panel, and we'll do a lot of this. We are able to change our theme, which is step one on having a good-looking VS Code, and we were able to change out the icon theme. So already, we look better than the default VS Code setup. So moving forward, I didn't want this to be about like, hey, here's the top 10 themes that I recommend. This is more about, hey, this is how you install themes, which are extensions. This is how you install icon themes, and this is how you switch them out. But from here, the world is open to you. You can go over to Google and say best VS Code themes 2021. And all of these links are going to show you some fantastic themes. You can install them, you can try them out, and you can find one that fits perfectly for what you like. Hey everybody, this is Chris Sev here. Today in this video, I have 20 VS Code themes for you, 10 which are more of the popular themes you've probably seen around, and there are 10 lesser known themes which maybe you haven't seen. So let's get straight to it. We are in VS Code. We have the default theme enabled right now. Really decent theme. It's got a dark. It's okay. So let's start moving through the best themes, and we'll sort them by number of installs, or I guess you could call that popularity. The first one that we're going to have is, if we go into our command palette with Command-Shift-P, we search for color theme, we can search for One Dark Pro. And I believe this is probably the most popular VS Code theme, most installed, and for good reason. The good looks, it has great colors, everything kind of pops a little bit better. If I scroll down, you can go to One Dark Flat, where it's a little bit less prominent colors, and there's darker, which gives it a bit of a darker background. It's a great theme, but again, one of the most installed. So if you want something else, maybe something a little bit more unique, let's keep moving. Number 2 is Dracula. So I'll go to color theme, Dracula. It has a purple tint to it. Very nice theme, very popular, really unique in it actually exudes Dracula in nighttime. The number 3 theme is, let's go to color theme, Atom One Dark. Very similar to One Dark Pro, I think. Does great with the symbols and colors of the symbols. Scroll down, does great with just markup in general. So very good theme. Again, it does look like One Dark Pro and probably a pretty common theme. So let's go to the next one. We are going to look at GitHub theme. These are GitHub inspired. There's GitHub Dark, but if you know GitHub pretty well, you probably are expecting the light version. And this, look at that, so bright, is probably the light theme that I would jump for if I wanted to go for a light theme. Very nice. There's dark dimmed as well and light default. So definitely check those out. Good themes. The next one is by John Papa. It is winter is coming. This is a cool one because it gives a blue tint and it's just fun overall. If I go to dark blue, you can see that there's a blue tint in the background, blue all over here. My problem with this is that some of the symbols aren't as legible as the other themes we've seen so far. They don't pop like this export default function next video. It's all the same color. So great theme if you want that blue hue to it. Next up is by Sarah Drasner. The theme is called Night Owl. Again, very night-inspired theme, as its name suggests. I think it inspired the John Papa theme, Winter is Coming, that came before it with that blue background. So there's Night Owl Light. Very good theme. Really cool, especially for nighttime. Next up, Monokai Pro. This is one that I have been using for a while. Let's install it. I didn't have that installed. We'll enable it. Monokai Pro. And the cool thing about Monokai Pro is that if I go to color theme, Monokai Pro, there are different filters, as they all had, but there's a blue one. Octagon is purple-ish. Spectrum is darker, and Ristretto is a little bit of a brown tint. Hard to tell. But Monokai Pro is a paid font, so just keep that in mind if you are interested in it. It is one of my favorite fonts. Next up is by Ahmad Awais, Shades of Purple. You've probably seen this around. Very iconic, very purple. Really fun theme. A little bit much on the purple for me. And again, not too many differentiators for most of the symbols since they all are using this light blue or the orange. So we'll move on from there. We'll go to Wes Boss's theme, Cobalt 2. Cobalt 2 is very yellow-blue themey. I like it. Again, not the biggest differentiators of the symbols. So for me, not my go-to, but fantastic theme. Definitely check it out. And the 10th of the most popular VS Code themes is going to be Material theme. And I think I did that wrong. Color theme. Let's go for Material theme. And there are all sorts of different color styles. There's ocean, darker, lighter, pale night. So definitely check all those out. I think a lot of those are pretty similar in my book, aside from the background, the symbols, which all the words, they blend in together. So not my favorite there. All right, so that is the 10 most popular ones that you've probably seen around the web. But the next 10, maybe you haven't seen, and my daily driver is in this list of 10 for 10 lesser known VS Code themes. So in this batch, number 1 or number 11 overall is going to be Pale Night. Very similar to the night themes in the first 10. You get that purple, you get that blue. Cool. Here's Synthwave, which is number 12. I really like this one. It's a little bit too much of a pop on the blues for me. The contrast is a little strong, but really fun with the colors, the orange, the purple, the red, and the light blue. Number 13 on this list is Nord. Nord. Very nice muted theme if you want a muted theme that's just gets out of the way and gets you to coding. But for me, again, not too much differentiation on the symbols. So let's keep moving. Number 14 is color theme, Panda. So this one with that pink theme, Panda, really cool colors here. I dig it. A little bit strong on these symbols right here with that light teal-ish. But overall, I like the pop of color a little bit more than the previous Nord. So very nice. Next up, number 15 is Tokyo Night. Again, another night theme. There's actually a lot of night themes on this list. So, cool night theme. Again, purple and blue, dark inspired. Number 16 here is Rain Glow. A lot of different colors in Rain Glow. Let's see. A lot of different colors in Rain Glow. So, definitely click through. The cool thing about VS Code is you get this live check theme preview. Overall, pretty good colors.
I think a lot of them don't really have the contrast of the symbols again. So let's keep moving. All right, this next one is my daily driver so far, and I really like it. I've been using it for about 2 weeks now. Color theme is Moonlight. And if you look at Moonlight 2, it's muted. It has that nighttime theme, but I do get a little bit of differentiation on the symbols. So you can see there's a purple here instead of having all that be the same color. You get the orange, the green. There's just enough differentiation for me that I think it's really easy to read the different values. So Moonlight 2, very nice. The next one is number 17, Horizon. So here's Horizon. You get a different color scheme than we've seen before. Less on the blue side, more on this red kind of maroon color. Really nice with the purples. Good theme. Next up is Bearded theme. There's a few of these. Bearded, Void, Earth. Love the naming here. Altica, Oceanic, Solarized. So really good colors there. I like how they're a little bit more muted, except for this vivid one. Arc Eggplant. That one's really nice, actually. EOL Storm, also really nice. Black and gold. EOL Storm's not bad. I like that one. Maybe I'll move that one. And then the last one we have on the list is a fun one. It is going to be called Cyberpunk. And you definitely get that cyberpunk feel. You got that neon green, you got those purples, and a little bit of that pink in there. And if you go to the extension page, they do a great job of showing it off, especially with the borders you get on that command palette with that green. Let's try it out. Command palette. Oh, we don't get those. Oh, that's IntelliSense. Let's go see. There we go. Really nice colors and borders there. Super fun. So there you have it. There's 10 of the most popular that you've seen before probably, and 10 of the lesser known themes, and altogether 20 fantastic VS Code themes. I think I may switch to that bearded theme EOL Storm. Maybe. See you in the next one. While Themes was the first extension that we installed, Fonts is the first setting that we're going to change. So there's two big ways to adjust VS Code. The first would be extensions here in the extensions sidebar. The next will be settings. So we're going to go into our fonts settings and change out the font. So let's go here to our Explorer. Let's open up a file so that we can get a nice file to preview our font changes. So fonts is something I'm pretty opinionated about. I've gone through many fonts and tried to pick the best to my liking. So I have a couple of recommendations, and then I can show you a list that I'm going to drop in the description below where you can actually click through, pick the one that's best for you, and install it, and I'll show you how to do all of that in this video. So the two that I always like to recommend, if I go into Chrome here, is Cascadia Code, which is a free font by Microsoft. I'm personally a big fan of kind of the shorter, stouter sort of coding fonts, and these are all going to be monospaced fonts, which means each character takes up the same width as the other characters. And monospaced fonts are traditionally the best fonts for coding. So Cascadia Code is one of my favorites. It's currently my daily driver. Fira Code is also another great free font. If you go down here, they have a really cool preview here. And what they also show you is what are called ligatures. And some people love these, some people hate these. I personally really like them in my code. And I'll show you how to turn these on in this video. But ligatures is essentially when you say like not equals, it creates a brand new icon based on what you just typed. And I'll show you how that works. If you want, the links are down below. You can download these from these GitHub repos. You can install them on your computer. And then you can go over to VS Code. And you might think, okay, so if we want to change our font settings, we would probably just go into the command palette, just like Chris has said this whole time. I'm sorry to say this is one of the few times that you're not going to go into extensions. You're actually going to go into settings. So I'm going to do Command-Shift-P, type in settings, and you can open up the settings in a JSON format or the UI format. And we'll do the UI format, and we can talk about how the JSON works in a second. So here are our settings, and this is the UI version of it. So what that means is there's a really nice like little tab sections over here where you can click through and figure out which setting to change. But also, we can go up here to search settings and we'll type in font and family. So if I scroll up here, font family, editor, font family, this is what's going to change our font. So I can go in here and say Cascadia code. And the reason I put a quote around it is because there's a space here. So if there's a space, I like to just put the quote around it, just like VS Code did right here for Courier New. So as soon as you type that in, you don't even have to do anything like save or click a button. It just automatically takes place. You go back to index.js and see the change here. So automatically you see the difference here. We can actually take this and drag it out to the side. And if you drag this to the side, you can see the dual column right here. So I'll put that over there. And if I remove Cascadia code right there, I'll just cut that out. It immediately changes. You can see the change on the left. And I know this isn't as clean as the previewing themes was, but this is what we have in VS Code for changing fonts and settings. So I'll paste in Cascadia code again. And what I can do here is actually type in Fira code. I have that installed as well, Fira code, and see that change happen over there. So Fira code and Cascadia code are pretty similar. Cascadia code, I think, is a little bit chunkier. And then if we talk about my favorite paid font, that would be Operator Mono, and that is a paid font, so I don't like recommending it too much in these courses. There is Operator Mono. So a little different. Definitely play around with these. You could even, if you wanted to, here's Comic Sans. Not the best, for sure, for coding, but you can do it. So definitely go through your list of fonts and settings and see what you like the best. And here is a website that I like to show off if you are looking for the perfect coding font for yourself, and who isn't, right? This is a great website by CSS Tricks called Coding Fonts, and you can find it. I'll put a link down below, coding-fonts.css-tricks.com, and you can click through all of these great fonts. Cascadia code, my favorite. Here's cost, ligatures, italics, variable, and all of these you can click through, see which one you like. And once you find one you like, there's a link here to download it, find out how to get it. This one is paid. Let's see, a couple other favorites. JetBrains Mono, I see a lot of people liking lately. Mono Lisa is good. Where is that goofy one? Comic Code. I think you'll like this one. Comic Code is Comic Sans in monospaced format, so it is technically good for coding since it's monospaced, if you like that. Comic New. Great resource to click around and find out which coding font you like the best, and then go get it, install it. Then you come back to VS Code and you can change your setting out here under Editor Font Family. I'll just put Cascadia code here. So I switch between Cascadia code and Operator Mono a lot, depending on the day. So those are fonts, and that's how you change them in the settings. And just to reiterate how you get to settings, Command-Shift-P, settings, and we'll click the UI one. And then you search for font family. And I'll put these instructions down in the description below. So there we go. There's Cascadia code right there. But there's some other font settings that I want to change. And I'm going to split this out to the right again. Cool thing about VS Code is you can do panels side by side like this. So a couple things I want to talk about for settings while we're already here in fonts. This is the next step to making our VS Code look really good, is font size, line height, and font ligatures. So these three things put together will make this look way better. So font size, I like to go to 16 for myself. Play around with what you feel is best. And then next up, let's go to line height. So I'm just going to search for line height. And the thing about line height isn't really calculated off of the font size. So you can't do 1.5 times the font size, because look at that. You actually have to enter in a number. So I personally like my font size to be about 1.6 times the font size. Sorry, my line height to be 1.6 times the line height. So we're going to go 16 times 1.6. That'll be around 26. So let's say 26 right there. And it gives it some nice spacing right there. So compare that to the 0 that it was by default. Everything gets crunched a little bit more. You can even bump that up to 28 if you like. So play around with what you like right there. The next one I like to talk about is ligatures. Now, this is a make or break thing. If you don't like it, don't turn these on. If you do like it, give them a try and use them in your code. So if I search for ligatures right here, the search in the settings is very powerful, so get used to it. Ligatures. Editor font ligatures. The way to turn these on is you go to edit in settings.json. And this is the JSON version that I talked about earlier. So if I click editing settings.json, all of our settings actually is here in this JSON file. So everything that happened here in this UI version actually translates to this JSON object right here. And I'm going to cite true right here, and you get this nice autocomplete. And we'll talk about VS Code's autocomplete IntelliSense in a future video. So I'll turn that to true. We have turned font ligatures on, so let's give it a try. Const is equal, let's say is equal to hello, is equal to hello. So it doesn't look like that really changed anything right there. So actually, I didn't save this file. So let's save that. And immediately you saw the equals changed there. So if I change this to false and press save, you notice the change right there. And if I did not equal to, and I did true right here, there we go. We get ligatures. So if you like them, use them. If you don't, no worries. The last setting we have for fonts that is really important, I think, is right now we have a font size right here. But if we wanted to change this, we would have to go over here and say font size in our settings and change this right here. But what we can do, and this is something that most people don't really have turned on because it's by default off, I personally like to have it, is mouse zoom. So mouse wheel zoom right here, you click this on, and then you can hold control and zoom in and out with your mouse. So you can change the font size on the fly. So mouse wheel zoom is a very helpful setting to also have. So that was a lot in this video. We have covered fonts. We have covered turning fonts on using the settings and font family. We have covered going into CodePen and trying out a couple different fonts for yourself. And we have covered a few of the font settings like line height, font size, font ligatures, and mouse zoom. So we are on our way to having a good-looking VS Code, and then soon we'll get into the productive part of it where we can get into our workflows. These are my favorite coding fonts, and to help us out here, I have a coding-fonts.css-tricks.com website, which is a microsite that CSS Tricks created, and I think it does a fantastic job of showcasing all of the coding fonts we have access to. So if I go here, you can see all of the different fonts that are coding fonts, which are monospaced fonts, which means every character is going to take up the same amount of width so that it is uniform lines. So let's get to it. What are my favorite coding fonts? I've tried really all of them and given them a shot, but these are my favorites. So number one on my list that I think is the best coding font out there, the downside is it is paid, is Operator Mono. So Operator Mono, I love the funness of it. And for me, I personally lean to the shorter fonts, not the kind of taller fonts, and a good medium size on the width so they don't take up too much space on their lines. And I think Operator Mono strikes that balance perfectly. And it also brings in a little bit of personality with characters like the F, I think looks really cool. The T has good character, and just overall, nice personality in this font. Now, there are a lot of fonts on this list that are good middle-of-the-road fonts, but these are my favorites that I'm pointing out because they have personality. So number two of my favorite coding fonts, which is a great alternative, a free alternative to Operator Mono, is Cascadia Code. Cascadia Code also takes that shorter approach, about the same on the widths, a little bit bolder, but very fantastic coding font. Number three on my list is the first font that introduced me to ligatures. And ligatures are where you type in like equals, 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 and it combines it into one character. You can see it right here, current theme equals dark. Personally, I like them. Not all people like them, so it depends on your workflow, but I like them, so I can turn them on. And you can see over here on the right side, it says ligatures, check, italics, none, variable, none. So
Keep that in mind when you're picking your coding font if you want ligatures. And Fira Code is down here, a little bit taller than I'd like, a little bit taller than Cascadia Code and Operator Mono, but it does come with ligatures. And Fira Flot, look at that cursive on the comment. Really cool right there. It may not be your style, but I think it's really fun to look at. And just make sure we're aware of it if you want to have a fun font. All right, number 4 on this list is Inconsolata. And I hope I said that right. It's a little bit thinner than the other fonts and a lot older, I believe. And this is my pretty much first coding font. So it has a special place in my heart. And I still think it looks fantastic compared to Operator Mono, Cascadia Code. A little bit thinner, which I like, and about the same heights and widths. It was kind of hard to pick number 5 on this list because the other fonts are very similar to this. And now looking at it while I'm recording this video, I'm not sure it's my number 5th choice, but it does have good personality, a little bit thinner, a little bit of like a serif feel to it, but it is a cool font. So if you like this style of font, definitely check it out. Number 6, 7, and 8 are kind of the gimmick approach of fonts. Here's Comic Code, which is Comic Sans in code form. And here's Comic New, a little bit thinner, a little bit less tall. And here's Comic Sans, which actually looks decent, I think, of all the 3. So if you want to pick a Comic Sans type font, maybe you're using it for presentations, just a fun gimmick. Or if you want to try it as your daily driver, Comic Sans is a good one. And honorable mentions, these are the ones that I think do really well, but they didn't make the top 5 because I don't think they have enough personality. I think they are great fonts, but just didn't get into the top 5. So these are going to be Consolis. Let me see, Consolis. Another good font, similar to Cascadia Code that I like. PT Mono, right here. A little bit bigger, wider. Source Code Pro right here. San Francisco Mono. And Roboto Mono. Those are my honorable mentions. I think those are great fonts if you want to check them out. And you might be wondering, okay, well, Chris, they're starting to kind of blend all in together. I would definitely say give them a try on your machine on a daily workflow. Try to give it a day or so and see if you do like it and switch between them on the fly. You'll notice that you'll start to get your style. Like for me, I have a shorter and not as wide, medium width type characters that I like. If you go and start looking at the other ones like Lotion, you'll see the big differences in fonts. And you're like, okay, well, this looks nothing like the other ones that Chris pointed out. That's because it's not really my style or preference. There's Mono Lisa, which I know a lot of people like, a little bit too wide for me. Monoid, which is way too tall and a little bit too weird for myself. Recursive, also a great font. But definitely check out the site, click through, see what you like. Ubuntu Mono, Victor Mono. I know that a lot of people just have different preferences for different languages as well. So if you want to check these out, I'll put a link to this down below. While we're still here in the Make VS Code Look Good section, I want to pass on 5 different VS Code settings that I use to make my VS Code look a little bit different than the default. Now, these are starting to get into a little bit of an opinionated sort because of these are the defaults that I like to use. So just check these out. Maybe you like them, maybe you don't. It's all good if you don't. Let's get into it. The first one here is Editor Tab Size. And you can see it right here, or you can start searching for it right here. So tab size, I primarily work in JavaScript these days, so I default this to myself. But what's really cool about VS Code is that if you are in a project, VS Code can actually detect the indentation. So if you're in a project that has spaces at 4 for tab size, then it actually just says, okay, I'll just keep using the 4. So if you actually click Editor Detect Indentation, that is by default on. And that goes to the setting we just changed, which is tab size. And this also goes to insert spaces. So should pressing tab actually insert spaces, right now VS Code defaults to true. And I think that's a good default to keep. detect indentation. So if we go all the way back to tab size right here, 2 is a good default for JavaScript, and that's pulling off of the JavaScript style guides that you can follow. Airbnb is probably the most popular one. The Airbnb style guide I'll actually link to down below if you want to check that out. But do whatever is best for your code and for your language. Another thing that's really cool about how VS Code handles settings in this UI version, if you change anything from the default, it actually highlights it so that you always know what has been changed from yours to the defaults. All right, next up, let's go to setting number 2 that I want to talk about. That is going to be rulers. So let's go to rulers. And this is something that you have to edit in the JSON file. So I'll click that, and it actually creates this array right here. And I'm going to say 80. So there we go. I have 80 as a ruler, and let me show you what that is. You can actually see this is using the 4 spaces indent, and you can see it down here. Spaces is 4. And that's because it said, oh, the JSON file has 4. I'll just use the 4. So that's good to see. So I'll put a ruler at 80, and let me show you what that does. I'm going to bring settings back here, and I'll go back into my file. Now we have this line right here at 80 characters. So if I start typing out and get to 80 characters right there, then it actually doesn't do anything, really. It's just a visual guide that says, hey, this line is past 80 characters. Maybe it's getting a little long. Maybe you want to see if you could break this apart. And that's just me personal style guide. I like having things less than 80 characters. It makes code far more readable. Look at that one, a little bit too long. But overall, if you keep code to less than that 80, it'll be nice and readable. So I like to leave the ruler. Maybe you can do a ruler at something less. I've seen people do rulers at 120. Anything's valid. It's all up to you. Another trick is if you are on a line, you can go down here. You're on line 12, column 86. So you can actually see how many characters you're at. And if you highlight some stuff, you can see how many characters you've selected down in the status bar. Fun little tip right there. Okay, so let's go back into our settings. That was setting number 2. Setting number 3 is render indent guides. And this one is on by default. So just make sure it's on. What it does essentially is that every indent has this line right here. So if you think that's a little bit too busy, you just go over here, turn that off, render indent guides, and go here. And now look how clean your code has gotten. So personally, I think it's helpful, especially for longer files where everything is spaced a little bit far away, like you don't know where this main goes to. But if you have the indent guide on by default, you go here, you can click it, and you can notice where this is aligned to. So that's, again, all preference. Appearance-wise, turning it off definitely makes it look a little bit cleaner. The next one, I'm going to bring settings back to the side right there, is word wrap. So this is setting number 4. Word wrap is not diff editor. We're going down to editor word wrap. We can turn this on. And notice how it actually brought this down into one line so that it doesn't expand beyond the column right there. And this is, again, personal preference. By default, it's off. So you can scroll to the side like this, or you can have it on. Just depends on what you like. I personally just leave it on. And on top of this, you can actually say word wrap at column right here. And this is going to take this setting, which is set to 80. So word wrap column is at 80. So if you go here, it actually breaks on the 80 ruler. So another really fun one to have. And speaking of fun, I am actually going to set this back to on. Speaking of fun, I want to show you one of the maybe most useless but most fun of the visual settings. Here's our cursor. I just made it giant. Let's go to cursor blinking. So this is setting number 5. Cursor blinking is blink by default, and if you click here, you can see it just blinking. I can go to smooth and click back over, and you see how it changes just a little bit how the cursor blinks. And phase is pretty similar to smooth, actually. But this is the fun one, and maybe if you're doing a conference talk or a tutorial or something like that, and you want to show off, hit it, expand, and you get this fun cursor. Maybe a little annoying, but super fun either way. And solid just doesn't blink at all.
So me personally, I do smooth or phase. I'll keep smooth. There we go. So it has a fade. I think phase has more of a fade in actually. There we go. So we'll keep phase for that. All right, so that wraps up the 5 settings I think you should take a look at for appearances. Let's keep moving along in the course.
So this section is called Get to Know VS Code. If you already know the VS Code UI, then feel free to skip this section. But there are a lot of little hidden things around the VS Code UI because there are so many features packed in that you have seen a button before a million times, but maybe you don't know exactly what all the little things do. The side panels, terminal, the problems panel, all these little things are fantastic when you add them together to make VS Code. These are all of the base features, the foundational features that make VS Code workflows and everything that we're going to do fantastic. So I highly recommend checking these videos out. Check out the outline on the sidebar there. If you do think you know most of the VS Code UI, you can feel free to jump ahead to my favorite section, the keyboard shortcut section. But this is also a fantastic refresher or a fantastic introduction into getting to know VS Code's UI and starting to learn all the features that we can put together to make ourselves more productive.
In VS Code, there are probably 2 really big places where we're going to spend most of our time. The first is the editor, which is this big area right here where you'll be writing all of your amazing code, bug-free of course. And over here on the sidebar is the Explorer. So if I open up the Explorer into our sidebar, you'll see I'm starting off with 0 folders, 0 files in here. We can start off by showing how we can get a folder into VS Code and then working with that. We already talked about cloning a repo. You can click here and clone a repo that you have. You may need to log in with GitHub, which we will talk about later in this course. There is also an open folder if you want to just bring in a local folder. I'm going to start us off from scratch. I'm going to go over to our other course, beginnerwebdev.com. This is our free course for getting started with JavaScript. Here's the GitHub repo, and I'll put this down in the description below, the link to this, so you can go code right here and click download zip, and we're going to use this for this video. So now that I've downloaded that zip file, it's going to be on my desktop. That's where I put all my downloads. I'm going to open it up, and now here we are, this folder right here. So there are a couple different ways to open this in VS Code. One, you could just take the folder, drag it in, and that would open it in VS Code. Another way is there's a couple prompts right here. One is open folder here. One is open right here. Another is up here, file, open. Another is Command O. And another is the command palette, of course, Command Shift P, file, open. And that's down here. So any number of ways you can open a folder. Let's go ahead and click this one. And it is probably going to change based on what scenario you're in. Sometimes I do file open, sometimes I do Command O, but either way, they're all good. So let's go into our desktop right here, and I'll open up this folder and click open. And for that course, there's just a bunch of HTML files with some JavaScript in them. And from here, we will talk about using the Explorer on the side here. So let's close out getting started. The first thing of the Explorer that I want to talk about is just creating new files and new folders. So here you can create a new file right there and say hello.html. You can also create a new folder where we can say components. The cool thing about VS Code is you can actually just take this, grab, click, drag it all the way up into the components folder, and it'll say, hey, are you sure you want to move hello HTML into components? You can say move. And if you want to remove this prompt, you can say do not ask me again. I personally leave it on because I've accidentally dragged and dropped some folders and files and forgot where they went. So I'll leave it on. There is this refresh in case you change something outside of VS Code and you want the file to change here. It's especially helpful for images. Let's say you drag an image into the folder and you say, well, where are you? Just click refresh and that'll work. This button's really helpful as well. I use it quite often, actually. So whenever there's like a lot of folders, a lot of things open in your larger projects and you want to just compress and get back to zero, you just click this. It'll collapse everything and just get you back to a clean state. That's it for those buttons up there. Next up, I want to talk about right-clicking and going into the context menu here. You can do new file, new folder, reveal in Finder, which is a good way to kind of just get the folder in Finder or in Windows Explorer, and that'll find it there. You can also open an integrated terminal. So this will start the terminal in this folder right here, and then from here you can do ls. You can do any of your stuff that you need from the terminal. And we'll talk more on that in the terminal workflow video. There's so much functionality here. You can open folder settings, remove folder from workspace, add folder to workspace. So these are workspace settings that we'll talk about in the workspace workflow video. Find in folder is really helpful if you wanted to say, like, I just want to search in components. You could say find in folder. And we'll talk about that in the find and search feature video. A lot of features that we will break down in multiple videos. So now that we've talked about what I think are the visual settings in Explorer, let's talk about the things that are kind of hidden, that are cool features. There's this ... right here where you can click. You can see Open Editors. And you can click that, and there we get this little section called Open Editors. So if I called in Hello World and opened that up, you would see Hello World here, and you would also see it under Open Editors. And I can go here to Built-in Objects. I can go here to Pricing Calculator, and it would show, and I would double click to keep them open right there and right there. Okay, so let's close out some of these files, and the next thing I want to do is go here and say Outline. So Outline is a really, really cool feature in Explorer. So let's say I opened up this file, Built-in Objects, and we have here our outline. Here's the HTML, and you can click it, and it navigates directly to that in your file. You can click the title right here, it goes there, and if you go down, you can see there's a script tag. I can click first, and it actually shows the JavaScript variables that are right here. What's cool about this too is the outline right here is kind of the breadcrumbs and outline, and it also shows up here in your editor. There's script right here, and you can click there. You can go to the head of the document. You can click here, go to the body, and you can open up the body. So there's a lot of different ways to navigate VS Code, and it's up to you to find your favorite way to navigate. Another good setting here in the outline section is to click this ... and say follow cursor. So now wherever I go up here, it'll actually highlight the title, highlight the head, highlight the style tag right here in the body, and all that good stuff. With the Explorer, there is the outline and there's the files. I want to talk about one extension for the Explorer. We'll go into extensions, and it's called Advanced New File. So it won't be this first one that has 50K downloads. It'll be the second one that has 163K downloads. I'll click install there. And once that's installed, you can scroll down here, read up on how it's used. I'm going to close this actually. Go back into Explorer. And let's say I wanted a new file in components. Normally I would have to click components, click this new file right here, and then I would get a new file. Advanced New File is cool because we can do everything from the command palette. We don't have to leave our keyboard. I can say Command-Shift-P to open up the command palette. You can say Advanced New File, and I'll click Enter there. And now we can say, okay, what folder do you want to create a new file in? Let's do Components. And it'll do this fuzzy search. So if you start typing, it'll filter down the results. I'll press Enter, and then it says, okay, well, what file name do you want in that folder? I'll say goodbye.html. And it'll open it up for you so you can start typing right away. Advanced New File, very helpful extension for the Explorer so that you can get up and running with new files as quickly as possible. I encourage you to click this dropdown, figure out which settings you like, Open Editors, Outline, whatever you like over there, or if you just like to turn things off and turn that off and turn that off and keep it just to your files, that's also totally valid. Figure out what's best for you. Just know that these are all the options available to you. We just talked about the Explorer over in the sidebar, which is probably the second most important part of VS Code. The number one most important part is right here, right in the middle, the editor. And we are going to talk about a couple settings and a couple features of the editor, and we'll definitely be working with this way more throughout this course. But these are ones I want you to be aware of for moving forward. To start off, I am going to open the sidebar, and there's a whole section of this course based on
keyboard shortcuts, but I'm going to sprinkle them in here and there because I think they're so important to productivity. I'm going to open the sidebar with Command B, and let's open up maybe this operators one right here. I'm going to close the sidebar, Command B. I want to start off with feature number 1 is breadcrumbs, which we talked about in the previous video. You can click here, click this drop down, see everything that's going on inside of this file, all the way down to script, even see the variables inside of there. So that's breadcrumbs, really helpful to have right there. Here is the minimap, which is good to click and drag around. I actually use this a lot. And what is fun productivity tip is, let's say I have a really big file, which I try not to, but sometimes it happens. What you can do here is, and I know this isn't the prettiest thing, but you can actually maybe do some stuff like this. And what I'll do here is I'll just replace all of these with like equal signs. And I will take this line right here and put it above and below some HTML comments or JavaScript comments, whatever they be. So right here, now you can see in the minimap that there's a section right there where it's big and a giant HTML comment. And really what that is for me is a way to say, hey, in the minimap, oh, that's where a new section starts. That's where a new section starts. So it's all preference. I know this is a jarring tactic, but for me, it works. Definitely check with the people you're working with on your team if they like this sort of thing. But the minimap helps us do that. All right, the next thing I want to talk about, which is a really fun tactic, is side-by-side editing. And I use this very often. So if I go back into Explorer right here, I can actually click this, open it up. And the easiest way to get side-by-side editing is 2 different ways. One, you can click the tab, drag it over, and you can see the highlight here. You can highlight to the right and drop it, and it'll split the VS Code side-by-side. Another thing you can do is drag it back over. I can say this little button right here, we'll click it and go side by side, and it actually opens up both. So if I actually edit one, getting started with JavaScript, exclamation, 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 notice how it edits both left and right. So it's still the same file, even though it's technically open in both spots, but what you can do here is scroll down so you can like reference something down here while you're typing up at the top of the file. Okay, so I'll drop that. Another way to open up side-by-side editing is to option click any of these files. So I'll option click there and it goes side, or I can double click and then drag, or I can double click and then click this button right here. But we're not only limited to side-by-side editing. You can actually take this and drag it to the bottom right there. So now you can have top and bottom, which can be helpful. What I can do also is this button right here. If I hold the option button and hover it, now it splits up and down vertically. So you can do that. VS Code is so great at giving us so many options. So I'm trying to surface as many of the options as possible to you. And feel free to not use all of them. Feel free to use some of them. It all depends on how you think your workflow would work best, how you can be most productive. So that's all the ways to get different splits. Really cool here is you can actually split this out to the side. And then now we have editor groups. So I can have this group open. I can have this group open. And if I go open up another file, notice how it adds to this group. I can just drag that over into this group and vice versa. Very helpful there. Another helpful tip is editor groups. You can actually do a structured layout here. If you go to View, Editor Layout, you can even do a 2x2 grid right here and then start dragging things up and down. I don't know, I don't use this myself very much, but it could be helpful. So let's close all these out. And of course, all of these things can be done with the command palette. So you can do Command-Shift-P to open up the command palette, and you can say split editor, and you can do down, right, left. So I'll do right there. And you can even do split 2x2. Let's see if I can find it, 2x2. There we go. Grid editor layout 2x2. And there we go. All right, so that's how we can get split editors, editor groups. The one setting I want to talk about for the editor, and I just closed everything, is this enable preview setting. And I'll talk about this in a second, but
when you open a file in VS Code, it doesn't actually open the file, it opens a preview of the file. Now, some of you may like this. I did not like it when I got into VS Code. I still don't like it, so I disable it, and I'll show you how. So if you click a file, notice how here it's italicized, the file name, which means it's a preview. It's not open yet. So for me, I click it, I want it open. But by default, VS Code says, well, you opened it, but it's just a preview. So if you click to another file, it opens up the other file in the same tab. So it's not like you're opening two tabs. You're just opening previews of multiple files. So there's really no tabs open. So to actually keep this and open the file, you double click right here, or you start editing the file. So I can click here and notice italicized. As soon as I say down here something like hi, then it turns non-italicized and I'm actually editing the file. If you like the preview way where it actually opens up a file and then if you click away, it closes the file, then by all means, keep that setting. For me, I don't really like it. So I'm going to go into our settings, command, comma. I'm going to go enable preview. And this will be Workbench editor enable preview. I turn mine off. So now, whenever let's close all of these, command W, let's open up our sidebar with command B. I can click and notice how it's not italicized, it's open, and I can just open as many as I want. So that's personal preference. The last thing that I want to talk about in this video is talking about our startup state. When we open up VS Code, we get this brand new getting started link right here, and we don't usually need this, and I don't actually really use this page, the welcome page. So to check off this welcome page so that you don't see it again on startup, you can click this button right here, show welcome page on startup. That removes it. What do we actually see when we open up VS Code now? Let's close VS Code and reopen it. We should see, not the welcome page, we just see a blank state. So there's nothing new there. We can customize this. Let's go into our settings, command, comma, and we'll say startup editor. And the startup editor is none because we unchecked that welcome page box. If you click here, you can see that welcome page is the default. You can do readme, new untitled file, welcome page in empty workbench. I like doing new untitled file. And the other thing to this, so let's close out VS Code. Let's reopen it. Now, when we have a new untitled file, it says select a language to get started, start typing to dismiss, or don't show this again. So you can actually click this, which is really cool. It's like a button inside of your text. Or you can select the language, which actually opens up this button down here, plain text. You can choose the language that this file is based on that little drop down there. And you can also change it by Command-Shift-P and saying language mode. And you can change this to Markdown. So I usually like Markdown for my new files. I use it a lot when I'm writing notes. And I'll do any sort of notes, outlines that I need to do, maybe my to-do list for the day. We can also change this setting by going to Command, comma, and doing default language. And then down here, default language, you just type in Markdown. And now Markdown will always be the file type that is opened when you do a new file. So if I do new file right there, I just double tapped it right there. It opens up a Markdown file. Or if I open up a brand new VS Code, that will be a Markdown file as well. And for me, I like this. It works well for my workflow. I do a lot of Markdown writing when I'm taking notes or writing a new article. For you, if you want to do JavaScript or whatever else you do, that would be files default language. But now, when we open up VS Code from scratch, we get a new file. We don't see that welcome page anymore, and we get a Markdown file that we can work in. All right, so I hope that was a helpful video. There's a lot to do with the editor, and split editing is very helpful. We'll be working a lot more with the editor in the rest of this course. This video is about a feature called IntelliSense. And before we get into it, I kind of want to start with a question. What is the difference between a text editor and an IDE? Or in other words, an integrated development environment versus a text editor. And let me zoom in here, and I will actually use the zoom scroll that we learned about. So a text editor is going to be a text editor, but what is the difference between
editing text and having an IDE or an integrated development environment. So to me, the difference is having all of the features on top of a text editor. Because right now, we just used VS Code as a text editor. But now we get all of these fun things like a file explorer, like search and replace, like Git and source control in here, debugging extensions, all of these things you wouldn't find in a normal text editor. This is more stuff that you would find in an IDE. So as far as things go, text editor is something like TextEdit that you would find on Mac. And let's just like create a new document. This would be a text editor, not the fanciest thing ever, right? And this would kind of be the equivalent of maybe Notepad in the Windows side of things. So let me close that. An IDE is really cool because as coders, we get some special features like IntelliSense out of VS Code. And IntelliSense isn't a VS Code specific thing. There are other IDEs like the tools from JetBrains, like WebStorm. But IntelliSense is really a feature that is giving what is called code completion. It's saying, when I start typing, can my IDE help me out to know what I need to type next? And the cool thing about VS Code is that it totally does. So IntelliSense is a feature that gives a couple things like code completion, and we'll see that in a second. And you kind of already see it happening. Parameter info, quick info, member lists, and a lot more features, but I will put a link down to the VS Code IntelliSense docs. Definitely check those out. But instead of just reading through the docs, let's actually build something on our own. I'm going to delete this file. Don't save that. Go into my file explorer right here. Command B to open up the sidebar here. And I'm going to go new file. And let's go for just test.js. So now we have a JavaScript file. And out of the box, VS Code has IntelliSense for JavaScript files, TypeScript files, JSON, HTML, CSS, Sass, and less. And also, there are extensions that can give VS Code some more power to do other languages like PHP, like Ruby, like Python. And I'll drop links down below for all that stuff. So let's give this a try. Let's say we start typing out some JavaScript. Const person is equal to, and let's make it an object. Name is Chris. And let's say age is 32. And I'm 32 at this time of writing. So let's go down here and let's see IntelliSense in action immediately if I say person. Notice how it says, oh, hey, you probably are wanting person. So const person, press that little button there, and now we'll see this. I am pretty zoomed in because of this video and recording, so you probably will be able to see the whole thing on your computer. So now I can say person, and I'll press dot. And notice how we get age and name, and it says age is a number. And if I go down here and press down, name is a string. So you can actually see both of the properties on this object, and that's IntelliSense for you. So I'll say age right there. So that's really cool. We get VS Code to tell us a little bit more about this object. And if I actually, let's say we had defined this object way up there, and we were down in our file, and we were like, okay, well, I need the person dot, and you say, oh, I forgot about what was in that object. You can say, oh, name. I need person dot name. So that's really cool as well. That is the way that IntelliSense can kind of auto hint at what is going on. Let's say I even had a function say message, and let's say alert a message here. And then I went down all the way into the bottom of my file, or I wanted to use this somewhere else. I could say, and that's a function. So it says, hey, I'm a function, and you'll see that little like purple cube thingy. And it says message is any. Okay, so that's pretty helpful. I can say, and then it says message is any. So now you know the parameters that are part of this function. So that's IntelliSense. IntelliSense triggers on these trigger keys. So if I did this and I opened up these parentheses right here, it would trigger and show what's going on. But if I clicked out of it and clicked into it, it would not trigger. So the way to trigger IntelliSense is to do Control Spacebar. And now, wherever you are, IntelliSense will try to come in and say, oh, well, did you want this? Message is any. So that works out. That's how we activate IntelliSense.
The next thing I want to show about IntelliSense is that we can add a little bit more info. So let's say the say function had a message that it wants, right? Say message. I can right click here and I can go to definition and it kind of scrolls to the top there. That's also a really cool feature of VS Code, that it can know where the function is that you're calling and go to the definition of it. And I did that by going down here and saying right click, go to definition. And you can also command, see that, highlight, and click, and it'll go to the definition as well. So command click will get you all the way up to wherever it is, even if it's in another file. Let's say I wanted to add a little bit more to this and say, okay, let's add a JS doc. Let's go like this, JS doc comment, press enter. That was IntelliSense also. And it knows, hey, we already had a message in this function. So we're going to say, hey, what do you want that to be? I'll say that's a string. So now if I go down here to where we defined it or started using it, I can say right here, open that up, and it says message is now a string. So IntelliSense is actually telling us what type it is. And there's a lot more ways that IntelliSense can help us out. This is only scratching the surface, and we're going to get a lot into it during this whole course. The best way to be productive is to let VS Code help us out. Like, why are we typing all of this code if VS Code can just say, hey, this is what it is, let me autofill it for you. You don't need to do all of the typing. IntelliSense is also smart enough to know the types of our variables. So let's say I had person.name, which is a string. I can do a dot on here, and it knows all of these string methods that are on JavaScript's string object. And I can go, like, let's say to uppercase. And I can do that. And that would go and change that all to uppercase. IntelliSense does a lot for us, and we just need to learn how to make sure that we look for it so that we can help IntelliSense help us. Moving forward in this course, we are going to be adding extensions that can enhance and extend IntelliSense itself. And we just need to know that we are going to be working with a lot of IntelliSense, and you should, on a daily basis, look to IntelliSense to help you speed up and be more productive. The next essential feature that I want to talk about in VS Code is find and replace. Now, this sounds like the most boring feature, I'm sure, but it actually is extremely powerful. To start us off, I have the same file that we had in the last video, and it's just test.js. I have a function here. I added this JS doc comment, and we have this param string is message, and our function here. So let's say I said, say, hi there. Let's copy this line down a couple times, and I'll show you how we do that in keyboard shortcuts in the keyboard shortcuts section of this course, which is going to be fantastic in my probably favorite section. So there are 3 ways to search in VS Code. So this first one I'll show you is inline, and I'll just do Command F, and that'll pop it up right here. Also, you can do Command Shift P to open up your command palette and do find right here and scroll down to find right there. Now I can type in say, and if you press enter a bunch of times, it'll cycle through all of them. So notice how this one is highlighted down here. If I press enter, it'll go to the top. And if I keep pressing enter, it'll go and cycle through them all. So that's how we can find in VS Code. You can see there's 6 of 6. There are some options here for match case. So you can say only uppercase, or the case has to be the exact same. There's match whole word, and there's regular expression. If you know how to use those, I personally still don't. But this arrow down here is going to let us toggle replace mode. And what I can do here is say, instead of say, I'll say speak, and I'll press enter. And notice I can go and cycle through and say, okay, replace this one right here. So this button says replace, and this button on the right says replace all. So I can press this right here, and it'll say speak a message now. And I can just keep pressing enter, enter, enter. So I'll undo these, Command Z, 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 Z. And if I just pressed replace all right here, check that out. It replaced all of them all the way down. So that's really helpful of a feature. We can Command F right in here, go through the list all in there. Or if we wanted a little bit more power, we could open up our sidebar and click this search icon right here, and I can say search. Let's search for say. And the power of this over here versus the one that's inline is the inline one is only searching the current file, and this one will actually search across all the files in your project. So by default, this files to include will pretty much be everything in your project. Files to exclude, you can say don't search certain folders. So let's say you didn't want to search for a components folder. You would say components, don't search anywhere underneath that components folder. And you can use these globs to say what you want to VS Code. The other cool thing to note about files to exclude is that the node modules folder, if you're in a JavaScript project, some Git folders are already excluded. You don't have to actually explicitly write them in. And you can see that by going into your settings, by going to Command comma and do search exclude. And down here, search exclude, it automatically removes node modules, Bower components. These Git files are excluded as well. So that's really helpful. The other thing you can do is go into your Explorer right here and say, I wanted to search inside of this image folder. You could right click in here and say find in folder. So really, I just want to get you all the different ways that you can open up, find, and replace so that you can use each one when your situation needs it. So I'll do find in folder, and it opens up the search panel right here, and it automatically fills the files to include right there. So that's essentially what find in folder does. So we can actually click this right here, files to include, we won't do that anymore. We can click this down and say speak, and notice how it'll go down here and kind of show you what will be replaced for all the way down. And you can do this replace all button, and it'll do it across all the files that you have. The third way that we can do a search is this plus right here, this little document plus, add new search editor from Vue. I can click that. It opens up this big thing, and I can do say, just like we did earlier, but it gives you a little bit more context about the file that it's in. So that's the third way. I personally don't really use this way. I usually use the sidebar right here a lot, and I'll use the inside here inline one with Command F as well. A fun trick, which I will show you in the keyboard shortcuts section, is let's say I did Command F and I typed in say. So now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can actually press Option Enter now, and it highlights them all with multi-cursor editing thanks to VS Code, and I can say something right there. So I can type in multiple places thanks to find and replace in VS Code and the multi-cursor editing. So that's a really fun trick. We're going to do a whole video on multi-cursor editing. Next up, I want to show you a really cool feature of VS Code. VS Code is an IDE. It's smarter than a text editor. And because it can do a little bit smarter stuff, we can go down here, and let's say we use this way down in a file, and we can right-click on say, and we have a list of things here. Go to definition is one, and we've used this before. We click it, and it goes to the file where we actually defined the function. Let's go down. Let's do this again. Let's go right-click. If you didn't want to go to the actual definition of it, you could go down here and say find all references. So now it opens up this references panel on the sidebar, and you can see all the places you can click through and go to each section. We have all of these references, and we see where the say function has been used. What we can do also is right-click here and say rename symbol. And we can write in here, say message. And now, check this out, VS Code knows all the times that we've actually used this function, and if I press enter here, it will go ahead and replace all of them all the way down. So this will work across multiple files as well. Another cool thing here we can do in the context menu is right-click, say message, and here is go to definition, references, rename symbol. There's also this peak thing right here that is really cool. We can click peak, go to peak definition, and check this out. we now see the definition of it inline down below the actual place that we were. So we didn't jump around files or up different lines. We just said, hey, can I peek at what the definition looks like? And you can even edit in here, and you can say, okay, alert message. I don't want to do that. Let's just console.log the message here. Alert's a little invasive. So now that looks good. You can close this right here. And if I go up here, it changed. So when you peek at something, you can actually even edit that file in that peek. There is some really, really powerful stuff with how VS Code can find and replace and refactor our code. So something as boring as find and replace is actually refactoring code all the way across our entire project. I just want you to be aware of all the different ways we can find and replace things with rename symbol, go to definition, find all references, find implementation, and then classic find and search. A lot of really powerful stuff, even though it may seem a little simple. We touched on something in the previous episode, which I think is really cool, but I didn't really get to talk about it enough. And I've been using it a lot more lately. So I definitely want to touch on refactoring a little bit more. Let's say I have here the repo for the website, the Better Dev website, and I have a file called get Airtable posts. Airtable posts right here. And this is how we get all of the content for this website from Airtable, which is our database/CMS. So here I have export async function get Airtable posts, and this is a TypeScript file. But what I really want to talk about is the ability to say, okay, well, get Airtable posts. There's only one place we're getting posts from, so maybe I want to rename this to get posts instead of get Airtable posts. So you may think, okay, well, let's go here. I'll highlight this, and I'm going to do a find all. So I'm going to do Command-Shift-F, and that finds all of the uses of this. And here is, let's see, here is where we do the import. Here's where we actually use it. Const post is equal to await get Airtable posts. And then over here, so it's used in a bunch of different places. So I would have to click one by one to go do the updates. The cool thing about this is that I could go here, right click, find all references, and now we get all of the files where it's actually used, which is very similar to the find all, but find all finds all of the times that you use the word, which also includes get Airtable posts. So notice that this is a comment. It's not an actual reference. It's not usable code. Command-Shift-F will find it. Where are we? Slug, index, posts, right there. So it finds it in the comments. And then down here, if I do find all references, it won't find that comment. So that's why that is a big difference. That's why it's an important difference. The other thing we have here is right-click. We can do find all implementations. So the only time that we ever actually implement it where we define the function itself is this one spot in Airtable posts. So if you were in the other file, you could do find implementation, and then you could find where that file was created. Another thing we can do is right-click and do change all occurrences, where it immediately highlights it all. I don't think it does multiple files though. All right, so now the big one that I wanted to talk about is rename symbol. So refactoring in VS Code has a lot of different features. This is probably the easiest one because I think it helps the most when you need to rename functions or variables, whatever you got to do. Rename symbol here, and right here it just pops up, and I can say get posts is now what I want to call this thing. Press enter, and it changes across the entire file system. So now if I go into my Git panel right here, see all the changes. I see that it is updated here. I see that down here, see this little green area on the sidebar. I can go down here and it's updated there as well. Get Airtable posts to get posts. In the other files, it's also updated. So I actually use this rename symbol a lot. I'll go here, rename symbol. Shortcut for that is F2. Airtable posts, we'll bring it back. And there we go. Rename symbol and the refactoring tools in VS Code are very powerful. That's what changes from just a text editor over to a stronger IDE. An IDE has features like this. Keep it in mind when you need to do a big rename, instead of just doing find all and replace all, go ahead and use rename symbol.
One of the big reasons why VS Code has grown in such popularity so quickly is its extension marketplace. The extension marketplace allows us to customize VS Code to however we as individuals code, and it helps us become more productive for our specific use cases. I want to talk quickly about a little bit of how the extensions work and a little bit of what we can do with the extensions. I know we touched on this a little bit in the videos earlier. VS Code has done a great job at making extensions easy to use. Here we have the extension marketplace. We can scroll down, see what's trending. We can see the most popular extensions here: Python, C, ESLint, Prettier, which we'll talk about later, Live Server, which we'll talk about later in the course. All of these great extensions we can add to our own VS Code. We can add them through the website right here, marketplace.visualstudio.com, and we can click install, which actually just opens up VS Code. You can say open VS Code right there. I'll click cancel. I usually don't really search in the marketplace myself. I go straight to VS Code itself, to the extensions tab right here in the sidebar, and that is Command-Shift-X to open that up. So far, we have these 4 extensions installed. Here are some recommended extensions that we can also install. We'll talk a lot more about extensions later in this course. But really what I want to do is just show off that you can search for things like Prettier. Once we click install right here, you can see the extension install. You can see it over here. It'll open up the docs and all that good stuff that you can read through down here. Definitely read through each of the docs for each extension that you're looking to install. I can close that, go into my extensions. If I needed to uninstall this, let's say I didn't have that typed in and we had all of our installed extensions right here. You can see this drop down right here. We have 5 installed. I can go down to Prettier, click the settings thing right here, and click uninstall. That'll say reload required, so we'll go ahead and reload it. So that's installing and uninstalling extensions. Another thing we can do is say we have a project here. This is getting started with JavaScript. So if we had a Python extension installed, and let's go ahead and install this one, always be sure to read the number of downloads it has. It's important to know if it's the popular one you're looking for, or if it's named the same but not the popular one. I'll click install there. Installing, go ahead, do your thing. And then once that installs, I can go and close this out. So let's say we are in this JavaScript project and we have this Python extension installed and this Pylance one also. We don't want these Python extensions working in this JavaScript project. Rule of thumb, the more extensions that we have, the slower VS Code is going to get. Now, VS Code is very good at staying performant, but it's always good to say, let's not install any extensions that we don't need for a project. Instead of uninstalling these, we can actually just go to this settings right here and say disable for the workspace or disable across all of our projects. For this workspace, this instance of VS Code will say, this is JavaScript, we don't need Python. So we'll disable that, and notice it disabled 1 and 2. This Jupyter one, I don't know where that came from. It seems like the Python one installed it. Let's disable that one as well. And now, this VS Code workspace for this JavaScript project does not have any Python extensions enabled. The next thing I want to talk about is something really fun. If I go into my Explorer right here, let's say I am working on this project and I have a couple other people working on this project as well. To get us synced up, I want everybody to have the certain extensions that I'm using. Maybe I want them to have Prettier so they can auto-format their code so we are all on the same page. You can actually tell VS Code to recommend extensions to anybody working in the same project. Now, this is a really cool feature. You can do Command-Shift-P to open up the command palette right there and say recommended extensions. So this will configure the recommended extensions. I'll click that. And now VS Code has opened up a .VS Code folder with a new extensions.json file. And let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. It's a little small there.
And to add to this, we have to go over here to this recommendations array and start adding here. So the way to do that is if I go into extensions, and let's say I wanted prettier, you would click on prettier itself, and I'm going to close the sidebar with Command B. And this is what you want right here, esbn p.prettier-vs code. So I'll copy that, go into extensions.json, and recommended right there. Now that this is in the recommendations in this extensions.json file, I can close this whole project, and let's say we give this project to somebody else. Let's say they git clone it, they download it, whatever they do, and they bring it into their VS Code. So I'll reopen VS Code, and let's make sure this folder is opened. I might have to reopen it. So I can click open folder here, or I can just drag and drop it in. And now once it's open on another person's computer and VS Code says, oh, there's this recommendations, it'll do this pop-up down here and says, do you want to install the recommended extensions for this repo? So this is really great for when you're working on projects with a big team or even just a small team, right? You can show recommendations, or you can click install. I'll click install there, and it automatically goes ahead and installs it. And you'll see that it went to the extensions sidebar panel here, and it did the @recommended. So workspace recommendations are right there. Other recommendations, we don't need those, but it's really good to see that just with this one file, we can say that all the people on our team are going to be on the same VS Code page. That's it for extensions. We've installed, uninstalled, checked out the extension marketplace. We have been able to disable per workspace, and we're able to recommend our friends and other coders the extensions that we want them to use. The next feature I want to talk about, which is essential to using VS Code, especially when you have multiple computers, is settings sync. We've already changed a few settings. We've already changed a few extensions here in our VS Code setup. We don't really want to redo this when we go over to another computer that we own, right? Maybe we have a work computer and we also have a personal computer. VS Code's solved this problem for us. We just go into this little icon down here with this person face. We click here and go sign in to sync settings. You have the option of Microsoft or GitHub. We'll go sign in with GitHub. That'll open us up here. All you have to do is click continue after you've logged in with GitHub. Now it'll say, hey, VS Code wants to open this link. Can we do that? Yep. We'll say allow this extension to open this URI. Yes, go ahead. And with that, anytime we sign into VS Code across any different computer, we are going to have our settings and extensions synced all the way across. In this video, we'll be talking about one of the most often used features of VS Code, but sometimes I see people that just don't take advantage of them. So I want you to be aware that snippets are a big part of VS Code's workflows. Here, I'll open up a new file, and you can do this by clicking Command N. Or you can also, if I close that with Command W, just double click right here and it'll open up a new file. Snippets are really useful because it basically just takes a ton of code that you have to write often and shortens it down to a couple characters so that it expands whatever you're typing. For instance, if we were in a JavaScript file and I went down here and to the status bar and clicked select language mode, you can click JavaScript right here. And I type in a for loop and I can type for, you can see that IntelliSense came in and said, hey, maybe you want these things. And you can click this for right here for the for loop, and look at this. It made a giant for loop of stuff that I usually had to write by hand, but now it just does it for me. And I can actually type and say let index, that makes sense, and I'll press tab. And now that goes over to the next thing, and I can say items, and that will be enough to take that over, and I can change this to item. So all in all, a snippet was able to help us write all of this code just by typing in for, FO, clicking down a couple times, and then pressing enter. Another way that you can activate a snippet using IntelliSense is FO and just press tab, and that will autocomplete whatever is highlighted. And again, FO, click down a couple times and then do tab, and now we have a different sort of for loop.
So snippets are very powerful, and especially when they are shown to us by IntelliSense. So let me delete all of this. The other ways we can activate a snippet is if I did Command-Shift-P with the command palette and did snippet. I can do insert snippet, click that, and now you can do your search in here. So there's the for loop. There are some other things like this do while. We can scroll down and see all the other things. Let's do a set interval. So I did the set interval, and let's say we want it at 1000 milliseconds. I can press tab, which are called tab stops in snippets. And now I can write all of my code here. The cool thing about snippets is that they have those tab stops where it says, hey, here's some code that you may want to write. But also, if you press tab, here are the relevant places you probably want to customize for yourself. I highly recommend Command-Shift-P to open up the command palette, insert snippet right there, click enter, and just scroll down and see what is built into VS Code. There's a lot in there. But what also is cool is that extensions are able to extend how many snippets we have. So if I go into my extensions panel right here, and I do @category, and let me actually just type this in from scratch, and if you just type in @snippets, you'll see this autocomplete thing, category snippets, and I can click that. And you'll notice there are some extensions that have snippets. So these are just larger language style packages that also have snippets. There are some extensions that do have just snippets. So here's the ES6 code snippets one. I can click that. It'll open it up. And if I scroll down, you should be able to see the snippets that are in this package. It tells you what languages it will open snippets in. I can scroll down. IMP does this nice import, which is really helpful. IMD does it when it's destructured of an import. So we're going to talk about this more in the JavaScript workflows video, but here I'm just going to go ahead and install it and enable it. That's great. So there's RQR for require and all of these good snippets to add to ourselves. Now the thing about this is that it can be really hard to remember which snippet that you want. So I would say read through the docs, get familiar with the ones that you think you'll use the most. For me, IMP for sure takes the cake for imports. We have IMD for import destructuring, and I can type that and say React, and I can do like use state like that. And I press tab to jump between the two areas from this right side to this left side. And if you don't know what snippet you need, you can do Command-Shift-P, insert snippet, and just do import. And notice how this autocomplete stuff is going to help you out with the ones that you want. I didn't even know IMA exists. What is that? Oh, import as alias. Gotcha. So I can say React, use state. I probably wouldn't use it in this case, but go state. Command palette is a really good friend to this for snippets. So that's how we can do that. The last part of this video is I want to teach you how to build your own custom snippets. This is really helpful. There's a couple different things that you could need for yourself that maybe are not in certain specific snippet packages. So for us, to start a new snippet, I'll do Command-Shift-P and do snippets. And you can see here, preferences, configure user snippets. So we'll press that right there. And now this can be a new global snippets file. You can say a file specific to a language like JavaScript, TypeScript, or TypeScript React, whatever you need. I'm going to go and say global snippets file. So this will activate in pretty much all of the files we have. And I'll just name this Chris snippets, I guess. All right, so place your global snippets here. Each snippet is defined under a snippet name and has a scope, prefix, body. So this is a good example for the snippet that you can use. So I'll actually copy this right here. And actually, I'll uncomment this out because it's already in this big object that we need. So Command / will uncomment. And I'll delete that right there. So this is print to console. Scope is JavaScript or TypeScript. Prefix is the trigger word that you're going to use. So here is log. You're going to write out the word log. And then the body is going to be console.log.
and then $2 is where you're going to tab stop over to. And you get a description. So let's run through what this means. Prefix is what we're going to type. Body is what's going to get inserted. And then the tab stops, where we're going to fill in information, is this $1 and $2. And the way you can do multiple lines is you do an array like that. So let's go check this out in our application. We have a JavaScript file here. If I go here and type in log, you can see print to console, and that's the one we just created. So I'll click that. You see, hi there, I am typing at first position. And then if I press tab here, it'll jump over to $2, and I can keep on my merry way. And command / to comment that out. So if I go back over here, print to console is what's going to show in the description. Scope is here, prefix is here, body is what gets inserted, and description, if I go over here, command P, insert snippet, log output to console. So this is the description that shows, but when you're in the file itself, it shows the actual name of the snippet. We can also add a default value for this. If I remove these strings right here, and I did a bracket around the 1, like this, and I did my object, and I can do the same for this too, and say write more. So now, anything inside of this brackets on the right side of this colon will be the default value. So let's say I go over here to our JavaScript file, I type in log, print to console. Now my object, I can say whatever my object is that I'm console logging, maybe it's data, press tab, and then I can keep on my merry way. So that's how we can add default values to snippets. Snippets are really, really powerful. Writing your own is very helpful. You might not need to though, because of the great extensions in the extension marketplace. I guess the hardest part about using snippets is knowing which snippets exist. So that does take a little bit of work up front to go read out the docs and make sure you do command P, insert snippet, and kind of read through everything in there. This next feature I want to talk about is something I love, absolutely love working with, and I use it on a daily basis. It's called Emmet. Now that might sound like a weird name for a tool, but Emmet is a very cool tool to let us write better HTML and CSS even faster than we ever thought possible. So Emmet, I'm on Emmet's website. The cool thing about Emmet is that it's available in many editors. So it's in VS Code. You can even use it inside of a CodePen. So here I am inside of a CodePen, and if I look at the Emmet cheat sheet, so if you want to get good at Emmet, definitely check out the cheat sheet. It helps us do all of the fancy Emmet things. Let me go here into CodePen and I'll demonstrate here, and then we'll go into VS Code and we'll demonstrate there. If I wanted to write some HTML, I would say div, let's do an h2 and say hi there, h2 there, p tag, and say let's get started, a button maybe, go now, and we'll close that div. So that's a hero image or a hero section to a website. Let's talk about how we can do the same thing with Emmet. And this follows closely along with the snippets video that came before this. It's basically writing a ton of code by writing less. To do that, I'm going to say div, and then do this arrow. So that's saying inside of this div, there's going to be an h2, and the text in the h2 is going to say hi there. And then next to the h2, I'm going to have a p tag, and it's going to say let's get started. And then next to that, I'll have a button, and it's going to say go now. And all I have to do now is press tab, and that will autocomplete all of that thanks to Emmet. And you got that nice kind of preview inside of CodePen. And that's Emmet. The other cool things we can do with Emmet, and I know I'm working in VS Code, but this is a CodePen. The syntax is the exact same from CodePen to VS Code. So you can actually type all of this that I'm typing in VS Code. I can do like a UL inside of that, an LI. We can say times 5 of those. And now there's 5 list items. Inside of those, an A tag. And inside of those, say text. There we go, right there. In addition to that, we can do classes and IDs. You can say div and say hero. And then inside of that hero, I'm going to have a list of p tags. So let's say p and say item. And inside of that, I am a paragraph. But what's cool about Emmet is we can actually do a little bit more. We can say I am paragraph number and put a $sign there. And then we'll say times 10. And notice how you have 10 paragraphs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way down. And you can even put the $sign on the class name itself. And press tab, and that will autocomplete all of that there. So Emmet is a fantastic tool. You can use this to write React code, HTML, Vue code, whatever you're doing. And there's a handy dandy cheat sheet that I'm going to put a link to down in the description below. And I don't want to spend too much time on Emmet here in this course because it's such a big topic. I actually love Emmet so much that I went ahead and made a free Emmet course called Faster with Emmet. And you can find that at fasterwithemmet.com. Completely free, teaches you all the fancy things about Emmet, and you can see how to use Emmet with HTML, React, Vue, and even CSS. So if we go back into VS Code, we open up a new file. It won't really work in a Markdown file. We can say div hello. Doesn't really work, right? We would have to say, click this right here, and let's go into an HTML file. And I can delete that now, and I can say div.html, and see this Emmet abbreviation is already started. If I click this drop down, it'll show the abbreviation right there. And that will actually be like an H2 header. And the text is going to be, whoa, and then plus a p tag, and we'll call that content. And inside of that, I'll say I am the content. So a little bit different of a UI than CodePen had, but we get the preview here just the same. We are able to press tab and see all of our code get written out thanks to Emmet inside of VS Code. Definitely keep in mind Emmet and Snippets, but really all of these features are going to hook into the VS Code's IntelliSense features. All of that was in IntelliSense, and notice how IntelliSense is able to hint at all of these things for us. So IntelliSense is just showing its value over and over again in this course. This essential feature is a small one, and you might not need it, so maybe I shouldn't have called it an essential feature, but I use it often, so I think it's worth knowing that VS Code actually has a command line interface. It has a CLI. So this is actually really useful when you're moving around a couple different projects and you use your terminal a lot. And I'm not talking about the terminal that's built into VS Code just yet, but we will talk about that later in the workflows videos. The one built into VS Code lives right here with Control tilde, and it's in the panels down here. I can close that. But if you're working in something like iTerm or Terminal or PowerShell, whatever you have, there's a way to add some VS Code functionality to your terminal. So let's say I have a couple different projects here. I have the Spacebar app, I have the Better Dev site, I have the Getting Started with JavaScript folder. I have all of these different folders in here. How do I go ahead and open them up in VS Code? Well, as we've seen, there are a couple different ways. We could go down here, open VS Code, do Command O, and open different folders. Another cool way is we can skip a step where we go open VS Code and then open a folder in there. We can go in here and say code spacebar. So this code CLI tool right here, this command, will let us open whatever folder we wanted to open, which in this case is spacebar. I'll click enter. And now VS Code opens up with that folder and everything in the Explorer right there. And you can see the install recommended extensions that we've seen before, but all of that stuff is there. So how do we get this cool tool for the code, and then we can open up whatever project we have? If we go into VS Code, Command-Shift-P, this is how we install the code CLI tools. We're going to type install code command in path. And what this does is it actually installs the CLI tools, code successfully installed in path, and definitely look through the docs. I'm going to add a link to the docs down below just to make sure that you get your installation correct. And if you go back to your terminal here, and you may have to close and reopen if you added a new tool to your path. I already have it installed, so I'll go here and say code -- help. And I'm a little zoomed in for this video, but you can see the different options that we have. But now you can use the word code to open up whatever folder you wanted, the Better Dev website, and I'll press tab to autocomplete that, press enter, and that opens it up in VS Code. So not an essential tool, but very helpful, especially if you work in the command line a lot. Definitely give it an install by going into your command palette and doing install command to path. We are going to start the HTML and CSS workflow with a couple features and a couple settings. Let's talk about the built-in features of VS Code. There are the Emmet feature that we're going to talk about, which we have talked about. I just think it's so important when working with HTML in VS Code that I want to talk on some of my favorite features here. We're going to talk about code folding, which is very helpful when you have really large files and when you need organization help. We're going to talk about the built-in color picker, which is a nice convenience. And we'll talk about CSS class definition hovers. Those are the 4 features that are built into VS Code that I really like to point out. And the settings that I like to change out for VS Code, HTML, and CSS are auto closing tags. These are an interesting thing that some people have specific preferences for, so I want to point them out. Linked editing, wrap attributes as well. Those are the things we're going to do in this video as far as features and settings goes, and the next video we will handle extensions. Let's get right into it. We have VS Code right here. I'm going to open up a brand new file with Command N. And as we set up before, our default language is Markdown, but I want to work with some HTML. So down here in the status bar, I can click that and type in HTML, or I can do Command-Shift-P, language mode, and I'll change language mode to HTML. And now that we're in HTML, Emmet can take over and say, okay, now it is my turn to give you auto-completion for whatever you want to type in here. For Emmet to start a brand new document, you can do HTML:5, which is the Emmet abbreviation you see here that gives you a whole doc type, HTML, head, body, and then we start typing here. If I press tab here, it'll go ahead and autocomplete all of that stuff. Or a really fun one, if you're starting a new HTML file with Emmet, is just press ! And that's the same exact thing. It gives you the brand new HTML file. I'll go down here and let's do a div. Inside of that, let's do an h2 plus a p tag. And I'll press tab there. And we'll say title goes here. Actually, we can be smarter about this. Let's actually write something out. VS Code is awesome. And then down here in the p tag, this is really cool stuff to make us productive. One of the first features I like to point out about Emmet is that if you have a large HTML file, if I click into one of these divs, maybe the opening div or the closing div, you can do Command-Shift-P to open up the command palette. You can say matching pair, and it'll actually go to the ending div right there. And this works for the H2 as well. Let's go to this end of H2. I'll do the same thing. Go to matching pair. And it goes to the start of it. So if you are having trouble finding where all of your opening and closing tags are, use that, matching pair. Another really good one is, let's say I wanted to wrap all this in a header tag. So if I did this, I would have to go header right here, go down a couple times, and add in a header right there. But VS Code and Emmet give us a stronger way to do this. If I highlight all of this right here, you can do Command-Shift-P, wrap with abbreviation. I can type in header. I can even add a class called site-header. And I'll press enter, and that will add it and wrap everything I just highlighted with that. What's even cooler about this is I had to manually highlight right there. If I didn't want to do that, there's a feature called Balance Outward with Emmet, where I can do Command-Shift-P. If I'm inside of this, we can say Outward, and that will Emmet Balance Outward, and it will highlight everything. And if I did it again, Command-Shift-P, and notice recently used is at the very top, I can press Enter again. It just keeps highlighting up and up the chain. This is cool. If I start even in this P tag, I try Balance Outward. It'll do that. One more time, it'll get the P tags. One more time, it'll get everything inside the divs. Divs, header, header. And then we can even do the wrap with abbreviation there. And maybe wrap this in a main tag or another div and give it like a container class. There we go. So those are really fun and useful Emmet features right there. Next up, let's talk about code folding. Code folding is built right into VS Code, really helpful when you have large HTML files. Over here on the left, you can see these arrows. If you click them, it will fold that specific div. If you click that, it'll fold that. So a really fun visual feature to help you organize and maybe work on certain sections of your code. Another way to activate this is if I'm on this div, I can do Option, Command, and the opening bracket to collapse it, and the closing bracket to open it back up. And if I keep doing this, it'll just keep going up the chain. And if I go down here and expand that out, I could do that with the arrows as well. So a feature to keep in mind with VS Code is code folding. Next up, really fun feature of VS Code, really helpful for when you're working with CSS, is if I had a style here, and let's give it a background color, and notice IntelliSense is working thanks to VS Code here. I'll do background color. We get even more IntelliSense and color choices right here, but I'm going to go with hashtag cuckoo. It's my default go-to random hex color. So we get a color picker here. We can see the color, and if you hover it, you can actually go through and pick a new color, and it'll insert the hex value right there. So that works in inline styles. If you go up to the head of your document, create a style right here, and I'll use Emmet to create the style tag. I can do container, background, color, and let's do that right there. It also works within style tags. It also works within CSS files. You can hover and get your nice color picker. The next feature I want to talk about is the CSS class definition hovers. If I hover over this right here, it shows you the specificity. It says element is class is container right there. This is helpful if you have a couple nested CSS classes. Maybe you're using Sass or less. If I had this main and container, and now I hover this, the rule is actually saying, oh, you're going to have a main element here, and then down below, inside of that nested under main, you're going to have this class of container. So this works for many classes, and I know you probably wouldn't want to have this many nested classes, but it does it anyway, and it shows you what that hierarchy looks like. A little helpful feature when you're working with CSS. Next up, let's talk about the 3 settings that we had that we lined up earlier. We are going to talk about auto closing tags. Let's say over here, if I go ahead and type in a div here and I close that div, VS Code will say, okay, you wanted the closing div right there. I'll close it for you. This isn't my personal preferred behavior. I know a lot of people like this. I personally don't. I personally prefer it to type in the closing bracket and then it auto completes it. If I do the open bracket and then /, then it auto closes it. That kind of signifies to me that I am asking for the closing tag. So if you don't like auto closing tags that are built into VS Code, go into settings, auto closing tags right there. And you can disable it for HTML and JavaScript and TypeScript. Again, personal preference. I don't really like it. I personally prefer when it does the autocomplete IntelliSense kind of helper right there, and it says, hey, is this what you wanted? And then you can go in here and press enter, and it'll do it for you. The next setting to talk about is auto updating tags. If I go up here to this header tag and I said, oh, I actually just want that to be a normal div, I would have to go find the closing tag that corresponds to it and say div. VS Code has a setting where both of these can link, so if you change one, the other changes. I'll go into settings and say linked editing. We'll turn that on. And now if I go into my HTML file, notice how it's highlighted. I can do Command D to select it and say header, and it updates both this and the closing tag. The final setting we are going to talk about is wrapping attributes. So if I go here and I say Command-Shift-P and I format this document, you'll notice that a lot of it gets formatted, but I want to talk about elements where they have a lot of properties on them. So if I go here, I create an A tag. Let's have href. Let's have a class is going to be a couple different things. Hi, I am looking forward to learning more VS Code. And I'm just trying to get a super long class here. Let's go ahead here and add a title as well. Here we go. Title is my link. And then down here, go and learn more. So I'll go ahead and format this, format document. And notice how it keeps everything on one line. I personally prefer my formatting to break these properties onto multiple different lines. We can go into settings and say wrap attributes. HTML format wrap attributes is set to auto. You can go ahead and change that to force. So I go over here and I'll do format again, Command-Shift-P, format. And notice how it brought href, class, and title down to their own lines. All right, that's a little bit better, but we can do maybe better than this on our formatting. We'll be talking a lot more on auto formatting, auto saving, and how we can get formatting to be a really big part of our productive workflow in the auto format workflow videos. All right, that's going to wrap it up for HTML, CSS features and settings. Next up is extensions. We have talked about workflow and features and settings. Let's start talking about extensions for HTML and CSS. The extensions we are going to talk about in this video are color highlight, CSS peak, HTML end tag labels, code spell check, and HTML CSS support. So these are the ones I think are pretty close to essential for HTML and CSS development. They all make HTML and CSS development pretty quick. The first one here is we get this nice little icon for the color right there, and we get this color picker. We can extend this a little bit further. I'm going to open up extensions with Command-Shift-X. Let's search for color highlight. And what this does is it highlights web colors in your editor. So I can install this and enable it right there. Let's go back to our HTML file. And now we get even more of a color show on this file. If I scroll down, you should see that cuckoo one is down there as well. Well, not cuckoo anymore. There we go. So color highlight is a nice one to have. Let's make this section a little bit more robust. Let's say we have an external style sheet, because usually we will have an external style sheet when we're working with CSS, right? We're not going to do inline styles or have a style tag in our file. So let's take this call out. I'm going to cut that out right here, and I'm going to delete that. And I'm going to put all of this into a brand new file. I'm going to go into Command-Shift-P, new file. I'm going to do it from the workspace root, which is just a / there. And we're going to say style.css. And we'll paste that in there. Save that with Command-S. Now notice this created a brand new file. If I wanted to check, I could do Command-Shift-E to open up the Explorer. And I'll do Command-B to close the sidebar again. If we go back to index.html, let's make sure that we link this. So I'm going to press link, which is an Emmet abbreviation, and we'll do :CSS. And you can see what Emmet is going to give us, rel style sheet, href style.css, perfect. I'll press enter, and that is exactly what we needed. VS Code even knows how to link it. So if you did option click, you could follow this to open up that file. I'll go back into our HTML file. If we scroll down here, there's something that's bothering me though. If I right click this and say go to definition, it says no definition found for this callout function, class. And you might be thinking, well, VS Code should be smart enough to know that, right? What we can do is add an extension to add in this feature. And this one we're going to add is called CSS Peek. To open up our extensions, I'll do CSS Peek. You can install this, and what it does is it allows peeking and go-to definition for IDs and class strings. So if I go back here, it should know if I right-click this and say go-to definition, it'll open up the style.css file. It knows where it's defined, and it can take us there. If we go back to the HTML file, if I hover over it and say right-click, peek definition, it now shows right underneath this callout. So we haven't left the HTML file. It shows, hey, this is the definition of this callout. And I can actually change this to 20 and press save in there, and it saves over here. So if I close that, go back to style.css, check it out, 20 pixels is right there. So CSS Peek is really helpful at knowing the classes that are in your project. The next extension is going to be a HTML extension. So if I go to my index.html, if I had a large HTML file, there can be a lot of divs inside of a large HTML file. So let's say div times 10, and I'll press tab to autocomplete that. Let's say we have a bunch of divs, and we weren't really sure where everything ended. There could be a lot of content in all of these. There's a really handy extension that we can use that actually tells us which div ends where. So if I did Command-Shift-X to open up our extensions panel right there, I'll say HTML end tag labels. Now if we install this right here, and we go back to our HTML file, nothing really shows just yet because everything is pretty easy to read. So once we actually click here, let's say we enter into this callout, I'll Command-click to get multi-cursor, and I'll press enter a bunch of times. Once we get off screen and you can know that the parent to this isn't anywhere close to it, that extension actually says, hey, this ends the callout class div right here. Really helpful when you get really large files for HTML and you just want to know what each div ends. The next one we'll talk about is one that can help us solve things like this. If you have HTML, you usually have a lot of content inside of your HTML. Let's say it's copy, it's giant paragraphs, it's marketing text. If I open up our extensions panel with Command-Shift-X, let's search for code spell checker. Code spell checker, this one that has 2.7 million, let's install it. It will go ahead and highlight any text that it deems not spelled correctly. So that is one of them that is not a common word. And let's say I spelled common wrong, then it would highlight there. So very helpful when you're typing a lot of text, and just an easy one to help you find your typos. The final extension is the big HTML and CSS one. If I go into our extensions panel in the sidebar, I will search for HTML CSS support. And this is the big HTML CSS extension to use, install right here. And what this does is it actually gives us nice IntelliSense features to know about IDs, classes, embedded style sheets, and even external style sheets. So what that means is if I go into our HTML right here, scroll up, let's delete this. If I activated IntelliSense with Control Spacebar, it says, hey, you have a class called callout. Maybe you want to use that. So if I go over here, click that, that was an easy way to know the classes that were in my project. You can imagine this can be very helpful when you have a giant list of classes. The other really cool thing about this extension is that it can handle external style sheets. So if I right click this and I say close to the right, I'll just close all of those windows, tabs. We don't need them. Save right there. Let's go ahead and go into our settings, Command, comma. If I did CSS style sheets, right here, it has to be done in settings.json, and I'll show you why in a second. If you click here, it
builds out an array for us. So CSS style sheets. I'm going to paste in the CDN version of Tailwind. So there is a style sheet right there. And now if we go back over here, that extension will go and look at that file and say, okay, I know all of the classes inside of Tailwind now. So I can press spacebar here and I can do control spacebar to activate IntelliSense. I can do background red 500. And notice how it gave me autocomplete for all of the things inside of the Tailwind CSS style sheet. You can do this for any CSS framework. If you have a Bootstrap project, if you have a Bulma project, Foundation, all that good stuff, you just say in your settings, these are the style sheets I want to look at. And you can do multiple with comma and all of those. So multiple like that because it's an array in there. But HTML, CSS will go ahead, find them all, and look through and give you this nice IntelliSense autocomplete here. All right, that's going to wrap it up for the HTML, CSS workflow. There's a lot to unpack in this video. I hope that was helpful, and we're going to be doing the same setup for all the other workflows.
In this video, we will be talking about the Node and NPM workflow. And this is a really important workflow because it spans any JavaScript that you're going to do inside of VS Code. If it has a package.json, you're going to be using NPM, and therefore this is going to span JavaScript, React, Node, Next.js. All of that stuff is this video. So let's talk about the extensions we were going to use in this video. We're going to use NPM, which is an amazing extension all on its own. We're going to use the gitignore extension, NPM IntelliSense extension, version lens, and import cost. All of these, I think, are fantastic extensions to use when you're working with Node and NPM, so let's get started. Here we go. Let's go into extensions, and the first one we'll go into is NPM. And this is the 3.9 mil one that we want. We'll install. And let me show you what this does for us. Normally, if you have a brand new file project right here, I would go into my terminal, control tilde, and say npm init, and say yes. And that would create a brand new package.json, and I could start working with a Node project. But here, I think a really great workflow to have here is to try to use the command palette as much as possible. If we can move things into the command palette, all the better. We save more time because we don't have to open up the terminal, type into there. We can just do Command-Shift-P, npm, and you can see all of the tools that are part of this package right here. And we can run init. So it actually opens up the terminal still, but we got to initialize it from the command palette. So we'll say, yep, enter. Entry point is index.js, enter. And we'll just keep pressing enter all the way across. Is this okay? Yes. And then I can close the terminal, control tilde, and we have our package.json. So that one wasn't the best example of it because we still had to go into our terminal to do stuff. What I can do next, though, is let's do an install. What I can do next is let's say we wanted to install a package here. I would open up my terminal, Command K to clear that out, and I could say npm install, let's say express. So now we have a node modules and a package-lock.json. What you can do here is just delete this right here, move to trash, delete this one as well, move to trash, is we can do Command-Shift-P, npm install, and now we can install dependencies from there. I use this a lot when I open up a brand new project. I git clone a project from GitHub. First thing I'll do is npm install. Next up, let's say we had a package script. Let's say there's the test script right here. Let's have start, and we'll just say node server.js. And let's create a server.js right here. We won't really do anything here, but once we save that, we can Command-Shift-P, npm run, and you can run init, audit, build, script is what we want. So let's run script, and we can run these scripts. So it automatically pulls the scripts out of our package.json, and you can see it will run the start right here, and it goes ahead and runs node server.js. So a lot of the time I will git clone with git clone right here. And then I'll go ahead and npm install dependencies. And then I'll go ahead and npm run a script. And just like that, I have my entire project running with 3 command palette commands. The second extension we have is git ignore. Command Shift X to open up our extensions. I'll say git ignore right here. We'll install this for 1 million installs. 1,000,001 now. And from here, if we open up our Explorer, Node Modules is going to be committed to our GitHub repo. We definitely do not want that since it's a giant folder. We want to add a git ignore. So normally you would do .git ignore file, but here I can do git ignore and just add a git ignore. And then it will pull from GitHub the defaults, and we can type in node right here, and that will go ahead and create a .git ignore based on node projects. And it will go ahead and Node Modules will be somewhere down here. There we go. Thanks to that, we can add a git ignore with the git ignore package. The third extension we'll talk about is npm IntelliSense. Now, this is a small one, but it gives you some good functionality, especially when you're doing requires. You can do require, and it will autocomplete the packages that are in your project. So I'll go back to my server.js, Command P to open up files, server.js. While I could type out the entire require statement right here, a cool thing you can do with the npm IntelliSense package is Command Shift P, type in IntelliSense, and we can import a module right from here, and it pulls the ones in from our package.json. We'll say express is the one we want. And we can say express right here. It gives you the destructured version so you can pull out like anything you want to destructure, but we'll leave that there. The next thing we can do is extension number 4 is version lens. With version lens, it's not the most popular package. That is a lot of installs, but not the most popular. We can go into our package.json. And we have our dependencies here. So let's say there's Express. Let me add a couple more. Let me just add random ones. npm install React, React DOM. Let's type in next. Let's go for Lodash. And now that we have these packages installed right here, Version Lens is a package that gives us a nice little V button on the top right of our package.json. We can click that and it starts initializing, and it goes and grabs the latest version of each of our packages. So if I changed React over to, let's say, 16.9.0, it'll say, okay, that's fine. 16.14 is what comes in, but latest is 17.02. So I can actually click this and it updates those. So you can quickly look at your entire package.json, see what's outdated, and click a couple buttons and update everything. Again, you would have to npm install after you updated the numbers, but then you'd be good to go. And when you're done using it, just press the V again so you turn that off and you're back to a normal package.json. The last extension of this video is going to be import cost. And I'll go ahead and install that. And we'll go ahead and enable it. Now, the cool thing about import cost, if I open up a brand new file, let's go into create a new file. We'll just call it app.js. I can import React from React. It will automatically calculate the size of this dependency. So when you start using third-party packages, you can see the size of what you're going to ship to your user. gzipped, this is only 3 kilobytes. Import React DOM from React DOM. That should be a little bit larger if it calculates that. There we go, 39.4 kilobytes, gzipped. Import cost is a really good extension just to have that knowledge of what you're shipping to your users. Smaller bundle sizes equals faster apps. All right, those are some great Node and NPM extensions. Moving forward, we're going to do a lot more JavaScript, and we'll see more JavaScript extensions and workflows. Let's keep moving forward. This video is all about the JavaScript workflow. Now, I think this might be the biggest video in the course, along with the accompanying video right after this, JavaScript extensions. JavaScript is such a big part of VS Code that a lot of the features are built around a lot of JavaScript things. So this is going to be a really fun one. Let's talk about the built-in features of VS Code that are going to be in this video. We'll do a little bit more IntelliSense. IntelliSense is just so important. We can't ignore it. JSDoc, very important, also helps out with IntelliSense. Auto imports, a byproduct of IntelliSense. Code navigation and renaming, also IntelliSense. Code actions on save, and update imports on move. All of these features, once you start working them into your workflows, will make you a more productive JavaScript developer. All right, here I have a new folder with just a blank app.js. Let's start seeing how some things work out. We've already seen how IntelliSense works a little bit. If we did const button is equal to document dot, I can start typing in something like query selector. And you'll notice that if I close that out, we have query selector and we have options for what we can do as far as parameters that are passed into query selector all or query selector, all that good stuff right there. So IntelliSense is always present, always helping us out. And there are a lot of extensions that hook into IntelliSense that you've seen so far. Something I want to do is show off a little bit more of how our code uses IntelliSense. Let's write out a function called add, and we'll say a, b. Here it will return a plus b. What we can do here is go down and use add, and if we expand this right here, it says function add, a is any, b is any, and it returns any. So you might not be using a lot of these type features, but they are very helpful, and I'll show you how to use them. By adding in a JSDoc, which is a comment above a JavaScript function that shows a little bit about what that function does, you type in /**, and we get the snippet right here of adding in a JSDoc comment. You can press enter or tab to autocomplete, and now it read our function and said, hey, there's 2 params in here, and it's going to return something. So let's fill this out. The first one is going to be a number. I'll press tab and we'll say the first number to add. I'll press tab again, and this will also be a number. Within these brackets, we're going to add the type of what the parameter is. It could be string, number, Boolean. Here it's number. The second number to add. We are going to return a number, and I'm going to type in add 2 numbers together as the title. So with this JSDoc comment, VS Code can read all through this, read the function itself, and give us even more IntelliSense when I say add. And check that out. All of the stuff that we just wrote out is now in the IntelliSense. So it's add 2 numbers together, first number to add, second number, returns a number, and all of that is right there. Really nice. So we say, let's do like hi, like that. And it won't really show an error yet. We're going to install an extension in the next video that will help out and show errors here so that we can be even more productive. Moving forward, a lot of the things we're going to do is catch errors early, which is really nice so that we don't have to go to our browser, find the error, come back, try to debug. It's all helped out right inside of VS Code. Let's make our example a little bit more robust. Let's add a new file. We'll call this add.js. That'll be our helper function. And I'll move this whole thing from here into here, and I'll say export default. Let's go ahead and add a new one. Let's say this is called people.js, and I'll say const people, and I'll just make it an array of 1 person. Export default people. The cool thing about this now is we have a feature called auto import. So if I wanted to come in here and say add, the cool thing about IntelliSense is that it knows all of the files that we have in our workspace. It knows all of the symbols or functions, variables, everything inside of those files. So I can go in here and say add, and you'll notice it brought in all the IntelliSense, and it says auto import from .add. So that's the file right next to us. I'll click enter right there, and it brought in the auto import. Really nice. So I'll say 1, 2 right there. We can even bring in people, and it knows to bring in the const people is the array of objects. They can auto import that as well. I'll click that and it auto imported. Thanks to IntelliSense knowing the symbols around our files, we can do a couple things like Command T, which is going to search symbols across all files, and I can say add, and that'll open up the add.js file right there, or people. I've been using Command T to open symbols a lot more often recently. Another thing is if you're already in a file, you could do Command Shift O, which will search for symbols in this file only. So Command T is symbols across your workspace. Command Shift O is symbols in your current file. So if I come back to app.js, Command Shift O, no symbols in there because we're just using a function. We haven't declared any variables or functions. One other thing that we can do is right-click, source action, and we can say organize imports. And if you have a lot of imports, it will organize them and it will remove any unused imports. More on that, we could go into our settings, code actions on save. We can force VS Code to organize our imports on save so we don't have to manually do that. This goes hand in hand with that auto format video that we just did. Edit settings. This is going to be an object, and I definitely recommend using the docs because it's hard to tell what to write here. But I did Control Spacebar, and IntelliSense showed what we could write. Organize imports is what we want, and we want that to be true. So that will happen on save, and we never have to look at it again. It will remove any unused imports as well. The last cool thing about VS Code's JavaScript features that I want to point out is updating imports on move. So let's say right here I have .add and I have .people, the files that are pulled from right here. I can add a new folder and we can say helpers. And let's drag add.js into the helpers folder. And it says, hey, are you sure you want to move add.js into helpers? Yes, move that over there. And then here's the fun part. Do we update the imports for add.js? Yes, or you can always automatically update imports, which is what I have set to because whenever I move my files, I would love my imports to be updated as well. And notice how it changed that to /helpers/add. We'll do it with people also, and we'll move that there. The reason I don't have don't ask me again is because I just want to be sure if I'm moving files. Sometimes I've accidentally moved files and I didn't know that I did. So this is a good way for me to know, hey, you're moving a file. And there we go. Update on the import. All of those are children of the IntelliSense features. Having VS Code know all of the symbols, all of the functions, variables in our workspace lets it do all of these really fun features. Definitely take a look into more of the IntelliSense features. I have a link down to the JavaScript docs down below. And as you work, you're going to get a lot more nice prompts from VS Code to help you out with your JavaScript. Let's start talking about JavaScript extensions. We've seen all of the fantastic built-in features of JavaScript in VS Code, but there are ways that we can extend VS Code's functionality through extensions. The first extension we'll talk about is one that I think is important enough to get its own video, and that'll be ESLint. Now, ESLint is a tool that will help us find and see problems or confusions with our own code. So it doesn't just catch errors, it catches things that could be confusing when we write our code. To demonstrate this, if I go over to VS Code and I create const message is equal to hi there, and I try to reassign this variable, I shouldn't be able to because it's a const. And const means there is no reassignment for this thing. I say message is equal to new message. VS Code doesn't catch this error. It doesn't say, hey, this is a problem. We're actually only going to see this problem when we go run our code in Chrome. A tool that we can use to catch problems or confusions early is ESLint. ESLint is a linter that will go ahead and find problems with our code and tell us about them. So I'll go ahead and install that. But there are a couple extra things that we need to do for setup here. One, we need to have the ESLint package installed either in the workspace we're in or globally. Since we want a brand new package installed, the ESLint package, I'm going to go ahead and open up my Explorer. We want a package.json and we want some node modules. To do this, I can do npm init --yes to create a brand new package.json. And then I am going to install npm install for development ESLint. Now I'm installing this locally for this workspace. You may want to install it globally. That's one other option. For me, I personally prefer to have it in the workspace so that when somebody else downloads this project, they can npm install and ESLint will be added because it'll be right here underneath dev dependencies. If I installed it globally and it wasn't in this list, then other people wouldn't really know that I was using ESLint. All right, so that's step one, is getting the ESLint package. Step two is creating an ESLint RC configuration file. To do that, we can use the package itself, Command-Shift-P, and say ESLint, and we can say create ESLint configuration. And now down here, we get some nice prompts. We say, hey, do you want ESLint to check syntax and find problems, or check syntax, find problems, and enforce code style? For me, enforcing code style is a job for Prettier. I like how Prettier does that job. So I'm going to tell ESLint, just check syntax and find problems. We'll be using JavaScript modules here. For this project, we won't have React or Vue, so I'll just say none of these. For this project, we won't be using TypeScript either. ESLint can lint and check TypeScript code for errors. And our code is going to run in the browser. We'll format this as a JavaScript file. It's all good for all three versions. And now we get a brand new ESLint rc.js. What happens here is ESLint brings in what's called ESLint recommended. And it brings in all of these rules of how our code should be formatted. And notice I already installed ESLint and I brought in ESLint RC. And now there's an error over here. There's problems over here on app.js. There's 2 errors. So I can actually click over there and it says a highlighted squiggly line underneath message. If I hover it, it says, hey, message is a constant. Message is assigned a value, but never used. So that's problem number 1. So let's try to use it, console.log message. But there's still a problem here. And notice how the error went down from 2 to 1. There's still another problem. Hover that, message is a constant. I shouldn't be able to reassign it. So let's change this to a let. And therefore, there are no problems anymore. So if I go back to this ESLint rc.js, I'm not sure what that error is. Maybe converted. That's all good. This is what ESLint did by default, so we'll leave it. ESLint recommended. Let me show you the rules that this brings along for enforcing code styles. If I go to the ESLint.org website, find and fix problems in your JavaScript code, you can go to user guide, and down here under rules, we can click rules. Check mark right here says if extends ESLint recommended is added, then everything with a check mark is the rules that ESLint will check for in our project. So you can scroll through and find all of these things. There's a ton of other rules, and it's fun to go read through these and see what is not recommended JavaScript. We can scroll down, no import assign, all this good stuff right here. But now that we have this ESLint RC, ESLint will check for all of these things, and not just for us. It'll be for anyone else that comes into this project and tries to use this as well. Another thing that ESLint does for us is if I said function, say hello, and I said message or person, what it would do here is return, let's say hi person. And right here we have a defined but never used. So that's a good error to show off that, hey, you're defining code that you're not even using. But check this out. I can console.log right here and say hi. It will actually also error out this code and say unreachable code because you already did a return and you're not even going to get to this part of the code. So let's go ahead and see this little light bulb right here. We can click that. It says remove unreachable code. And you can just remove it. You can fix those problems. Once you get to a larger project, there is going to be a lot of errors in your code, potentially. So one way we can look at all of the problems is we can open up Command-Shift-M, which is the Problems tab underneath next to our terminal, and see all of the problems across our project. You can even go through each one, click the light bulb, and see if there's a fix for them. So to show that off, let me go back here and return that unreachable code, console.log. Hi, unreachable code right here. I can click that and remove unreachable code. ESLint does a great job at showing fixes for everything that we could do, but I want to show you something else which may be a little extreme. I don't do it myself, but it's good to know. If you do Command, comma, go into your settings. We saw this setting in the last video. Just do code actions on save. We can edit in settings.json and see how there's this already IntelliSense giving us source.fixAll. You can set that to true. So source.fixAll is going to say, anytime you save, I'm going to go ahead and run these ESLint fixes and just do it for you. Now, I don't use it myself. I like seeing the ESLint stuff and fixing it so that I can see that the problems I created. But if you like the idea of just having your problems go away, then go ahead and do that. I click save right there, and that unreachable code was just removed. ESLint is a great tool. All you had to do is 1, install the package, 2, install the npm install ESLint, and step 3 was create your ESLint RC. And with those 3 steps, you are good to find the errors in your code. Look at that, there's already 5 here because of this. Let's start moving forward and looking at other extensions we can use for JavaScript. Let's talk about some more JavaScript extensions. We have a few more here. We have JavaScript ES6 code snippets, which is really helpful. It has a lot of great snippets that we can use for our JavaScript. Path IntelliSense, very helpful in grabbing and importing different files across our entire project. Turbo console log, which is a really quick way to get console logs, which I do a lot actually. JavaScript Booster, which is some fun JavaScript helpers. And those are the ones that we're going to talk about in this video. Let's jump right into it. First off, let's install JavaScript ES6 code snippets. ES6 code snippets. Now you may see a lot of JavaScript snippet packages. Definitely look through them and see which one you like best. But this is a popular one for a reason. If I click into it, and I scroll down here, you can see all of the files that are supported, .js, .ts, JSX, TSX, HTML, and .vue. If we scroll down, these are all the snippets that we can use. So IMP I use a lot. IMD I also use a lot. There are some really great ones for console logs, for eaches. Definitely look through and see which ones you think you can add to your workflow. I'll go ahead and install this. And we'll go into our app.js. To see everything that we can do, you can do Command-Shift-P, snippet, insert snippet here, and we can just scroll through, and let's say we need an import right here. You can IMP, imports entire module statement. There's IMD, which is import a portion. We'll do IMP, which is the full import. I can say React from React, like that. And to show off that again, I'm going to do IMP, and you can press Enter or Tab to autocomplete. And the first thing you get is the right side, so the package name that you import from, that'll be React. You press Tab, and you get the module name, and you can fill that out there. And then press Tab, and you're back at the end of the line. Here's IMD, a really popular one that I use as well, and that's import destructure. You can see the preview of it over on the left here. I'll press Enter. And we can say React, and we would get use state from here. And that would be destructured like that. Look through that package and see what you find is best. CLG is the last one that I want to point out. I use this one a lot for console.log. The next extension we're going to install is Path IntelliSense. Path IntelliSense is a great tool, 5.1 million installs. If we scroll down here, we get some nice autocomplete for looking through our file system as soon as we go and create a path. install here, enable. If I go to my app.js, we have helpers, add, and people. Let's say I wanted to do an import, so I would do imp. And as soon as I do .forward, it notices that I want a path, and it says, hey, here are all the folders in your path, so I can pick helpers, and then I pick /, and then it goes ahead and says, hey, here are all the other files that you want, and I'll just click add. We don't need that .js here. And we'll do add from there. So another helpful path IntelliSense extension. Next up is Turbo Console Log. And go for the one that has the most 285K right there. I'll install. You can activate Turbo Console Log by doing Control, Alt, and L. And what that does is a really quick console log. Before I showed you, you could do CLG, and that would create a console log. And then you would have to type in what you wanted a console.log. Here, you highlight the word, and then you do Control, Alt, L. On Mac, it'll be Control, Option, L. And it gets you a console log. But it doesn't just do a console log. It actually gives you a nice emoji. It tells you what file you're in. It tells you line. And it gives you context into what your console.logging. So this is really helpful if you have a few all across your project. You can actually see what you're logging pretty nicely. The last extension here is JavaScript Booster. 190K, I'll install that. JavaScript Booster is a great way to refactor a lot of our code. VS Code has refactoring built in, but I've found JavaScript Booster to be very helpful for these really tiny tasks. Like you see here, it was able to change to an arrow function, forward ref, just random things. So let's see if I had a function hello, and I said return hello, like that. You could click on this, and now you get this little light bulb in the top left. You click that, and you say convert to arrow function. So JavaScript Booster will put nice helpers in this light bulb dropdown, convert to arrow function, and there we go. Let's say I said var message is equal to this is cool. I'm on this line, I get this nice light bulb, convert to const, and that one works just nicely. Let's say I had const, well, I already have message, so let's go ahead and use message here. I can click here, and you can see convert to let, split into declaration and initialization. I don't want either of those. Click into the string, and now the light bulb actually changes and says, hey, do you want a template string here? And I can say yes, and that changes that to a template string. I recommend looking through JavaScript Booster's docs. There's a lot that it can do for us. For instance, here's an if statement. If true, then let's say return hi, else return bye. I can click this little light bulb, see what it does, and I can replace this entire thing with a ternary. And return true, question mark hi, or bye. Really helpful, small thing, but it does help with productivity because it cuts out a little bit of manual editing. All right, those are the JavaScript extensions I wanted to point out. There aren't many because there are so many great JavaScript features already built into VS Code. So these are the ones that I think are really helpful. The rest are really good, but JavaScript by itself in VS Code is already really fantastic. Moving forward from JavaScript, let's talk about using React in VS Code. Now, a lot of the JavaScript stuff we've talked about as far as workflows, extensions, settings, a lot of that is going to apply to the React workflow. But in addition to that, we have two extensions. One is going to be simple React snippets, which adds even more snippets that are really React specific. And again, we're going to talk about JavaScript Booster because it adds such functionality to React. And we also have a couple workflow things to talk through. To start us off, I am going to start with a brand new React project. So what I'm going to do is open up my terminal with Control-tilde, npx create React app. And I'm going to say sample React app. We'll let that run, create a brand new create React app application. We have our new React app. I'm going to open this up in the same VS Code window with code sample React app. and I'm going to say -R to reuse the current VS Code window. That went ahead, opened it back up in VS Code. I'll go into my source folder. We have app.js, and this is going to be the start to our entire React application. I'm going to click right here, and I'm going to say balance outward. And that's an Emmet shorthand to expand and select everything. And then I'm going to say balance outward again to select even more. And let's remove all that high. So the first thing that happened here is when I typed in the div, it automatically closed the div. Now, we talked about this in one of the previous videos. I'm personally not a fan of this. I like closing my syntaxes myself. So to turn this off, we're going to go into settings and we'll say auto closing tags. We can turn this off for HTML, JavaScript, and TypeScript. So I'll turn that off there, and I'll turn them off all the way across, actually. And now when we type in div, we can close it ourselves, and notice IntelliSense still says, hey, you probably want to close that div that you just opened, and I can press enter or tab to finish that. The other cool thing about this is, let's say I had a component. We'll say new file right here. I'll say components/hello world.js. I'll do export default function hello world, return div hi world. If I go into my app.js, the cool thing about VS Code is that it already has all that IntelliSense. It knows all about our files that are in our project. If I start typing in hello world, notice it'll say auto import from this components/hello world. I can press enter and it will automatically go ahead and import that for me. Let's talk a little bit about props and types and IntelliSense here in a React app. Let's delete all this. And now I have our hello world right here. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a prop of message. And this is going to be a string. Let's say we wanted this to be a string. And right here, I'm just going to write in message so we actually use it. Over in app.js, if I go here and say message, it says message can be any. So that doesn't really help me if I'm using a component where I don't know what the props are. Message could be any, or I don't know if it's a string, a Boolean, a number. There's a way we can add some IntelliSense to this. We can go ahead and install a package called prop types. So I'll go into my terminal, npm I prop-types. And this prop types package is going to give us a way to add the types to our props. Exactly what it sounds like. So if I go here and I go to and say hello world dot prop types is equal to message is going to be prop types dot string. And we need to import this prop types project right here. I'm going to say import prop types from prop types. And this is the recommended package from the React docs to add in typings to your React projects if you are using JavaScript. If you're using TypeScript, you can just go ahead and say message is string right here, which is one way to do it. But we aren't using TypeScript right now, so we have to do this ourselves with the prop types package. And then here, you can't export default right there. You have to export default down below, export default hello world. Now, with a setup like this for our React components, we should be able to go into app.js and say message. And check that out, it is a string. And also, there's a question mark because it's not required. The prop types package is a great way to add extra IntelliSense to our React components. Something else I want to talk about when using React is Emmet is a really big tool when I'm working with my templating languages. So let me delete this whole thing right here. I don't need that anymore. Let's say I wanted a div.hello.world, and that's going to be two classes, or I could say is blue. Notice that Emmet doesn't work here. Normally in an HTML file, I would get my auto IntelliSense, and then I could tab over and build out my template. Emmet here doesn't understand this JavaScript file as a templating language. It usually works in HTML. To get Emmet to work in a JavaScript file, we have to say, hey, Emmet, please go work in JavaScript and React. I can go into my settings and say include languages. And notice this is already recommended. It says, hey, JavaScript React is the thing we want to do. And if you're in a Vue file, Vue HTML, set to HTML. So I'm going to go here and say JavaScript React, and I'll click OK. Now we can go into our app.js. Let's try this again. Div.isBlue. We get our Emmet abbreviation here. I can click here, press enter, or I can press tab, and we get our syntax auto-completed thanks to Emmet. Next up, let's talk about the two extensions we had. We had simple React snippets. This one for 1 million installs. I actually prefer simple React snippets to this ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native snippets one. I know it's more popular, but click through each one, scroll down and read through the snippets that are added and see which ones you like, see all of these. I think these, the reason I don't like them is they overlap a lot with the JavaScript ES6 code snippets package, which I also have installed. But it looks like a lot of the overlap happens. So maybe you just want to install this, not the JavaScript ES6 one. I think the JavaScript ES6 one plus the simple React snippets one go hand in hand really well. And these are more React specific. So IMR right here is import React, IMRC, import React and component. Down here, there are use effect and set state type stuff. Let's scroll down even further, class components. Let's see, use effect hook is right there. So all of these really helpful to have. I'm going to head install back to our hello world. And let's say I wanted a use effect, UEF, use effect. I could press enter and there we go. I could go up here. And when in doubt with what the snippet shorthand is, remember, you can always do Command-Shift-P, insert snippet, and I can type in state. And this is the one we want, USF, declare a new state variable using the state hook. I can click here, and we can say set, let's say count. And as soon as I press tab, the cool thing about this extension is it will auto capitalize that C right there. Press tab, there we go, set count and count. And then I can set a default right there, press tab, and we are off to the races. Really helpful there. Another cool thing to do is with our auto import, we can auto import this use state. Right now, this would break because we had to go in here and import use state from React. We can skip that by going here, and the way that we can get VS Code to auto complete something is we just delete this last character, press E, and it says, oh, hey, you want use state? Let me auto import that from React for you. So I can click that, and we get that line. Anytime you need to do an auto import, you can do two things. One, you can delete the last character, press it, and see if VS Code gives you that answer. Or you can go to it and do Control Spacebar to activate IntelliSense, and you get that auto import from React. You can click that right there. Next up, I want to talk about JavaScript Booster. This is an extension that we talked about in the previous videos, JavaScript Booster. But I think there are some really cool features when you talk about React and JavaScript Booster. We just talked about it as far as JavaScript, but here we'll talk about it with React. There's some cool stuff you can do here, but if you scroll down to code actions, down here under functions, here we go, JSX, TSX, and React. There are some really nice helpers here, especially these three that I use a lot. Wrap value with the brackets for JSX, remove the JSX brackets, collapse, expand, and empty tag, wrap function into use callback. I don't use it as much, but it is helpful. And especially these up here for converting strings to template strings. So I wanted to show off a little bit of this workflow. Let's go to app.js. Let's say I had a function called alert, and in here you would have the message that you would pass through. We will return a div with the message. Now let's say I had a class name here, class name, is equal to, and then I could just style it as I want, is alert or something like that. Let's say I wanted to pass in a color through this, so I said color is right here. Well, over here, I would have to pass this color in through the class name, so I would have to do some fancy stuff. I would click down here, and I would go over here, change this out like that, change this to a template string, and then I would finally pass in the color as an ES6 template variable. JavaScript Booster lets us do a little bit quicker on that task. It gives us this nice little light bulb, which is VS Code's refactoring. I can click this wrap value with the brackets. All right, let's go ahead and do that. And that wraps it, still keeps it as a string. I can click it again, and it says replace with template string. There we go. And just like that, we're able to change out a couple things just by pressing the light bulb there for a couple times. Some other fun things that I can do is, let's say we had a function handle change, and that'll be an E. If you are clicking into this function, you can see the light bulb pop up. We can click this, removed unused declaration, which is VS Code trying to fix this because we have ESLint installed. We have convert to arrow function, which is a nice helper. One that comes from JavaScript Booster is we can wrap into use callback hook. So I don't use that too often, but when I do need it, it is a pain to have to write that. And then you can click here, control spacebar to get your auto import for the use callback import. Click that and check it out all the way at the top. So JavaScript Booster is a nice way to get a little bit more productivity out of VS Code. There's a lot of small things like that that add up, like that auto import we just did, like everything else we've seen in this course. You could even click over here, click this, and if you ever need to, you can wrap component in React.memo. And then we don't want this right here, right? We want to import React.memo from React. There we go. And now we have memo from React. So JavaScript Booster, a small thing to add on, but overall, all of the JavaScript stuff we've talked about in the previous videos, plus a few more React snippets and extensions, are really helpful for building out a great React workflow. This video is all about Vue workflow, and the interesting thing about this is that so much of it is already installed in one extension. So we'll talk about that. We have extensions. We're going to use the powerhouse called Vtur. And it's such a powerhouse in the Vue world that if you use the Vue CLI to create a brand new Vue project, Vtur is the recommended extension. Next up, we'll do Vue VS Code Snippets, which is by Sarah Drasner. Some really nice snippets in there. And we'll look at the VS Code extension pack, which is also by Sarah Drasner. It just has a bunch of extensions that you should look at. All right, so here we are. We will create a brand new Vue project. We'll say Vue create sample Vue app. I'll press enter. We need to make sure we have a preset. We'll go ahead and go with Vue 3. We'll let that run. And while that's running, I want to take a detour and go and look at the VS Code extension pack. The VS Code extension pack is an extension pack that has a bunch of VS Code extensions. And the ones to look out for, especially for Vue specific ones, is Vtur, Vue Snippets. The rest aren't really Vue specific, and we've talked about them in some of our other videos. There's Prettier, formatting toggle is really nice, bracket pair colorizer, and the other ones, but these two are the Vue specific ones. So let's take a look. Vtur and Vue Snippets. I'll look at Vtur itself. A lot of great functionality built into Vtur, and I hope I'm saying that right. We have syntax highlighting, semantic highlighting, snippets, Emmet, all of the things that in React we had installed, maybe a couple different extensions. Here in the Vue world, there's just a single extension to rule them all. Vtur even has its own website. If you go to the repository here and you click on the website here, it has a full website for what it can get you. It has a quick start. It has a guide that can go through all of the different features, syntax highlighting, semantic highlighting, snippet. And this isn't really to add extra snippets. This is to say that VS Code will look at what the language is if you're using a single file Vue component, and it'll say, oh, if you're in the template tag, we probably want HTML snippets. If you are in the script tag, you probably want TypeScript or JavaScript snippets. So it's just a way that VS Code can inject certain snippets into a certain area. There's formatting, there's IntelliSense, all this great stuff just from one single extension. And then if we go look at the Vue VS Code snippets, we scroll down, we can see all of the snippets that are added here. Really helpful stuff, especially when you talk about your templating for V4, vModel, all that good stuff there. Script tags are down here. All very helpful when you're working with Vue. Let's jump back into our app right here. Let's make sure we open this up, Code Sample Vue app, and we'll say -R to use the window. And I'll go here, source, app.vue. Notice that without vter, there is no syntax highlighting. Nothing is fancy about this setup right here. And if you look down here, a brand new Vue application will say, hey, the recommended extension, do you want to install them? We can say show recommendations, and it's vter. That's the single recommendation here. We'll go ahead and install. Come back over to our app.vue. And already we have functionality here for our application. vter is looking for a tsconfig or jsconfig. That's all good. We don't really need that because vter works right out of the box. Notice that hello world is right here. And if I open up this hello world component and if I option click it, it will open up this right here. Props message is a string. So this, by saying props is a message string, we can already get that IntelliSense thanks to vter. So if I go over here and I type in hello world, VS Code will show me the component itself. It'll give me the dash delimited version of it, but I actually like using the capital case. What do you call that? Pascal case. And you see a message, it'll say message is a string. The interesting thing here is it tries to bind it. Hi there. But we don't run it bound. We would just add it as a string. So that's one thing to keep an eye out for. A couple other things that vter gives us is we can use our Emmet stuff inside of here. So we can say div.hello, and I can tab that over. I get my Emmet. We can go down here and we can say methods. And I can do an object. We can say do something. And then in here, I can do an if statement. And we get the normal snippets that we would expect if we were in a JavaScript file. But since this is a single file Vue component and we are in the script section, that if statement will work. It won't work, however, in the template section. Check that out. If we're in the template section, it gives us a different set of snippets, which is an iframe in this case. vter is really cool because you just have to install the single extension and it gives you a ton out of the box. Next up, let's go look at Vue snippets. Syntax highlighting for Vue. We don't need this one because vter already has it. Vue 3 snippets and Vue VS Code snippets. I'm going to install this one. Although we could look at that Vue 3 one and see which one you like better. And if we scroll down, actually, let's go into our app.vue. Let's go down here. We'll delete a couple things. Let's go over here and say v methods. And check that out. We can automatically get methods and the first method in there. I'll click that. We can do a couple other things. Let's type in insert snippet. Let's see Vue. And we have a bunch of stuff, Vue ref, Vue watch. Maybe we wanted a lifecycle method like mounted. We can say v3 on mounted like that. I think that would be the different style though if you were using Vue 3, but that's not the one we want. So let's say snippet mounted on before mount v3, v before mount, v mounted. This is the one we want. So this is the Vue 2 version. There is the v3 version if you were using the v3 functional way of doing things. For this, we'll just use the mounted method right on the export default object. So with Vtur and the Vue Snippets package, I think those two together are already such a great starter for any Vue workflow. Definitely give both a try and just look through the docs and see which parts are going to work for your workflow. This video is all about a Tailwind workflow and settings and extensions, and I am a really big fan of Tailwind. I even have a full-size course at beginnertailwind.com. Let's get started and see how great VS Code and Tailwind can work together. The extensions we'll talk about are Tailwind, CSS, IntelliSense, which is the big one, the absolute important one that you need to have installed. Tailwind docs, I also think this is really important to have. And Headwind. We'll talk about if you need this or if you maybe might like it. To start us off, I have a brand new Next.js application. Nothing happened to it except for npx create next app. So I'm going to go out of order here, and we're going to talk about Tailwind docs. The first extension, we'll install this one. And all this extension does is extend the command palette so that while we're here, we can do Command-Shift-P, Tailwind docs, and notice you can go to any part of the docs from within VS Code, and you can click things like, let's say we need the installation. I could press enter right here, and it would open up the Tailwind docs right inside of my Chrome browser, and I didn't have to go searching for it, Googling for it. It all just happened from the command palette. I'll go ahead and click Next.js, and let's just walk through installing Tailwind into a Next.js application. I'll go down here, we'll copy this whole line right here for the npm install. I'll open up my terminal, Control-tilde, paste that in, press enter. I'll come down here, npx tailwind css init-p, which that -p gives you our postcss.config. Paste that in there. Go down here, we want this purge right here. So we'll copy that, switch over, close our terminal with Control-tilde, Command-P to open up our Tailwind config.js. And let's go ahead and replace this purge line right here. We'll save that, switch back over. I think we're pretty close to done. We have to open up app.js and include the import. So we'll copy that, switch over, Command-P, app.js. Delete that, paste that in. Switch back over. Include Tailwind in your CSS. We have that done already, and we're done. All right, so let's open up index.js now. And this is our home page. Let's go over here. Let's expand outward and delete everything. So we'll say Emmet balance outward. And that highlights everything in there. I can do it again to highlight everything there. And we'll say div hi there. We'll delete all of those lines. And here we go. We have a brand new Next.js Tailwind app, and we can start using Tailwind from within here. This gets into extension number 2. If I wanted to use some Tailwind classes, let's say class name is equal to, let's say min height is screen. We can do flex, item center, justify center. And let's go for background. And I'm kind of forgetting what the colors are in Tailwind. Wouldn't it be nice if VS Code's IntelliSense helped us out and said, hey, these are all the colors you can use. These are the shades from 100, 200, 300, all the way up you can use. Well, the extension, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, can help us out with that. We can click install here, enable it. And the requirements for enabling this is that in our Explorer, Command-Shift-E, we have to have a tailwind.config.js. And I highly recommend scrolling down here, going through some recommended settings down here, recommended VS Code settings. I have heard that there are cases where you should look through the settings just in case things don't work for you. But hopefully they do on first try. Let's go back here and let's see if IntelliSense can help us out now. Sometimes you may need to reload your VS Codes. Let's give it a shot. Control spacebar to bring up IntelliSense. And here we are. We have all of the colors that we can use for Tailwind inside of VS Code. Let's say I wanted the green. And check it out. Now it goes and narrows down our search to the greens, and I can say 4. And check this out. I don't even need to write out -400. I did green 4, and you can press enter right there. The other cool thing is we get this nice color icon right here, and we can hover over this and see what CSS properties are going to take place here. Let's say I wanted opacity. We could say maybe 5, and drop that down to 75, press enter. And if I hover it, we get opacity 0.75. This is really helpful, the hover feature, especially when you get to text large or text extra large. I'm not entirely sure what those translate to sometimes, so I hover over it, and it says that's around 20 pixels and line height around 28 pixels. And same for text large, 18 pixels and 28 pixels. So that helps out really nicely. You don't have to go to the docs or anything like that to see what the numbers are. The IntelliSense extension is even good at doing responsive and those prefixes. So if I did XL, it tells you, hey, the medium query will be for minimum width 1280 pixels, and then you can do colon, and then you can auto fill in whatever else you need. Let's do text 2XL. The last extension we'll talk about today is called Headwind, and this is a very opinionated thing. You may want to use it, you may not want to use it. What it does is it will sort your classes in your class name right here. So if I install this, close that out, go back over here. If I did Command-Shift-P to open up our command palette and I typed in Headwind, you can see sort Tailwind CSS classes. I can press enter there and notice how it moved everything around. It's an opinionated thing. It looks like it does positioning first, and then it does background stuff, and then it gets into the inside box stuff, so like font, opacity. So it looks like it works from the outside in, which is kind of how I like to work as well. Give it a shot and see if you like it. If you are pretty opinionated on how you like your styles organized, then stick with what you know. But I did say in the previous video that I am a big fan of auto formatting with Prettier, and maybe I should give this a bigger shot, because when I start working with a couple other people on a Tailwind project, it is nice to have a standardized way to sort our Tailwind classes. Another thing we can do with Headwind is go into our settings, type in Headwind, and down here, we can set up our sort order. We can also run on save. By default, this is turned on. You can turn that off, and you can do it manually if you want with Command-Shift-P and the command palette. But all in all, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, Tailwind Docs, and Headwind are 3 great Tailwind extensions to improve your Tailwind workflow inside of VS Code. In this video, we'll be talking about the Markdown flow. Now, Markdown is something that I write often. Our entire better.dev blog is written in Markdown in the MDX flavor. And VS Code has a lot of great built-in Markdown features. In addition to the features, we're going to talk about some extensions, which are Markdown Preview GitHub Styling, which gets you GitHub styling in the previews. Markdown All-in-One, which is the big extension to know about. And then Markdown Lint to help catch any errors in your Markdown. To start us off, I have a brand new Next.js application. The Next.js part isn't the important part. What is I wanted a README right here. So here is our README file that you can browse through, read as if you normally would. And then if you wanted to view this, you would probably have to go to the GitHub repo to see what it looked like in the README. One way we can use a preview in VS Code is this nice little button up here. There's like this little icon right here. You can click that and you get a preview on the right side. And if I scroll, it also scrolls with me. So if I start deleting things like this entire line right here, I can delete that, and immediately it drops from the preview. That's a really nice feature to have. Another really cool feature to have, if I open up the sidebar right here. Right now I only have the File Explorer. I can right click up here, up next to where it says Explorer, and now we get some options for panels. I can click Outline, and here you can see Getting Started, Learn More, Deploy on Vercel. You can click to each one in your README. And this works if you have other things like an H3. Let's go here, H3, doing something cool. And you can build out a whole outline so you can quickly navigate through your entire Markdown README just like that. Some settings that we talked about earlier is that, number one, we want our startup editor to be a new untitled file. So that's when we start VS Code up, we'll have a brand new file that looks like this. And the other thing that we can do is file's default language, and that will be Markdown. We talked about that in one of the earlier videos, and the reason for this is a lot of times if I open up VS Code, I want to just write some notes. So I'll just write some notes. Maybe I'll create a to-do list right here to do this. And then a bunch of things to do 2, to do 3. And when I'm done, I can X those out just like you would in Markdown. So those are the built-in features that I like a lot. Let's start talking about extensions. If I open this up as a preview, I can do Command-Shift-P to preview. You can open preview. You can open preview to the side, which is what we just did. And there's also open locked preview to the side. And what locked preview does is if you click around to different Markdown files, the locked file, the locked preview on the right will always stay. I'll just click open preview to the side. And now we get this. Let's go look at our first extension, which is Markdown Preview GitHub Styling. Let's go for this one that has 428K right here. 421K. And what this does is it turns the Markdown into a GitHub style Markdown. So you can see this is like the default Markdown here. I can go back to my file explorer, open up that README again. And then let's open up this preview with the command palette this time. Command-Shift-P, open preview to the side. And this, I know it doesn't have that white background. I think that's because of the theme that we're using, but it does change to be GitHub-styled Markdown. And I can prove this. Let's go into our extensions. We can Markdown preview GitHub style. You can click this and disable it for a second. And notice that things change a little bit over here. Here's our code block. Let's go back and enable this. And our code block changes a little bit. So the extension is working, although we don't get that nice white background. Maybe it depends on the theme. The second extension we'll talk about is the big one, Markdown All-in-One. I can install this. And we get some great features like keyboard shortcuts, table of contents, list editing, and a couple other ones. But let's start looking at it from here. So let's say I wanted a list item number 1. I could press enter here and it automatically creates the next list item. Press enter, tab, and it even gets to a nested list item. So that's really nice there. We can have a couple other things like if I had a link copied, I can Command C that. Normally, if I wanted to create a link like right here, I would have to do that, do this right here, and then paste in the link right there. What I can do instead is just highlight it with Markdown All-in-One and just paste, and it automatically creates the link, which is really, really helpful there. Something else to note is you get some nice path IntelliSense inside of your Markdown files with Markdown All-in-One. Another thing to note is if I have a to-do list right here, to-do item 1, and we'll create a bunch more. If I press enter, it creates another to-do item 2. What you can do here is Option C and automatically complete these. So that's a nice keyboard shortcut to have. Not the most important thing, but nice to have. Another feature that this extension provides us is if I go over here and said table of contents, I could do Command-Shift-P to open up the command palette, table of contents. You can create a table of contents here. And there we go. It automatically created the links to each of the sections inside of this Markdown file. It will also auto-update whenever you save the file. So let's say I deleted getting started and I saved it. There we go. Getting started is removed. And the last extension that we're going to talk about here is Markdown lint. Markdown lint. This is a great extension to lint our Markdown to find any errors or recommendations of how we can write Markdown better. If you scroll down here, there are some great rules on what is going to be applied through Markdown lint. There's a lot like unordered list indentation. There's a couple for like not having many single H1, so multiple top-level headings in the same document is something you don't want to have. Let's go here and check that out. This is already highlighted. Let's see what the problem is with this one. First line in a file should be a top-level heading. Okay, let's go over here. We'll create this H1 and say, welcome. There's a problem here. No empty links. That's an empty link. Let's just delete that right there. Let's actually delete this whole table of contents. Let's see what else. If there was no spacing between these two, highlight that and it would say there should be a surrounding blank lines around the headings. You can actually fix that yourself or click the little refactor button and fix this violation and it would give you the space. What else is in here? It looks like our Markdown file is good now. Not bad. So with previews on the side here, the GitHub style extension, the Markdown all-in-one extension, and Markdown lint, VS Code turns out to be a great Markdown editor. In this video, we'll talk about Laravel workflow and extensions, and mostly we'll be talking about extensions. Laravel is such a great ecosystem, and it shows in the number of extensions that VS Code has. The first ones we have are in PHP IntelliSense. Now, VS Code out of the box doesn't have the greatest PHP IntelliSense. Most of its IntelliSense works really great for JavaScript, but not the best for PHP. So we'll look at this package that adds a little bit stronger IntelliSense. We'll look at PHP FMT, which is PHP formatting. Laravel Extra IntelliSense, which is even more IntelliSense for Laravel specific things like views, routes. Laravel Blade Snippets, which are just some nice snippets to have. And Laravel Blade Spacer, which is a convenience extension. I have a Laravel project here. And notice that if I'm in this file, this is just app HTTP, controllers, controller.php. If I'm in here and I wanted to look at the symbols, normally if I was in a JavaScript file, I could go to the outline right here and see symbols. I don't have any right here. I could do Command-Shift-O to look at symbols as well. I don't have any there. Let's go ahead and install PHP IntelliSense. Now there is another extension for PHP IntelliSense. I think that the IntelliSense one works probably the best out of all of them. It gives code completion and IntelliSense. It can find definitions and symbols. It adds everything that we'd expect from an IntelliSense in VS Code. I'll hit enable here. And if we go to our controller now, one thing to note is we have to make sure that we have PHP installed. PHP-V right here. I'm on 8.02. What I can do now is Command-Shift-O, and notice that I have my symbols starting to show. So I can click controller there, go there. I can hover over these. It shows where it's coming from, and I can option click and go open that file. So already we're able to link a couple different PHP features all around our app, start syncing things up. If I go to web.php, I can do route right here. And notice I'm getting all of the things that are in my project that I can do. I can click route right here, colon, and I can get all of my really nice IntelliSense that is expected. If I type in get right here, you can see it says, hey, you want the URI and then the action, which could be an array, string, callable, or null. So just by installing PHP IntelliSense, we get exactly what we'd expect out of PHP and VS Code. Next up, let's talk about formatting. Let's say I press enter a couple times here and I did Command-Shift-P, format document. We would get this sort of formatting. Maybe you don't like how PHP IntelliSense formats things. We can go ahead and install PHP FMT, which is a popular PHP formatter. Install that. I can go back to this file format document. We'll see, hey, there are multiple PHP formatters. Which one do you want to use? I'll click configure, and we'll use PHP FMT. So it didn't look like it changed much there. If I did this a couple times, format document again, it would change as well. So it looks like formatting for that route was pretty much the same, but when you get into these files right here, you may notice a difference. So just choose what you like best as far as formatter goes. The third extension we'll look at is Laravel Extra IntelliSense. I'll click install here, and let's go look at what this does. If I go down, we get route names and route parameters for auto completion. We get configs, and they have a pretty nice GIF here. So let's say that we went into our routes again, web.php. We could have this route view here, and let's call it name, and we'll say welcome. We can go into a blade file now. If I go here and I go into resources, views, and let's just do welcome.blade. I can go over here and say route. And notice how it brought up all of the routes from our project. So PHP IntelliSense gives us PHP IntelliSense, but this Laravel Extra IntelliSense package gives us stuff about our specific Laravel project as far as names. There's that welcome route we just created. I can click that, and we're off to the races. Now, the problem here is we have a blade file, but check it out. There's no syntax highlighting here. So let's go here and let's type in Laravel Blade. There is Laravel Blade and Laravel Blade Snippets. I'm going to go ahead and install the Snippets package. Even though it doesn't sound like it has syntax highlighting, it does have syntax highlighting support. So we're going to install one package to do syntax highlight and snippets instead of just installing this single package that does just syntax highlighting and formatting. And this one also has 1.3 million installs. So we'll do this one. We'll go back to our file, and already we see some nice syntax highlighting there. We also get some nice snippets, so I can do insert snippet. And you can look at all of the blade features. It is prefixed with that B:. So if you did B:, you could search through all of the blade things that come with this. Let's do CSRF right there. That's a nice one to have. Let's see what else. You could do @for. There's @for, for each. Let's do a for each. And then you could say product as product. Sorry, I did that wrong. It should be products as product. And you could tab through and do all that stuff there. Really nice extension to have. And the last one we'll talk about is Laravel Blade Spacer, which is a convenience feature where you install this, and as soon as you start typing, it'll just add spaces in between your brackets. Just a small thing that I like personally. It kind of drives me crazy when there's no spaces between these. Let's say we also had a problem with a product, and let's remove these. Laravel Blade Spacer only works when you first create the thing. So let's say we wanted to format this. I could do Command-Shift-P, format document, but there is no blade files formatter. So I'll go here and we can install Laravel Blade Formatter. And we'll come back to our blade file. Let's do a format here. And there we go. So we get a lot of changes, but we get our spacing back. So we can have this auto format for the project, and it makes it really nice across different team members. And Laravel's ecosystem is fantastic. So there's even more projects around it, like Alpine, like Livewire. And there are tools like Alpine. There's Alpine.js IntelliSense here. There's Livewire language support that you can install that does great for Livewire projects. There's Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, which I believe came out of the Laravel ecosystem. So there is no shortage of great Laravel extensions. Laravel ecosystem, again, is so fantastic. Really love to see it. All right, we have made it to the workflows section of this course, and this is going to be the
really fun part, because this is where we get to be very productive. We get to be very real world. So the way we're going to run this is we are going to go through separate workflows for each specific task that you'll be doing in VS Code. So what I mean by that is we'll have a workflow for, let's say, JavaScript. We'll have a workflow videos for React, or we'll have workflow videos for Markdown. Maybe if you have Git and GitHub, if you are using NPM, there's all sorts of workflows that we can make productive in VS Code. But before we jump into that, I want to talk about some visual upgrades to VS Code. And I want to make our VS Code look a little bit better. We're here, so why not make a really, really good looking setup? All right, so the way this is going to work is I will have 3 settings to talk about for you in this video. We're going to do render indent guides, we're going to do line height, and we'll also do breadcrumbs. And as we get further into this course, I'm going to get a little bit more opinionated on my personal setup and how I think productivity works best in VS Code. But as always, I'll give you the options and show you my workflow and process to see if you like these certain settings. If not, please feel free to use your own discretion and whatever you think is best for your setup. And after settings, we're going to talk about one extension in this video, and that'll be adding on a theme called OneDark Pro, which I think is really nice and really clean. So let's go into our VS Code. Here we have a pretty decent looking VS Code, but I think we can do a little bit better. If we opened up a file here, if we did DOM events right here, we have VS Code. It looks pretty decent, but I want to talk about cleaning this up a little bit because I personally don't use all of the things in the UI. So let's start with indent guides. Indent guides can be very helpful, but I try not to indent more than maybe 3 or 4 levels deep, so I don't think indent guides are too useful. Let's go ahead and disable that. We're going to open our settings with Command comma. We'll search for indent guides, and we'll just turn that off right there. Now if we go back to VS Code, a little bit cleaner, and you don't get the indent guides, and you can still kind of see what's going on here. And if you hover over one and click into any of your elements, you'll see the ending element anyway. So it's good to see that connection there. So for me, indent guides are something you can forego if you have a project that doesn't indent too many times. The next setting we'll talk about is line height. So I'll open up and go to line height. This is personal preference. I increase this to about 38, maybe more sometimes. But what that does is increase the line height in between all of these. So if you look, there's this big section right here, a little bit more spacing than when I had it at lower settings. So if I move this over to the right, and I'll drag this to the right panel, and let's actually increase VS Code. I'll search for line height again. Let's set this to 32 right there. And notice how it gets a little bit shrunk. It gets a little bit tighter. 28 right there. Let's go for 0. So there you go. I personally like to put it at 38. Good spacing, not too much spacing. The third setting to talk about is breadcrumbs. And I'll go here. And we can do this change right inside of VS Code. Here are the breadcrumbs. If you find these useful, please go ahead and keep these. I personally use the keyboard shortcuts to move around my files, so I don't really like the breadcrumbs. I'm going to go Command-Shift-P, breadcrumbs, and we want toggle breadcrumbs. And one that I didn't talk about in the slides that we had earlier is that I will always go in and toggle the activity bar, the status bar, the minimap, and the tab bar on the fly. So throughout the workflows, you're going to see me doing that change. Command-Shift-P, activity bar, and it'll be toggle, minimap, status bar, and tab bar. I don't do this one as much. It just limits it down to 1 tab only, but that's something to keep in mind. But usually I'll try to code really clean, and we have a minimalist workflow video that we're going to talk about a lot of this stuff. But notice that I will just keep toggling things on and off throughout this course. Command-Shift-P. Let's bring the activity bar, the status bar, and the minimap back. All right, and the last part to this is let's add in one more theme. I think this is a good theme, but I'm not really sure I like the lines. Let's open up the extension panel, Command-Shift-X right there. I'm going to search for One Dark Pro. And I think this is a really clean theme. We'll go for the one with 3.8 million installs. I'll click Install here. And we'll set it. Notice how it opened the command palette. I'll just click it right there, and it's turned on. So if I hide the sidebar, hide that, notice that here we are. It looks a little bit cleaner than it did with the other theme. There's not any like lines or borders or anything. So this is a really, really nice theme to get a clean coding environment. All right, that's going to wrap it up for our visual upgrades. And let's get started and move into our workflows. Let's start moving into the workflows section of this video. There's going to be workflows that are essential. There's going to be productive workflows, and there's going to be... Let's start moving towards the workflows section of this video. To get us started, I want to talk about the setup for these sections. So we have up till now installed a couple extensions. We've done a few different settings. At the beginning of every workflow video, I'm going to reset back to this state. And the reason for this is that if there are no new extensions that carry over from video to video, each workflow is its own compartmentalized video. So you can go into each workflow knowing that all of these settings and extensions in that video will be valid for that workflow. And this is really helpful too, because in the future, let's say we find some new settings or new extensions, I can always re-record that specific workflow and not have to mess around with any of the other workflows. So I'm trying to make this as extensible and long-living as possible. To start us off, what extensions are we going to have installed at the beginning of every video? Command-Shift-X. We'll have Advanced New File, GitHub theme, Material Icon theme, and One Dark Pro. And really, we don't even need GitHub theme since we're using One Dark Pro right here. So I'm actually going to go ahead and uninstall that. So now we have 1, 2, 3 extensions. Let's talk about the settings. We can go into our settings with Command comma. And over here under this ... you can say show modified settings, and that will show you only the settings that we have modified ourselves. So these are the ones that we've done in all of the videos up until now. An easier way, I think, to see the modified settings is Command-Shift-P, and we'll say settings JSON. And this is going to be all of the settings that we have set ourselves. I'm going to put all of this in the description down below, so you can always just copy it, paste it in here, and VS Code will take all of these settings as the default. So you can see that we have our theme here. We have font size here. Where is line height? It should be here as well. There's line height. Breadcrumbs is false. Multi-cursor modifier, I've changed. Zoom level, we have default language for new file. Startup editor is a new untitled file. Word wrap, rulers, tab size, all that good stuff. And what's cool too is if you go into the settings JSON and not the settings like UI version, if you click on any one of these, let's say breadcrumbs enabled, there's a little settings button right here where you can edit and you can actually say true or false. And VS Code knows what the valid answers for that question are right there, true or false. There we go. So these are the settings. I'll paste them down below, but that's it. That's the start to every video that we're going to make in these workflows is these settings, 3 extensions, and every single time I'm going to reset for each workflow. All right, super exciting stuff. Let's get into the workflows. In this video, I'll be talking about a minimalist workflow. And I know in the past videos, we've talked about hiding the activity bar, the status bar, the minimap, but I want to take this a step further. I want to take this to a more minimalist approach, and I want to talk about the benefits of it. So if you're coming from the world of Vim or editors like that, they excel at hiding everything away from you so that you focus on exactly what you need to focus on. An editor like VS Code comes with all the bells and whistles, but with that, it comes with distractions.
So the minimalist workflow, that means if I want to get to a file, I'm not going to use my mouse to click around. I'm going to deliberately say, oh, I want to go to my package.json. I'm going to do Command P, type in package.json, and go straight to it. And check this out. Very minimalist, no activity bar, no status bar, mini map, not even line numbers, which we can talk about. I'll show you the setting, but you can keep it for yourself if you don't like it or you do like it. And here we are. So we are moving like we would in a Vim style editor where everything we want to do is very deliberate. We're not just clicking around a UI because there's lots of buttons. There are no buttons. If I wanted to open the README now, I would open up the README. And check that out. Even at the top, there are no extra tabs. So you are focused on one specific task and nothing else. So I want to show you some settings. I think I have 11 for you here that you can mix and match to create your own specific minimalist workflow. You don't have to take all of them. You don't have to take any of them, really. But I just want to show you them so that you're aware of them. And then after we talk about the settings, I want to talk about two features that I think are really cool. So let's go into our VS Code here, and we have our activity bar, we have our status bar. Let's open up package.json. Let's go here. There's package.json. We have our line numbers, we have our code folding, we have our mini map, we have all the things that VS Code comes with. But I want to talk about hiding some of these things so that we can get to that minimalist workflow we just saw. So to start us off, I'm going to go into settings, command comma, and we can do all of this in settings. I'm going to do render indent guides, which we already removed in the previous video. So I'll remove them here. And now we go back and the indent guides are gone. I have a lot of settings to show you though, so I don't really want to go one by one in the UI. I want to go Command-Shift-P. Let's go for the settings JSON. Settings JSON. And I am going to increase the size of my VS Code. And this is an easy way to change out settings and see what's going on. So I'll split this right over here and I'll drag this over. So now here are our settings. And here is the package JSON. I'll leave this up so we can see, and I'll actually zoom out. It's getting a little cramped here. So the cool thing about this is that as we change this settings.json file, and I'll put all of these settings down below so you can copy and paste them into your own setup, we are going to see the changes take place as soon as we save the file. So let's go here. I'm going to copy this one from my notes here, and I'm going to paste this in. Activity bar.visible is false. I'm going to click save, and you'll see the activity bar hide. There we go. So that's activity bar visible. And I'm just going to keep pasting these in and talk through them. And then you can go down below into the notes of this video, copy them, and paste them into your own settings file. You can also use the visual UI settings and kind of click through there. Let's hide the status bar as well. I'm going to paste that in. And you know that we can also do this through the command line with Command-Shift-P and say status bar. But not all of these are found in the command palette, so that's why I'm doing this way. Minimap enabled. Let's remove the minimap. And these are all the basic UI, main UI stuff. And the last one here is open editor. So if I open up my settings right here and I open up a couple more files, there we go. You can see that over here we have open editors. It shows you group 1 has package.json, which is this left side here. You see group 2 has these 4 files, which is this right side right here. I personally don't like open editors myself. I don't really use it. So you can right click here, hide open editors, or you can be more explicit and in your settings, you can just set it to 0 right here. And I'll go back to my settings. I'm going to right click, close to the right, and this will close all those. And I'll paste that in right there. Perfect. So now onto tabs, which is all of this right here. This is the package.json. Let's go open a couple more so we can see. I'll open get ignore. I'll open the readme. Each of them is up there. So let's do tabs stuff here. And I have 3 settings for this. Let's go for show icons. And this will remove the icon that you see right there. And I'll paste that in. Click save. And there we go. A little more minimalist. This I'm on the fence about. I like the icons myself. If you don't and you want to go more minimalist, go ahead and remove them. And if you hover, each tab has a close button, this little X right here. If you don't like that, if you sometimes accidentally hit it, you can turn that off as well. And that is tab close button. And I'll paste that right here. And the ultimate minimalist tab setting is just turning off tabs. So you only see the current tab that you're on. You see here, there's package.json, get ignore, readme. I'll just turn off show tabs to false. I'll click save. And now there's only one per side. So I can still see them open. I can click here, I can go to each one. But if I close one with Command W, it'll open up the one behind it. So they're still there, you just don't see the tabs. Next section is gutter stuff. And the gutter is this left section right here with all of our stuff. And if I was in a JavaScript file, let's go for index.js. If I was here, you can see the debugger buttons right here. You can set breakpoints, and the code folding and the line numbers are here. We can disable all three of those things with this section right here. So I can turn off line numbers with line numbers is set to off. And this is personal preference. If you like it, if you don't, choose your own idea there. But even with line numbers off and you leave this gutter, it gives a nice clean effect. Glyph margin gets rid of that debugger section right there with the red dot. So I'll turn off glyph margin. And it brings it all the way to the left. And the last part here is there is code folding with that section right there. You can just turn off code folding for the entire editor if you have never used it. And now that bumps it all the way to the left. I personally like it when there's a little bit more margin. Those are the settings to go for the minimalist approach, the main UI stuff, the tab stuff, the gutter stuff. And now we've hidden so much stuff in our UI, and we can Command W there. And now if I want to get to a certain file, I need to know exactly what file I want to go to. I'm not just clicking around the UI. I just go to, okay, I need the index.js. And if I'm here, I say, oh, I don't really need that anymore. I'm going to go to the app.js right there. And we can even use more keyboard shortcuts where we say go to, and we can go to a symbol in editor, and that's Command-Shift-O. And now we can see, oh, there's default right there. So I'll go to, let's go to this URL, and I'll press enter, and that jumps all the way down there. So by using Command P and saying, oh, let's go to index, I want this better dev footer right there. And then I'm going to Command Shift O. I'll find all the symbols in there, and I can navigate to anything I need. And look how quick that was. I didn't have to click around. I just knew that I wanted this file, and then I'm going to open up the symbols. I'll look through those and type in there. So this is an approach you'd probably see closer to the Vim side of things, where everything is hidden and you are very deliberate about where you're going. If you are not a fan of this, I'm going to hide all of this, go back into my settings JSON, and let's just delete all of these settings right here. I'll delete, press save, and we're back to normal. If you aren't a fan of that, but you do want the minimalist approach every once in a while, you can do Command-Shift-P. There is centered mode, toggle centered layout, and now we get centered layout where the left and the right are margin over there and padding. And we can type in piece up and down the middle here. But what we can also do is, let's turn off centered layout, and I'm doing this all through the command palette. Let's open up the README again, is Zen mode. So if you turn on Zen mode, all of the stuff that we just did in settings pretty much happens. There's no line numbers, there's no status bar, activity bar, and you get this nice Zen mode, really focused writing. And you can still go ahead and open files like you would, index, better dev footer, and type as you need to. If you do it through settings, or if you do it through Zen mode and centered mode, just know there are tons of options to get whatever UI that you like for your VS Code.
This video is about the terminal, and the terminal built into VS Code specifically. This is something that I thought I would never use. I was a big fan of using this is iTerm, and I was a big fan of using iTerm or an external terminal, and I never thought I would start using the built-in VS Code terminal, but that is exactly what happened. And to get to the terminal,
you can do Control tilde, and that will open up the terminal right here down at the bottom for you. And you can do whatever you need to from here. You can npm install. Anything you think you could do from the normal terminal outside, you could do in here. So I wanted to talk about the workflow here, how we can start using it. And from here, we can learn the Control tilde keyboard shortcut and never have to leave VS Code and go back over to another terminal. So let's close this out. We don't need this anymore. From here, we can open it with Control tilde again. And let's see some quick ones that we can do. We can go over here. Right now I'm using ZSH. You can split the terminal. And now you can see 2 ZSHs right here. And by default, they're going to open up in the folder for where you are already in your VS Code project. So my project, I'm currently in the productive VS Code site, which is the GitHub repo for the site that sells this course. And you can check out that GitHub repo. It's totally open. You can see how I built the main website. But here, you can go ahead over here and close. And you can also split editors to the right, so you can have that. Another way to do that, you could press add right here. And now, check this out, we have groups. So if I had this group, which was split, and this one right here, this one is a whole other group. And you might be wondering, well, Chris, what's the benefit of doing something like this? Over here, I could have npm run dev. This is a Next.js website, so I could have this running. It'll start on localhost 3000. And then I can do all of the stuff I need to over here. Let's say I need to do npm installs. Let's say I needed to run other commands. We can do that all in another group. Another cool thing we can do with the VS Code terminal is you can press this little button right here, and it will increase the size so you can have your terminal full screen in case you need to see the entire list. Maybe you need to list out some routes if you're using Laravel. Maybe you need to do some tests in here. Close that. Another button we can press here is you can move into editor area, and I just right-clicked that there, and that brings it into its own little tab where you can keep that, open up other tabs, and this will always be running right there. So that's beneficial if you need the extra real estate space. On top of just moving around, adding tabs and all that good stuff, let's delete a couple of these. Let's go into our settings, and let me show you, type in terminal. There's a couple cool things we can do here. So one, I think the terminal default font size is a little too small, so just go terminal font, and we can increase to, let's say, 16. And the terminal font line height, I think can also get increased to maybe about 1.5. Let's go check it out now. A little bit larger, LS right here, and there's a little bit more spacing between the lines. A little bit easier to read. That's all preference. Please play around with that to see what you like. The next small trick I want to show you is if you are in your terminal, you can ls. We can go ahead and clear this by typing in clear and pressing enter. Or a quick shortcut to clear everything out is Command K. And I believe that works on Mac. I'm not entirely sure on the Windows side, so it may or may not work over there. The next trick I want to show you is if you have a long-running process that you need to keep checking. Let's say you are running some logs and you want to keep opening and closing to check the logs. You don't have to do that. You can just right-click here and move panel to the right. And now if you have something long-running, npm run dev, well, it's broken here, but if you have it running, you can just leave it here and code over here. Let's say I was in my pages index.js. We could do all of our work in here. And as we're working, this would continually run and you can see everything over there. And when you're done, right-click over here, move panel to bottom, and you are back in business. The last setting I want to show you is if you are on Windows or if you have some special setup for your terminal, is go over here, just type in terminal, and scroll down. You have OS X exec or Windows exec. So here on OS X, I'm using terminal.app. On Windows, it's using command. So if you wanted to use, let's say, WSL, You could just type in WSL and that would work for Windows subsystem for Linux. But just be aware that you can change out whatever you need here. All right, so just get used to that Control tilde and start using the built-in terminal. I think you'll find that once you don't have to leave VS Code and you see the benefits that VS Code, that staying inside of it provide, I think you'll start to use it a little bit more, just like I have. This video is all about using Git and GitHub from within VS Code. And Microsoft owns VS Code, Microsoft owns GitHub. It makes sense that they would be intertwined really well. We even have a Git panel over here on the side in the sidebar. So source control, we can open a folder, clone a repo, but right now I just have this folder over here and I'll just drag it into VS Code. Do I trust the authors of these files? Yes, I do. I made them. So here we are, brand new file. Let's go ahead and say index.html. And we have a brand new, pretty much website right here. I can go over here, close this out, and let's start working with the Git workflow. Step one is we should be able to create a repo from within here. Now, normally you might open up the terminal and say git init and start there, and then you would add your git remote for your remote origin. Or over here, you could just open up the Git panel and we see initialize repo or publish to GitHub. And publish to GitHub actually initializes the repo for us. So let's initialize the repo first. And now we can see that if we make any changes, we can have it in our source control panel. So that's really nice to have. Over here, we don't really see it, but if I open up the terminal and did an lsal, you can see a new .git folder right here, which is what holds all of the Git information we have. Next up, now that we have a repo, we should probably be able to git add and git commit to it. So we can stage changes and also commit changes. So if I go over here, the normal way we would do this is git add -a or git add period to add our files. That way we can stage them. And once they're staged, we can git commit with a message, my first files. Now, I'm not going to do either of those. You can do these in the terminal, but I want to show you a cooler way, which is the way that I use exclusively these days, and I use it all from the Git panel. Step one here is I can stage these changes, so I can press this plus right here, and it goes up there. Next up, I can commit, so I can say my first file. And then over here, I can say this check mark right here, which is going to commit. And now we have a commit done. Let's go ahead and change that file again. Let's go into the index.html. Let's do exclamation mark for the Emmet shorthand for a full HTML page. And then we'll go see, and this icon right here says, hey, there's some more changes here. There's actually one change. So I can click that. And this is what I really like about the Git panel. This is a way that I can view the changes that have been made and keep them or change them or delete them if I need to. I can click each file here and you can see, oh, on the left, this is what it used to be. And on the right, these are the things that got added. So if I do like these changes, I can go ahead and stage it by pressing plus. You can see it under staged changes now. Or if I don't like it, I can just go over here and unstage it using the little minus button and say, nah, I don't really want to keep that. I'm going to undo this specific change. So I can undo a single file, or you can undo multiple files with this button right here. But I'll do the single. Do you want to discard changes in index.html? Yes, I do. This is really helpful when you have multiple files. Let's go ahead and create a couple more files. Let's say style.css. Let's say magic.js. And let's go over here. We have two changes. I'm going to add this one and add this one and say adding JS and CSS. I can press the little check mark here, or a shortcut here for a keyboard shortcut is to do Command Enter, and that will stage and commit. Let's say we have some changes we want to make here. So I have magic.js. Let's add in some stuff, console.log. Hi, everyone. And let's add some styles over here for body. Let's say background is cuckoo. And I'll save that. So now we have two changes, but let's say for your team, you only want to be able to commit certain things and you want to be very specific about your commits. I can do a plus right here for just the styles. I can say adding some base styles. I'll press Command Enter to commit just that change. And now I can change and go ahead and stage the JavaScript and commit this and saying adding starting JS. And the cool thing about that is you are able to cherry pick. And the cool thing about doing it this way is that you'll be able to revert each specific commit by itself. So you're not lumping a bunch of features into one commit. I think the source control panel makes it really easy to pick the changes that you want per commit. Once we're ready to go, we can Command-Shift-P, push, and we can git push. And it says no remotes configured yet. I can add a remote. And we can add a remote from GitHub. And this is where it gets fun. You get to sign in with GitHub so that all the things that are happening in your VS Code can get pushed up to your GitHub account. I'll go ahead and allow. And what I see here is a login button right here. Authorize Visual Studio Code to access GitHub. I will continue here. Continue here. Open Visual Studio Code. Allow an extension to open this URI. Look at all this authentication stuff. And once I press OK, it starts searching for all of my GitHub repos up there, and you can pick the specific one that you want to push to. If you don't want any of those and you want to say, okay, I want a brand new folder, you can go to github.com, create a brand new repo, and then use that as your remote. What I'll do here is I'm just going to go here, rm.rf.git folder. And so we don't have a Git folder now. If we go back here and click refresh, cancel that, we can initialize repo or publish straight to GitHub. So if I publish to GitHub, you can pick private or public repo, and it'll just use the name of the folder that you're currently in. You can go ahead and do that, but what I'll do next is show you what it looks like to clone repos that are already existing from GitHub. While we have VS Code open, I'll do Command-Shift-P, clone, and we have git clone right here, clone from GitHub, and since we're already authenticated, it'll know to go grab our repos. We can go down here and say HTML, CSS website course. I'll click this one right here. And you can pick where you want this to go. I'll put this in my Batcave folder. Select repo. It will clone it, and you can open it in the current window, open it in a new window, or add to your workspace. I'm going to open it in the current window. Do I trust the authors of these files? Yes, I do. I can just trust everything in this Batcave folder since I already know that this is my folder. And now we have a repo, we have our source control working, and it's pointed directly to that GitHub repo. So let's go make some changes right here. I'm going to say, let's change out this HTML. My awesome website, let's change this to my super awesome website. And once it's saved, we can go over here, see this index.html, and here's a shortcut too. Instead of staging it and then committing it, if you go here, and just say changing something small, and you did Command Enter here, it would stage and commit. So you don't have to actually press the plus. If anything under changes, you press Command Enter, it will automatically go ahead, stage and commit. There are no stage changes to commit. Would you like to stage and commit? And I always say always for this one. You can do it specifically one by one, or I just say always because I know that when I'm doing that, Command Enter, all of those changes want to take place. All right, so if you don't want to do the push to GitHub through the command palette, I want to show you another way. Command-Shift-P, git push is right here. What you can also do is down in the status bar, there's this little button right here where it shows you all of the commits that have to go up and all of the commits that you have to pull down. So we have one locally that needs to go up to GitHub. If I click this, it will say this action will push and pull commits to and from the origin master branch. I'll say OK. You could click OK, don't show again if you want to go that route. And that will push all that up to GitHub. Next up, let's talk about branches. Branches are easy to do from within VS Code. Command-Shift-P, branch. And you can create branch, delete, merge, publish, all that good stuff. I'm going to create branch. And this will automatically create a branch from your current branch. You can also do create branch from if you wanted to branch off of some other branch. But right here, I'll do create branch, and we'll call this test. And now check this out. In the bottom, we are in the test branch. So I can Command-Shift-P, check out to, and you can see the list of branches. You have master and test locally here. You have origin head, origin master as well. It's cool because we can use the command palette to do all of our Git commands. We can clone, we can push, we can pull, we can commit, we can stage, and we can check out branches. We don't need to do all of it from the command line, git, branch, or anything like that. We don't have to do that here. And I want to show you another shortcut down in the status bar. You can click on the branch name right here, and you get that same command palette prompt where you can actually click over to the branch that you want. All right, so that looks good there. Let me show you a couple settings that I think you should change out. I'll go command comma. If we did git right here, and we scroll down, custom data, all this stuff, the one I want actually is default directory. And right here, edit in settings.json, we can enter in the default directory where we want all of the cloning to happen. So if I actually went in here, I don't want this folder. I'm going to go up one. This is my Batcave folder here. I'll say pwd, which is path for the working directory. And this is my folder right here, /users, /chris, /documents, /Batcave. So now whenever you do a git clone, it will automatically go into that folder. It won't have to ask you the prompt for which folder do you want. It'll just go right there. Another setting to check out is git fetch. Auto fetch, when set to true, commits will automatically be fetched from the default remote. And we can set this to true. And what happens is it'll periodically go check the remote and say, oh, are there commits I need to pull down? Are there any new branches I need to be aware of? And then you'll see that down here, you'll see, oh, you need one to pull down or one to push up. And I'll just set that to true. All right, there's a lot of really cool Git features in here, and we've barely scratched the surface. If you go into the Git panel, you press the ... right here, you can see all of the pretty much features that we can do with Git inside of VS Code. There is a lot more that we can do though, and the next video will cover even more of Git and GitHub, because there are some fantastic extensions that we can use to enhance even further the experience of using source control inside of VS Code. Next up, let's talk about Git extensions. For Git extensions, we will be talking about 5 different ones. We are going to work with Git history, Git blame, Git link, Git indicators, which is one of my favorites, and the big Git extension for VS Code, Git lens. So to start us off, let's go down the list. We'll go and start with Git history. If I search for Git history in my extensions panel, we see Git history here. We can scroll down, we can see the history of a file. We can search the history, view previous copy. It's pretty much what you would expect when it's called Git history. I'll go ahead and install this. And now if I go into my Explorer, go to this index.html file, and I open up Git history with the command palette, Command-Shift-P, history. We can view file history, even view line history, but I'll go ahead and do this right here. And now in here, we can see, if I zoom out, all of the different commits and what happened for each commit. So that one right there, we can view. We can go back to this one right here. We can view all of these that happened, and we can also go and dig deeper into that. A useful extension if you need to view your history often. Next up, let's go for Git blame. And this is a fun one, especially if you're working in a team. If you click install here, on index.html, you can see the blame right here. Blame Chris Sev 3 days ago is when this change was made. So that just adds a nice little status bar thing where you can see what's going on and you can see the extension there and the commit. Next up is git link. For git link, if you search for git link, no space in there, you click install. It's a small one that I use pretty often actually. You'll click enable here. If you are in a file that corresponds to a GitHub repo or any Git repo, you can right click and now your context menu will have a little button right here, go to online link or copy online link. So if I click go to online link from there, what we'll see is it goes directly to the GitHub repo and the file and the line that you wanted. This is very helpful when you're in a file and you just need to get to the GitHub repo. This is one really quick way to do it. Next up, we are going to be using Git indicators. And this is a really good one. I think very small feature, but very helpful. So what I like to do is, let's say let's go into our body, have made changes here, and I'll click save. Now notice there's a little icon here under the Git panel, the Git icon that shows you that something has changed. But oftentimes, we talk about it a lot in this course, I like hiding pretty much everything in VS Code. So if I wanted to, Command-Shift-P, hide the activity bar, there's no real way to see that a file has changed. And that's how I see whether or not I should go to my Git panel, look at what files have changed. So the cool thing about this Git indicators extension is that it can show you all of those status counters in your status bar. So I'll click install here. And I go ahead and enable it. If I go to a file that is part of the GitHub repo, you can see down below that there is one file changed with 4 insertions. So now I just have to look at my status bar to know whether or not to go into the Git panel with Command-Shift-G right here. And now I can completely hide the activity bar. I no longer need it. So that's a small one for me, just for the ability to hide the activity bar. We'll bring the activity bar back. And the next one is the big extension for VS Code and Git. Let's go into our extensions panel, Command-Shift-X, Git Lens. And it's so big that it's already showing up even if I search for Git indicators. So I'll go ahead and click into it. Let's go look at what it does. It is a ton of features built into one VS Code extension. Here are some of the features. We have revision navigation, current line blame, which is an interesting one that I'll show off. Authorship code lens, status bar blame. So that little status bar icon that we had for that other feature right here is also included in Git Lens. And really, Git Lens is a feature that brings in 2 of these extensions. So we no longer need Git blame. I can uninstall this one. And Git history, we can uninstall this one. And Git indicators and Git link can stay. I'll go ahead and reload to make sure that those are uninstalled. And we have Git Lens. Let's search for Git Lens again. And I'll click into it. I'll go ahead and install here. And with that, let's close out that. And we are here. Check this out. You can see who committed each specific line. And every time you click into a line, it has this little annotation on the right there. A little excessive, I think, especially if you aren't on a really big team, but you can hover it, you can see the commit, you can see when it happened, you can click on this to get the commit ID, all that good stuff. We also have Git blame in the status bar, just like the other extension, but we get a little bit more. The reason I showed off Git blame is because maybe you just want that one feature. That's a great extension to get the one feature. You don't need the full Git Lens extension for all of these things. Another feature from Git Lens is now we have these little icons in the top right here. You can click this back button and start to see the revisions from the previous commits. So these are the things we changed in this new commit. Press back. This was the previous change. And you can go forward all the way as well. So Git Lens gives you a lot of flexibility for moving around your files and seeing what's going on. Another benefit to Git Lens is if I go to my Git source control panel, we now have all these new little tabs. There's file history, where you can see the commits from this view. There's branches. There's remotes. Let's scroll down a little further. There are stashes. This is a good one, especially if you use the Git stash feature a lot. Tags, search and compare. But we get some even more functionality out of our source control panel thanks to Git Lens. You can also view your previous Git commits. All right, those are some good extensions to add extra functionality to VS Code. Let's keep moving forward. This video is all about working in multiple projects. If we have multiple projects, and what I really mean by that is multiple folders or multiple GitHub repos. So here I am in VS Code. I already have a folder in here for my site. But let's say we wanted to expand this site a little bit more. We have our front end, which is under my site. But let's say we have a new folder. We'll call it My API. Now, VS Code has a cool feature built in called workspaces, where I can go up here, File, and there is Add Folder to Workspace. We can open a workspace, or we can save a workspace. Or really, I can just take this My API, drag it in here, and it says, do you want to copy My API or add My API as a folder to the workspace? I'll add it to this workspace. Do you trust the authors of the files in this folder? Yes, I do. And now we can see two folders, one right here for HTML, CSS website course, and one for My API. And if I wanted to, I could add my site as well. I think I got the wrong folder there, but let's go ahead and add it. Add folder to workspace. There we go. So now we have three different folders in this workspace. And a workspace is really just VS Code's way of saying multiple folders in a project. So I can open up index.html here. I can open up this index.html and notice how it has the folder or project name right next to the file name, so I don't get confused at which one is which. And I can close my open editors there. Now, the cool thing about this is if you have two Git repos, let's say I went into here, and this has already been changed. You can see these Git indicators right here. And if I go into this other index.html file and say exclamation mark, enter there, then I'll save. So I have saved this file, but it doesn't look like there have been any changes in the Git panel. And I think that's because this My Site doesn't have a Git folder. So it's not really Git source controlled. To do this, I could open up my terminal, right click right here, go to Open in Integrated Terminal. So that opens up this specific folder for My Site. And I can do ls-al. And I don't see a Git folder right here. So I'll say git init. And now that I've initialized a new Git repo, we can see there are 4 changes over here. And you can see which ones are changed. These are green because they're brand new files. This is yellow because it's been changed. So if I go over here now, check this out, we can see changes and we can see My Site. So we can see the separation between the two projects in the source control panel. And you can start working with each one separately. So if you have an API in the back end and a front end folder and you have it all in one workspace, that is very helpful to have. By default, VS Code will keep this as an untitled workspace, or you could go up here, File, and save workspace as, so that you can keep opening the workspace right here under open workspace. So that's helpful, especially if you're using multiple projects. If you don't want to jump into a monorepo setup, you can use the workspace feature here. I'll go ahead and remove everything. Let me remove this one, remove folder from workspace. And I'll remove My API, remove folder from workspace. So all we're left with is one folder, and the Git panel only shows that folder. To close out this workspace, all I have to do is close the VS Code window, and it says, do you want to save your workspace configuration? I'll click Don't Save. Let's go ahead and open VS Code again, and let's start talking about extensions for working with multiple projects. The first extension I want to talk about is called Project Manager. If I go over here, let's install it, Project Manager. This is a great way to switch between different projects. If you remember me opening up my Batcave folder, you notice there's probably 10 different projects in there. Let's go over to VS Code and I'll do Command O to open a folder. And I'll go into my Batcave folder, I'll do Productive VS Code Site, and I'll click Open. Now this VS Code is this folder right here, so it's all of the things for the website for this course. But let's say I wanted to switch projects. So the cool thing we can do with the project manager extension is I can do Command-Shift-P, save project. And now project manager will save this project and we can name it, and we'll name it Productive VS Code Site, which is just the folder name. I'll press enter. Now let's say we opened up a different project. Let's go back one to the Batcave folder. Let's say we wanted to open up the HTML CSS website course. I'll click open. Now we've opened up this folder in VS Code. I'll do Command-Shift-P, save project, and I'll save it as the folder name. All right, so now that we have two projects saved, there are a couple different ways to activate Project Manager. The first way is I can click the folder icon right here in the status bar. I can click that and it'll open up the list of projects that I can switch to. So if I click on Productive VS Code Site, it'll switch to that project. That makes it really quick since I don't have to do Command O and then find the folder in Finder. I can just do it right from this button right here. And we can use the Command-Shift-P command palette to list projects. And that's Project Manager, list projects to open. I'll click that. And now we get the list of projects. The other way we can open projects is the folder icon in our sidebar now. We have favorites right here, which are the two that we just created, or there's this handy dandy Git panel right here. So if you have a bunch of folders that are Git source controlled, which every single project in my Batcave folder is, you can just say, hey, Project Manager, go look in that folder and always look in that folder for any Git repos that I can pull in. So I'll go to Open Settings right here. And it doesn't look like it actually went. So let's go for Base Folders for Project Manager. And let's see, any base folders? Nope, we want Git base folder. So let's add an item right here. And I'm going to paste in my folder structure, which is going to be users/Chris/documents/Batcave. So any Git repos in this folder, please go ahead and open for us. And look at that. Immediately, it went ahead and said, oh, there are 11 projects that are Git source controlled in this folder. So now instead of manually saving it as a favorite up here, I can just go ahead and say, oh, here's the Better Dev website. Let's click that. And also, there's this right here, which still pulls up the Git repos and our favorite ones that we created manually. So that's a great extension to have, especially when you work with multiple Git repos, which I'm sure we all do. The second extension that I want to talk about when working with multiple projects is called Peacock. And we already have it working here. I have it on this site. You can see the green around on the title bar, the activity bar, and the status bar. And the way we do that is with an extension called Peacock. Let me go and search for Peacock. This is the one by John Papa. I'll click install right here. And we'll click enable. To work with Peacock, you have to do Command-Shift-P. Search for Peacock, and you have to add the recommended favorites. So once you click that, it'll go ahead and add them to your settings. And now, if I'm in this project, I can Command-Shift-P and say, Peacock, change to a favorite color. If I change to a favorite color, I can go down the list and change this project to any of these colors. Let's go for React Blue, or maybe something different. All right, so now we have something different. There's actually a button down here in the status bar where we can copy the hex value. And the way that Peacock works is it saves it into a .vs code folder under settings.json under color customizations. So Peacock is a tool that helps you create this object, but VS Code can read this object without needing the Peacock extension itself. With these two extensions, we have the Project Manager extension where we can switch this out. Let's go over to the Productive VS Code site again. And since this is a VS Code site, let's change out the color for purple. So I'll see Peacock, change to a favorite color. Let's go for, I believe something different was pretty on the purple side. That orange is fun. Let's just do orange. So now when we switch projects or when we have multiple projects open, for instance, let me do Command-Shift-N, I'll open up another VS Code instance, and I'll do Option-Command-P to switch projects. I'll do better dev site. So now when you have multiple projects open, you can really see the difference when you have one being orange, one being purple, and if you were using Mac, you could quickly switch between the two like this. All right, those are two great extensions to work with multiple projects. Definitely work with workspaces as well. But VS Code makes it really nice to work with multiple projects and be able to differentiate between the two. In this video, we're going to talk about the autosave and autoformat workflow. Now, I have to preface this with, before I used these two settings for about a week, I absolutely hated both of these settings. So there may be a learning curve or a time of adjustment for when you try these out. And feel free to not try these out if they don't feel like your cup of tea. So let's go and see why you would do an autosave and autoformat workflow. One, you're removing time to format. And you might be wondering, I like formatting it my way. And I agree, that's how I used to think. But now with the style guides that tools like Prettier, which is the tool that we're going to use in this video, with the style guides out there, it enforces a set of styles across your entire team, across yourself and all your projects. It removes milliseconds of thought every single time you need to save or you need to format, and that all adds up. One of my favorite books on web design is Don't Make Me Think by Steve Krug, and the big process of it is saying, if I don't have to think about it, then why make a user think about it? Like, put the login button in the top right, not in the top left. It's just easier for a user to automatically do something instead of having to manually think about it. You get to focus on code, don't focus on saving, formatting, all that stuff. And you enforce styles across your entire team without even thinking about it. Everybody just automatically has the same styles. So here to demonstrate both of these, I have a brand new React application. And if you don't know React, don't worry, it's not what this video is about. But here I have a React app, and normally I would have to update this entire app. Let's delete all of that and let's say, hi everyone. And now I have to Command S to save this file, and then we see this updated in the right. Let's go to our settings and turn auto save on. Files autosave, we'll set that to after a delay. So that doesn't save every character change, it actually saves after you stop typing. And I think 1000 is a little too short, so I changed mine to 1500. That'll be 1500 milliseconds after you stop typing, will it autosave? So now if I'm over here, I don't have to think about it. This is really cool. And I just wait, and all of a sudden, everything on the right is updated. And then I can keep typing. A sign that I have found that I like this setting is that when I go to my other computer or somebody else's computer that doesn't have autosave on, I find it frustrating. And that means that I really like autosave because it's simplified and made my workflow a little bit faster. Again, I encourage you to try it out just for maybe a week. You might hate it at first. I know I did, but it is fantastic. Next up, let's talk about formatting and auto formatting. When we talk about formatting, let's say I had this on this line right here, and I did Command-Shift-P, format. Nothing would work because we don't have a formatter that knows how to format this React component. If I opened up a new file, change the language mode to JavaScript, and let's say const people is equal to, let's say an object, his name is Chris, and let's format this weirdly. We'll say name is cap. We'll say name is auto. Now let's format this. We'll say format document from the command palette. And there we go. It auto formats it a little weird still, so I have to go in here and format it myself. But there is a built-in VS Code formatter, and there's an even better one we can install as an extension. So I'm going to go to extensions. Prettier is the tool that we're going to use, and this is pretty standard, I would say, across the industry. A lot of people are using Prettier. You can see there's 14.1 million installs on this already. We'll install that. And then let's go back over here and let's undo. Let's make sure everything's all weird again. I'll say Command-Shift-P, format document. And it says, hey, there's multiple formatters. There's the built-in VS Code one, and there's the prettier one that you just installed. Which one do you want to use? I'll configure and say, let's use prettier, this one right here. And now it formats it like that, which is probably not what we wanted. It's a little weird, but let's see what happens if I add in maybe a couple more people. And let's Command-Shift-P, format document right here. And there we go. So I think what happened, I'm super zoomed in, is it said, hey, these objects don't really pass along 80 characters. It's not 80 characters long. So let's put it all on one line. But as soon as you get to multiple, we'll give you multiple lines. The cool thing about this, though, is that we don't have to think about it. So if I go to app.js and I just did format right here, it did everything on one line. If I said, let's put a p tag around this thing, let's go over here and close this p tag. And I did format. There we go. Now, the problem here is that I have to press format manually every single time. What happens if I push this code up to my teammates, up to my GitHub repo, and I didn't remember to format? The cool thing here is let's go here and say format on save. And we can format on save. You can also change it to the entire file or only modifications of the file. Definitely pick which one works best. I usually just do file. We have format on save, and then the other one I want to talk about is default formatter. I'm just going to set this to prettier. It's all the way down here for default formatter. And now that that's ready to go, we can start typing in. Let's say we wanted a span tag and said hi, and then behind that we wanted a span tag and said goodbye. And then over here, let's do that. It's going to save, which didn't force the format, and I'm going to Command S to force the format. So that's one way to force the save and force the format, because on autosave, it doesn't automatically format, which is interesting, but I like it because let's say we're just doing some updates like this, and we save, and it works, but when we want to format, I just do Command S. So you still have that workflow where you're doing Command S to format it, and you still have that autosave for the quick hot reload over here on the React app. All right, I definitely recommend giving both of those a shot. I know you're probably thinking, Chris, I don't need those, and you might be right, but just give them a shot. We'll see what happens. And of the two, I would recommend that Autoformat is the more important one, because you still have to do Command S to get the formatting done, but it definitely helps when you're working on multiple projects, multiple teams. You just have to not format things, which is really nice. This workflow is called the Preview Your Work workflow. In this one, we're going to talk about two different extensions. The first one being Live Server, and the second being Browser Preview. Both super helpful extensions, and it's good to know when to use each one. Let's go over here. I'm going to open up my terminal. Let's make a brand new file, new folder actually. Let's go make directory. Let's call it working. And I'm going to open this working folder in this VS Code window that I have open. I'm going to say code working, and I'm going to say -R to reuse the current window that I'm in. So there we go. We open up the brand new folder right inside of VS Code. I'm going to open up a new file called index.html. Now this first one is live server. So we'll type in live server. I'll click install here. It launches a development local server with live reload features for static and dynamic pages. I find it really helpful when I'm working with projects where it's just HTML and CSS, where usually I use these to prototype. If you have a React app or a Vue app or anything that has its own built-in live reload, you don't really need this tool. So it's more for the tools that don't already have your servers built in. So the way this works is if you have an HTML file, it'll load up your file and folder over here. And if I go here, shortcuts to stop. Everything is in the status bar. So you can see in the status bar here, we have go live. And you can also right click on an HTML file over here and say open with live server. There we go. So let's go back to our index.html. Let's make sure we have some code. I'll do exclamation mark, which is the Emmet expansion abbreviation for a full HTML doc. And I'll just say, hey there. Now let's click on go live. It'll start, and here we are. We are in 127 localhost 5500/index.html. And now if I change things here, it automatically changes over here. So thanks to Live Server, it's already built up a way to automatically update our server when our files changes. Really nice, especially with just HTML or maybe a PHP server. The next extension to talk about is Browser Preview. I'll go ahead and install this. Right now, you see the setup is a Chrome browser off to the right here, and we have VS Code right here. Well, this extension puts VS Code, a browser, right on the right side. Super, super cool right there. So to get started, we go Browser, View, Open Preview, and that will be from the command palette. So I'm going to go back to our index.html, Command-Shift-P, Browser Preview, and let's say Show Browser Preview. Here we go. And now we have Browser Preview over here. We don't even need that Chrome browser that we had open. And let's make sure we go to the right place. Let's go 127.0.0.1, 5500/index.html. And now we have Live Server running. We have our browser preview in here. Will things still change? And there we are. Everything is working all inside of VS Code. We can expand this and check this out. Everything is inside of VS Code now. We don't need to jump between VS Code and Chrome. Everything's in here. The last setting I want to talk about is when we opened up Browser Preview, it went to the Visual Studio Code website. We don't really want that. We usually want it to go to localhost 3300 or localhost 3000, wherever we're developing. I'll open up our settings, type in Browser Preview, and down here, under Start URL, you can change this out for whatever you need it to be. All right, that wraps it up with our 2 extensions. Check it out. We have everything in VS Code. We have our live server running. We have our preview right in here. Very cool setup. Now, this next section of the course, the keyboard shortcuts section or the key bindings section, is my absolute favorite part of this course. Keyboard shortcuts are kind of the badge of honor when you're working with a text editor or an IDE. And keyboard shortcuts is really where, when you're starting to type or you're having people look over your shoulder and you're using keyboard shortcuts, that's when people really say, wow, they're pretty fast. And that's all done with keyboard shortcuts. If we talk about productivity, the way that we save time is by keeping our hands on the home row, which is the middle of our keyboard. Anytime we move our hands off of the keyboard, go touch our mouse, trackpad, whatever we're using, we're taking away precious seconds, milliseconds that add up over time. And I know that sounds pretty ridiculous. You're like, Chris, it's just grabbing my mouse. It's fine. And it is totally fine. But if you want to be a faster developer, touching your mouse less will make you faster and more efficient, more productive. So this entire section is about learning about these keyboard shortcuts and seeing how we can integrate them and learn how to integrate them into our workflows. A big thing I want to stress about this section of the course, though, is that you're not going to learn all of the keyboard shortcuts overnight or in these videos. I definitely still don't even know all of the keyboard shortcuts. But I want to put forth a path where you can say, well, I think that should have a keyboard shortcut. Maybe I can find it. So by giving us the tools on how to find and learn these keyboard shortcuts, I feel like we can be better developers in the long run. It's like that saying where they say, it's not about Googling, it's about knowing what to Google. So really here, it's not just knowing the keyboard shortcuts, it's knowing how to find and learn the keyboard shortcuts. So to start us off, here are the docs. I'm actually just going to skip the docs and go into VS Code. And I want to show you a trick that you should memorize. Command-Shift-P, command palette. I'm going to type in keyboard shortcuts. This one right here, help keyboard shortcuts reference. And you can do this by Command-K and Command-R. So I want you to note already that the command palette will always try to give you the keyboard shortcut possible if it exists. So here we want the keyboard shortcuts reference. That's keyboard Command-R. So that's keyboard shortcuts reference. That's a pretty easy way to remember it. Click that, and it'll actually open up a browser with the keyboard shortcuts cheat sheet that VS Code has provided for us. And if you're on Windows, it'll open the Windows one. If you're on Linux, it'll open the Linux one. If you want, you can even print this out, hold it next to your desk, and kind of commit these to memory. We're going to go through a couple of my favorites and show you how these can help us be more productive. The reference sheet right there, which we can always access from command palette, Command-K, Command-R. That's always easy to access right there. Or again, Command-Shift-P, keyboard shortcuts reference. So if I go back to the docs here, if you are coming to VS Code from another editor, which many of you probably are, I came from Sublime Text myself, there is down here in the section called Key Maps, Extensions. This is the second section. So if you scroll down, Key Map Extensions, VS Code does a great job at helping us migrate away from other editors into VS Code. So if you want, you can download the Sublime Text Key Map, install that extension, and now all of the keyboard shortcuts that you're used to in Sublime Text are carried over into VS Code. The other thing about this is that we can go into VS Code and say Command-Shift-P, keyboard shortcuts. We can open keyboard shortcuts right here. And by doing this, Command-K, Command-S, we can see all of the keyboard shortcuts that VS Code has available to us. So this reference plus the keyboard shortcuts cheat sheet are good enough to look through and make sure that we can commit these to memory. And if you ever don't know what the keyboard shortcut is, try opening this up and typing it in. Like, let's say an easy one, copy, Command-C, as per usual for all computers out there. And I know I'm starting to get a little repetitive with this. Keyboard shortcuts are going to make us faster developers, but could you imagine if we opened up a file right here and I wanted to copy this, if I had to do this and go right-click and say copy down here, could you imagine having to do that every single time we needed to copy and paste something? That would be tedious. So just think how much faster we are with Command-C right here and Command-V right there. Imagine what we could do if everything we did was keyboard shortcuts. And I know I'm trying to drive that point home a little bit too hard. Sorry for saying it so many times. I just believe in it so strongly. I want to talk about a setting which will help us out. I'm going to open up settings, command, comma, and I'm going to search for cursor smooth. Now, cursor smooth caret animation is a fun little visual thing, not necessary at all. It's more of a visual feature. If I click this and I go over here and I click through, there's actually this really small, nice, subtle feature where the caret is animated from point A to point B. So you can see it kind of really quickly animate over. And if I turn that off, we go over here, it'll just jump. If you can really tell, it's really subtle. But for me, I think this is a really fun feature that VS Code offers. And we'll be moving around a lot with our keyboard throughout the rest of this course. So I thought, you know what, let's turn this on. Let's get a nice visual feature in here. So to recap, if I close everything out, the one things that we need to remember is keyboard shortcuts reference, keyboard shortcuts reference. We can enter that and always open up the keyboard shortcuts reference and read through these. We can always Command-Shift-P to open the command palette, type in like copy, and you'll see the keyboard shortcut right there. And part 3 to that is we can always open keyboard shortcuts right here, and I'll click that to open it. And you can kind of search down here and see all the keyboard shortcuts. Oh my gosh, look how many. So those 3 techniques are really good to keep in mind. We can use them while we learn and grow our keyboard shortcuts that we memorize. Let's start our keyboard shortcuts section by going over the basic editing keyboard shortcuts. To start, I'm going to open up a new file with Command-N. And you can do this as many times as you need. Command W closes the tabs. We can also do Command N to open up a new file. And if we wanted, we could split this out into a split editor and do Command \. So now the same file is in two different editor tabs. If I wanted to jump between these two editor tabs, I would do Command 1 for this section, this group, Command 2 for this group. I can do Command W to close that, Command W to close another one. Let's go over to our Explorer right here. Let's open up some files. There's comparisons, conditionals, functions. Command B closes the sidebar there. And I will actually close this one as well. If we make any changes to our files, we have the ones that we're probably used to already that we've used in other editors. Say hi, we can Command S to save. We can Command C to copy. Let's highlight something, Command C. Paste with Command V. So those are the ones we're used to right there. Undo with Command Z, save, Command S, and I'll close all of these tabs out, Command W, Command W, Command W. To reopen a closed tab, we have Command Shift T, just like you would see in Chrome. Let's open up a new file, Command W to close that tab, Command N, and I'm going to write out some stuff. So this is my new file. Hello, everyone. Let's learn keyboard shortcuts. All right, so this is where we get to working inside of a file. Let's work with line keyboard shortcuts. So that's anything to manipulate lines. Let's say I wanted to cut this line. I could Command X and cut that whole line. And then I could go over here, use my arrow keys, and then paste it up there. That's cool right there. I could move lines up and down with Option and the down arrow. And I can move it back up with the Option up arrow. We can copy lines down, Shift Option down. And I don't know why my keyboard shortcuts aren't showing in the bottom there. I'm not entirely sure. But let's see. Shift, Option, and the arrow keys will copy lines up and down. And this is really useful. Let's say if you had some LIs, close those LIs right there. And then you did Shift, Option down, and you copied all those. Some more stuff we can do with lines is that we can add lines above and below, add new lines. So if I wanted to add a line below this, I would do Command Enter. If I wanted to add a line above this, Command Shift Enter. And now I can start typing there. So all of these line keyboard shortcuts are very helpful when we're trying to manipulate all of our lines. Those are the main ones that I use, but the two more that I want to show in the editing of lines is you can actually go here and do Command this open bracket, or I guess that's the closing bracket, and that can indent. And you can do all the way back to the other way with Command and then the square bracket that way. Moving beyond lines, I want to talk about comments. What you'll see me do often in this course is Command / to create comments. And if you highlight multiple lines, if I hold Shift and press down a bunch of times, and you do Command /, that creates a comment across all of the lines that you're already on. All in all, as far as editing a single file, those are my favorite keyboard shortcuts to use. You've seen opening and creating new tabs and editor groups. You've seen editing inside of a file using the line helpers. And you've also seen a little bit about comments. So with those three put together, there's a lot that you can do there. But there is more, and always Command-Shift-P, help keyboard shortcuts reference right there. And if we open that up and bring this over here, we can see basic editing. This is where we pulled most of these ones in this video. The editor management section also has a lot of this from this video. File management is from this video as well. We are going to get into the other ones in the next videos, but overall, definitely keep referencing this file and you'll be on your way. The next set of keyboard shortcuts we're going to do here is the section for navigation. Now, this navigation workflow video is going to be a very important one. It actually ties together a lot of what we've already learned, but it gives us one of our first workflows we're going to see in this course. And what I mean by workflow which we'll talk about more in the workflows section of this course, is that we're going to try to do a little bit more real world scenario things here. So I'm going to actually go into our project and use these keyboard navigation shortcuts, and let's see if we can do all of this without ever opening the sidebar or the Explorer. And that's what I mean by workflow. You're going to see what it kind of looks like for a day-to-day workflow that I would do in my coding journey. So if I go here, for myself, I usually don't have the Explorer open. I just code just like this, and even sometimes I'll actually hide the activity bar, Command-Shift-P, activity bar. You can toggle activity bar visibility. I'll actually code like this a lot of the time. I'll even hide the status bar, but we'll talk about that in the minimalist workflow. So let's bring those two back, status bar and activity bar, and let's see how we can do this without our sidebar. To start, I want to open up a file. To open up a file, we have Command P, and that is go to file. So now you can see all of the files here. Let's say we wanted to open up this functions file. I can type in functions, and we'll see that fuzzy search has shown functions file right here. I'll press enter. That will open up our file here. Now to navigate around this file, let's use some more shortcuts. We have Command P so far to go to a file. Let's go to the bottom of this file. I'm going to press Command down. So we're at line 63 right here. Let me try to zoom in. So if we're at line 63, let's say we wanted to go up here to line 50. To do that, we can do Control G, and we can type in a line, we can say 50, and that jumps right to line 50. And I pressed enter right there to complete that command. So we have the ability to open a file. We now have the ability to go to a line. Next up, let's go to a symbol in this file. And we've already seen this a little bit by using the breadcrumbs. So if I click here, you can see there's the script tag, and inside of that, there's the say something function, which we can see right here. There is squared, which is a const right here, other squared, and this punch function right there. So I'll click this, and you can see all of the symbols in this file. Another shortcut for that is Command-Shift-O. And that shows the symbols in this file. If I typed in punch, it would go down to that file right there. Something we've also seen before is if I use a function right here, and let's say this is used way, way, way far away from where it's actually defined, you can right-click here and go to definition. But you can see that F12 is the keyboard shortcut there. So I can actually hit F12 on that and go to the definition where it's defined. Another way to do that, it's kind of a keyboard shortcut plus a mouse click, is you hold Control, you hover over it, and now you see that underline, so it's kind of a link. You can click that, and it'll jump to the definition. We're able to navigate the symbols in this file, just like you would with these breadcrumbs. Command-Shift-O gets you all the symbols. Another fun thing we can do is bracket matching. So if I'm here and I'm on this bracket right here, I can hit Command-Shift \, and it'll go to the matching bracket right there. So if there was a ton of code in here, and even if there was an if statement like a snippet, and let's say there's some more stuff, a for loop in here, and some more stuff, maybe a for each loop. Oh, I already did a for each loop. Let's do a for in loop. If we are in one of these, we can just say Command-Shift \, and it'll go to the matching bracket. And notice VS Code's nice enough to highlight the brackets that it is matching. Just a fun trick to kind of jump between the top and bottom of brackets. So all in all, Command-P to open things up. We can say conditionals. Press enter there to open that file. We can go to a line with Control-G. We can open a symbol with Command-Shift-O. We can go to a definition with F12. And we're able to bracket match with Command-Shift \. The other thing about this is those go-to shortcuts. We can Command-Shift-P, open the command palette, and notice how the arrow right here, this caret, is going to show us the commands that VS Code has. If we delete that, we can actually say @ is going to find symbols, : is going to find line number, and the arrow is going to go back to finding commands. So all of that can be done from here inside of the command palette. All in all, Command P is what I really use a ton of the time. Command Shift O I use as well to go through our breadcrumbs or symbols. Go to line number. I don't use as much these days, but it is very helpful, especially if you can see the line number in your editor and you want to jump to it. All right, that's our navigation workflow. A lot of fun stuff that you can integrate into your daily coding. This video is going to talk about my absolute favorite feature of Visual Studio Code. But it's not even a feature that is specific to VS Code. It's a feature that is found in many editors and can even be found in online editors like CodePen and Code Sandbox. Here we have our basic editing docs. Here's keyboard shortcuts, which we have talked about a little bit. And here is multi-selections, or multi-cursor as it's named. And this is my favorite feature of any text editor, because this is what I feel like is going to make us very, very productive and make us have fun editing. If I go back to VS Code, I am going to open up a brand new file with Command N. I'm going to change the language of this file, Command Shift P, type in language mode. I'll change this to HTML so we can start using Emmet. I'll do exclamation mark, which in Emmet is going to bring us a whole new HTML document. And then down here, let's zoom in a little bit. I am going to create a UL inside of that li times 5, and then let's say the text is, whoa. Perfect. So we have a UL with 5 LIs, and this is kind of a common thing you'll do. Maybe you have a bunch of list items, or maybe these are A tags, whatever you need. Multi-cursor helps with editing multiple things in a row. So let's say I have all of these. The quickest way to start up with multi-cursor is I'm going to click right here, and then I'll hold the Option key and click down, click, click, click. And now if I just press arrows over, I can delete right here and say, whoa, this is really cool. And the cool thing about this is this can even be done with Emmet. So I can say a.link and do tab right there. And now I can type and type over here. So let me tab that over, just get my indentation again. One of the things that I like to do also is to not just Option click my way through these, right here, right here, right here, right here. Another easier way to do this is to highlight the text that you want, and I can double click that. So now I'm holding over this type area. I can do Command D, and that will duplicate the next instance of that same exact text. So I can do Command D, Command D, Command D, and keep going. And now I can say hi here. So that is an easier way to activate multi-cursor, is just to highlight something and do Command D. In this instance, let's say I wanted this href to actually be a hashtag for a placeholder. If I did Command D here, notice it would highlight everything right there. So we have to find a way to differentiate this side over here. One way we can do that is we can highlight with the quotes, because that's going to only highlight these down here. Command D, 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 and I'll press right, left, and then delete all this and do a hashtag. Another cool way to highlight a section of code, normally you would have to highlight all of this right here if you wanted to use your mouse. If I want to highlight just this href section, I can click where I want to start highlighting a section. I can do Shift Option, and I can drag down like this, and now I am creating multiple cursors on each line like that. So that's another way to highlight based on a column, which is really helpful. Let's say I wanted just the text over here. I could do this Shift Option and highlight straight down like that, and now I can type here. So that's a really cool way to activate multi-cursor as well. Let me show you another way to activate multiple cursors. I can click here, and instead of highlighting with my mouse, I can actually hold Option Command and press down, and that will highlight down or up, depending on if I press down or the up arrow. And now I can type in here, hi, or HTTPS, example.com, like that. That is another way to create multiple cursors. So you're seeing that there's a couple of different ways we can do this, a lot of options. Start to find the ones that are best for you. I personally really lean towards the Command D version. I think that's the easiest to remember. Option click also helps when you need to highlight different areas and maybe things don't always match up. Another way we can even activate multi-cursor is using the find or search inside of this editor. So if I did Command F, opened up search right here, it actually highlighted class because I was already highlighted on it like that. So whatever you're highlighted on, you can press Command F and it will auto-populate in here. So here's how we activate multiple cursors once we have find working. We press Option, Enter. And now that gets us to all of the areas where we can type in here. And let's change the link to like nav item or something like that. So again, I can even search Command F, delete that and say I can type here. So I searched up here and then I do Option Enter to highlight them all. Whoa. If you are coming from a different editor, I want to show you how you can update this. So let's say I had right here, Command, comma, to open up our settings. You can do multi-cursor modifier. If you are coming from Sublime Text or some other editor that has Command or Control as the multi-cursor click holder, you can click that and that'll work. Or Alt is kind of the default. In VS Code, you can use that as well. I personally lean to Control Command because I am coming from Sublime Text and I know that world so well. But everything will work the same, except I just hold Command and now I can click into a bunch of places. Command D still works. There's also one more I want to show you about multi-cursor. If I click here and I double click a bunch of times with Command D and I say red, and I'll actually do blue. And if you want to exit out of multi-cursor, I just pressed escape there. Yellow, let's say green, and let's go for purple. Whoa, purple. Let's say I wanted to highlight all of these. I could do Option Command down, 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 down. I could highlight the back ending tag of A, Command D, 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 and I can click left and type that in. Or you could do like this right here, Command D, 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 press right. A cool thing we can do here is, let's say we wanted to maybe style out the class based on this. We can Shift, Option, highlight that word, copy, come over here, press left a couple times, and paste right there. And we can say like nav, yellow, green, blue. So that's another way to use multi-cursor. There's a lot of different options and possibilities for using multi-cursor here that helps us save time writing. All right, to recap, there's a lot of ways that multi-cursor can activate and help us. We have alt-clicking or command-clicking. We have duplicating with Command D. We have the ability to go straight down with Option Command down, down, down. We have the ability to find by doing Command F and then Alt, Option, Enter. And we also have the ability to highlight straight through with Shift, Option, right here, Shift, Option, and I can highlight like that. A lot of cool ways. Definitely work them into your tool set and try to look for ways of when you are able to use them or when you could benefit from them. These have worked into my workflow pretty often nowadays, and I can't imagine having an editor that doesn't have this multi-cursor feature. The next part of this keyboard shortcuts reference that I want to work with is over here on the right side under Display. So if we go over here, all of these are going to be used on a day-to-day basis. I actually use these so much for my workflow, so I just wanted to show you these. And really what all of these are is to get around the UI of VS Code. So if I'm in here and I close this out and I click Don't Save, so I did Command W to close that. If I wanted to open up the Explorer right here, you can see that it gives us the keyboard shortcut up there, Command Shift E. So if I click that, or I did Command Shift E, it would open up the Explorer. And then Command B closes the sidebar. So Command B will open up what was previously in the sidebar, in this case, the Explorer. So I'll actually close and open the sidebar a ton, and you'll see me use this keyboard shortcut a lot when I'm working so that I can focus on the code and not have to worry about any sidebars open. So let's go down the line. Let's open up the Explorer, which is Command-Shift-E. Let's open up Search, which is Command-Shift-F, and I'm not sure why it didn't pop up right there. Let's open up the source control, and this one's a little weird because it's Control-Shift-G. So it's not exactly the Command-Shift-G that you would expect, but it is Control-Shift-G. And this one I go to a ton, so it's inconvenient that it is Control-Shift-G. The cool thing about this, though, is that we can go and close the sidebar, open up Command Palette, Keyboard Shortcuts. We can type in Command-Shift-G and see what is in our editor for that keyboard shortcuts. So I actually don't use Command-Shift-G to find previous or terminal find previous, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove those. I'm going to click here, remove key binding, and remove key binding. Now I'm going to make sure that this source control panel I can use with Command-Shift-G, so I'll type in Control-Shift-G to find it. View source control, I'm going to click Edit right here. Command-Shift-G is what I want, and I'll press Enter. All right, so now if I go over here, Command-Shift-G shows up, and I can do that. Command-Shift-E is Explorer. Command-Shift-F is Search. Command-Shift-G is Git source control now. And that's a personal preference. I like them to be uniform. You don't really have to do that for yourself, but I dig it. And over here, let's do debug Command-Shift-D. And extensions is Command-Shift-X. And I'll close the sidebar, reopen the sidebar. So navigating the UI like this is really important because when we need to go and find the search panel, Command-Shift-F. If we need to go into Git control, Command-Shift-G. If we need to go into the Explorer, Command-Shift-E. So really get into a habit of knowing these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 keyboard shortcuts. In addition to the things in the sidebar there, we have one that we've already used a bunch of times in this course. We have Command, comma to find our settings. We also have the ability to open up the panels at the bottom with Control tilde, and that'll open up the terminal, which I use pretty much on a daily basis. You can also hover problems, the Command-Shift-M, output, and debug console, which we won't use too much in this course, but we will use them a little bit. So Control tilde will reclose the terminal and open the terminal. Get into a good habit of learning these sidebar shortcuts. They'll definitely help you be more productive on a daily basis.
We have been able to do a lot in this keyboard shortcut section. There's a lot of great things, and I want to note that there's a lot of cool things that we've done here, but it doesn't really help us unless we practice it every single day. We try to internalize it so that it is second nature. Remember, the less that we touch the mouse or the trackpad, the faster as developers we will become. So here I am on Visual Studio Code. I want to point out a resource that's really helpful. If you go to Docs, under Get Started, under Key Bindings, and over here under Keyboard Shortcuts Reference, here are the cheat sheets for each operating system. I'll click into the macOS one, and maybe you want to print this out and keep it on your desk while you're learning the keyboard shortcuts. Maybe you want to just have the link handy in your bookmarks. But I used this a lot when I was learning the keyboard shortcuts. Very helpful to just reference and look through. And also remember that you can always go into your command palette and search for the words for each of these. Like let's say I wanted to go to file. I could go to my command palette, search for go to file, and it would usually pop up the keyboard shortcut on the right. And that's a good way to keep practicing your keyboard shortcuts, keep getting better at them, and keep getting faster. Here I have our better.dev website. And the cool thing about the better.dev website is the GitHub repo is right here, and all of the posts and content here are in this _posts folder. And that's how we're writing. Everything is in Markdown. And when I say we, it's me, Cap, and my cousin, Lynn Codes, who's working with me on this project. If I go to pull requests, we'll see that the pull requests that she has in for these articles are the new articles that are coming down the pipe, and these are the ones that are assigned to me.
and I need to review them. So I can go in here and I can look through the files that are changed. Over here, I can add comments down below. I can request changes, all that stuff that you'd expect from GitHub's UI and being able to handle PRs inside of here. But being that VS Code and GitHub are owned by Microsoft, it makes sense that they would have a fantastic integration. So I want to show you something really cool that we can use, and that's called the GitHub PRs. And that'll be the GitHub pull request and issues extension right here. And what this does is it takes a lot of the stuff that we just saw in github.com and it moves it directly into VS Code. I'm going to install this extension. And you can read through all these great features that we have, but I want to do a quick walkthrough of a couple of them. I'm going to close that. I'm going to open up our activity bar. I'm going to bring the activity bar back. Let's bring the status bar back. I've gone ahead and switched over to the Better Dev site GitHub repo in VS Code. And if you look here, this is the entire Next.js site, all right here. Here, we have a brand new icon with the GitHub pull requests, and I have to sign in to make sure that this works. Let's go ahead, click sign in, and it says, hey, GitHub pull requests and issues wants to sign in using GitHub. I'll allow it. We go here, and then we say open Visual Studio Code, allow an extension to open this URI. Yes, all the security features. Let's get it going. And now it will go ahead and in our panel, our sidebar panel for GitHub, it actually pulls in the pull requests and the issues. And it says all the ones that are open here, I can go and look for waiting for my review. I have this one that I created for myself, mostly for this demo. What you can do is you can click into a PR and you can click into the description here and you can see exactly what's going on in this PR. We can see over on the left, there is one file that has been changed. There's a comment on that file. If I go over here, you can actually add reviewers, assignees, milestones, all that good stuff. And if I scroll down, you can see the changes. So it looks like I removed that word absolute right there. And there's also a comment right here. And I can manage this pull request by merging the pull request and leaving a comment, all that good stuff. So that's really cool to see. Let's go take a look at one of Lynn's that's waiting for my review. I'll click this right here. I'll click on description. And it looks like Lynn just did one single file here, making testimonials with Tailwind CSS. That's a new article coming. I can try to read through here, but what I can do also is click checkout right here. So I'll click checkout. And this actually switches to the branch for the PR. And now here I am, you get some changes on the sidebar. We have, this is the file that we're working in. Down here, I can add comments to the entire PR. And I can go over here, open this file, and I can scroll down and start editing and reading through this article. What's cool about this is we can say in this article, we'll create 4 testimonial designs, quote testimonial. Let's say I wanted to change these out. I could say, hey, Lynn, check this out. Turn that into capitalize the T on testimonial. So I can add a comment right here and start a review. Lynn might be confused by this because I'm fine with the lowercase. So I'll start a review. We'll have a pending comment here. We'll go down and let's say we wanted some other changes. Let's go over here. Text color, additional classes are used to style the text. Here, enter the name and title. Over here, we can just say, this is looking great. I can add comment there. And once I'm ready to exit the review, I can go to review, which goes back to the top level here. I have a request here. I have a comment there, and you can say request changes right there. So we have requested changes, and I think we're good to go. So I am just going to wait on changes from Lynn for that. I can now go up here and click exit review mode. Or you can click down here on the Git in the status bar and you can switch over to the master branch. Or you can open up the terminal and do git checkout the master branch. These are all great ways to do the same Git actions. So let's say I'm good with that. Let's go over to the code now. That's all fine. Let's go make sure that's showing up in GitHub. Let's go to this PR. Let's go to testimonials. And I scroll down all the way. Let's see. There's the comment I made. There's the other comment I made. And down here, changes requested. So we'll just wait on Lynn to do that work. Let's go to our Explorer. The next thing we can do with this extension is actually create pull requests. So let's say I clicked on this and I did create new branch. Let's say I clicked on this and I said create new branch from, and I'll say provide a new branch name. We'll call it tester. And where to pull from, let's pull from the master branch. So we're now in this tester folder right here, this Git branch. Let's go to pages. Let's go to app.tsx, and I don't know, let's do something dumb in here and just say, hi, everyone. I know I say that a lot in this course. We'll click save there. We'll go over here and we'll commit this dumb thing. There are no stage commits. Would you like to stage all your changes and commit them directly? I'll say always. That's because I use the keyboard shortcut for Command Enter, which stages and commits. And now over here in our GitHub side panel, we can click this button up here that says create pull request. And as always, a lot of the stuff is in the command palette. We can say create pull request. I'll press enter. And you can say merge changes from this tester branch into the master branch. Dumb thing right here. And I'll go ahead and click create. There's no upstream branch for tester. Do you want to publish it and then create the pull request? So we're going to push this local branch up to GitHub and then create the pull request. And I'll click publish branch there. So it's going ahead, doing all the things. And now if I go and back to the sidebar panel for the GitHub repos thing, there we go. Dumb thing is the brand new PR that I just made. Now this extension does a lot with PRs, commenting, reviewing, great stuff. What it also does is issues. It is called the GitHub pull requests and issues extension. So I want to show you something cool. I don't have any issues right now, but let's go ahead and create one. We can add the issue title right here, assignees, labels, and then just write all this stuff right here. And then up in the top, you just click this check mark and it creates the issue. I want to show you another cool way to create an issue. If I'm in a folder right here and I go over here, let's say I create a comment and say to do, delete this line because it's useless. I should probably make that comment a little bit more informative. Delete because it is not required. Delete hello. And you probably see this light bulb right here. We can click and we can create a GitHub issue. So this extension will read through, find our to-do words, and create an issue from there. So I can click that, and we can create the issue right from the command palette. I'll press enter right there. And if we go back to this GitHub issues and pull requests extension over here, my issues, created issues, I can refresh this button right here. And there we go. And the options we have here are to start working on issue and check out topic branch, or we can just open the issue directly on GitHub and see what's going on in there. It also pulls in the line for where that comment was created, which is really nice. All right, very helpful extension, the GitHub pull requests and issues. A lot of your GitHub workflow can go directly into VS Code, making us that much more productive. In this video, we will be talking about GitHub a little bit more, and we'll be talking about the remote repositories extension in VS Code. This is a really convenient extension if you just want to edit a little bit of your repos, or if you want to send in a pull request on somebody else's repo. But you don't want to have to pull down the whole repo, do that whole setup. You can just remotely edit it. Let's go into VS Code. I have the remote repositories extension right here. I'll click install. We get this nice icon on the bottom left. I can click that and it says open remote repository. I'll click that. We can open remote repo or a pull request from GitHub. I'll go ahead and open a repo. It wants us to sign in just like we did with the GitHub pull requests and issues extension. We'll do that here. And I'll go ahead and open VS Code. I'll say OK, open. And then we can choose a repo. I'll click this productive VS Code site one. And you can search for it as you would in the command palette. And it opens these up in a virtual file system. So it's not exactly downloading these files to your computer or anything. It's just putting them in a virtual file system so that we can view them, edit them, and work with them. Let's say I wanted to go into my tailwind.config.js right here. Let's say I wanted to change the mode of this to mode is JIT. I'll save that. Now, if we click on the remote repos extension right here, we can see the previously opened remote repos. We can see the previously changed files and what changed in them. And now if we want to commit this change back up to the GitHub repo, I can click on the GitHub source control section right here. We can commit this and commit this to the Chris productive VS Code site repo. So I can commit a JIT change right here, and then I can press Command Enter, or go up here, use this little check mark to stage and commit. What I can also do is go up here and click Create Pull Request. So I can say JIT change. I'll press Enter right there. Name a new branch. We can call this maybe Chris JIT. And that goes ahead and creates pull request number 1 on that GitHub repo. Do you want to switch to the new branch to continue to make changes? No, I'm all good. But that should be up and running on our GitHub repo right now. Under pull requests, there it is, JIT change. And once we're done with this in VS Code, we just close everything. We don't need to have to go into our file system, delete everything. It's just working, and we're working and editing remotely. It's just a nice way to edit and update our repos, maybe send in pull requests, and not have to download the entire repo. In this video, we'll be talking about using APIs and consuming APIs. Now, let's use the Pokey API here, and I use this for every demo I do, and I probably should find a better API now. But we are using the Pokemon API for this. If you go here, you go HTTPS Pokey API, this whole URL right here, /Pokemon/ditto. You can paste that in here and say /Pokemon/ditto. Now that was an easy one because it is just a GET request to go get information. But sometimes you may have to do a POST request. Sometimes you need to pass along authentication like a bearer token or any body parameters. To do stuff like that, a little bit more advanced is to use Postman. Now in Postman, you can do something like the Poke API /Pokemon/Pikachu, and maybe you wanted to create a move. You would do POST request, and then you would go into your body, and you would add in form data or JSON data right here. But then you'd have to go into your headers and make sure that content type was application JSON. So there's a lot to using APIs rather than just going to your browser and using it. And Postman is fantastic. You're going to use Postman or a tool like Insomnia to go work with APIs. Then you go back into your code. Then you go back to the docs. So there's a lot of process here. Something that makes us more productive in VS Code is moving everything into VS Code so we never have to leave this area right here. There are 2 extensions that do this really well. One is REST Client. I can install this one right here. I don't use this one as much as the option number 2, but I want to show it to you just in case you find it useful. I'll create a new file. And the one thing that is a requirement for REST Client is this needs to be a language mode of either HTTP or plain text. I'll go with HTTP here, and then I can just paste in the URL I had, Pokemon/Pikachu. We get this nice button here that says send request. I can click send request, and it opens over here on the right side and should give us the request. And if we scroll down, it should give us the object, the JSON response. For abilities, ability is static. Let's hide that one. Forms, Pikachu, where's the bigger version? Was it Raichu? Or maybe it's not in there. Maybe it's under evolutions. But my Pikachu nerdness is showing. So let's keep going. Let's move forward. There's a couple other things you can do here. You can turn that into a post request. You can add parameters here. You can do URL params right here. But that's a lot of work, and knowing that format is very specific. So we'll do something closer to what we have for Postman, where we can actually use a GUI or a graphical user interface to design our API requests. The one we want here is Thunder Client. I'll install that. Came out not too long ago, but now it gives us a nice little button on our sidebar. We click Thunder Client. When we close that and close that, you can click New Request, and we get what looks very similar to Postman. We have a get with a drop down here. We're going to do the Pokemon right here, Pokemon, and let's go for Charizard. You can change out your auth for a bearer token if needed, or none. You can change out your body, all that good stuff. But I'll just click send here, and we get our response down here. So REST client and Thunder client are great ways to work with API requests, especially not having to leave VS Code. Thunder client is fantastic. Just go in here, work over here, and then when you need to test out API calls, you can click here and do a new request. You can see all your previous requests right here as well. And if you're working locally, let's say you have a Next.js application with serverless routes, you can just do HTTP localhost 3000/API/hello. So you can also use your local API routes. Another helpful tool in bringing a lot of our workflows back into VS Code so we can stay productive and stay in one spot. This video is all about Vim. Editing with Vim is probably my number one most effective productivity tip, is to learn Vim. I think it's such a fantastic text editor and a way to edit code. The problem with Vim is that it has such a high learning curve. So for me, I jumped into Vim, which is an editor that you can download over here, install it, and it is different than VS Code. So it opens up as its own editor, not VS Code, and you can learn to work with it, but it takes configuration, it takes learning how it works. So for me, that setup, I did all of that. It took a little bit too long. The cool thing about this is that there are Vim extensions for VS Code. So if I go into VS Code and I go into my extensions, type in Vim, there's two that I want to call out. There's Vim, which is the big one, and the one that I use is AMVim. Now, AMVim has far fewer installs. So I'll tell you right now, the reason that I use AMVim instead of Vim is that AMVim is a little bit simpler. It doesn't have all of the features of the Vim editor, but it has just enough for me to feel happy about the medium between I'm using VS Code and Vim, whereas this extension Vim pretty much takes over a lot of the editing capabilities of VS Code, and it throws you into the world of Vim. If you don't know Vim, I definitely recommend trying to learn it. There is a website here, Vim-Adventures, which is really nice to figure out how to use Vim. So I've talked a lot about Vim so far, but I haven't really shown what it can do. So let's go ahead and take a peek. If I go to my extensions and I type in AMVim, I'll click install here. And let's go open up a file. Let's go to this package.json. Let's say I wanted to go down a bunch of lines. So normally I would go over to my mouse, click down here, and that would be the end of it. But I have moved my hands off of my keyboard. What Vim tries to do is keep your hands on your keyboard and on the home row, which is the middle keyboard section. To make that task even quicker, I can press the down arrow a bunch of times and go down and up, but that even gets me off of the home row. So what Vim does is it has two modes for text editors. There's one, which is the movement mode, and that's what I'm in right now. You can see the block right here, the block cursor. If I press J, it goes down. If I press K, it goes up. If I press H, it goes left. And if I press L, it goes right. So all of those are on the home row. I didn't have to leave the home row to move. Now, you might be wondering, okay, now that I'm in navigation mode, how do I get to my text editor mode? To do that, I can press I to insert. And now I can type like normal. And then I can delete all of this by going here to my mouse, highlighting all of this stuff right here, and then deleting it. Once I want to exit insert mode, I press the escape, and now I'm back to navigation mode. So that's the two big things to know about Vim is there's movement mode or navigation mode, and then there's also the insert where you're actually typing mode. Now you might be wondering, okay, I get to stay on the home row, but what benefits does it get me? Let's say I wanted to go up maybe 5 lines. I would normally have to press up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With the navigation mode in Vim, you can actually type in a number and repeat a command. So let's say I wanted to go down 5 lines. I could press 5, J, and that goes 5 down. Let's say I wanted to go to 5 words before this. That's what the letter B is for. It goes B, beginning of the word, beginning of the previous word, beginning, beginning. Or I can go to the next word with W, 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 or the end of the next word with E. There's a lot of really cool smart keyboard shortcuts like that in Vim. And once you start learning Vim even more, there's some really great ones like pressing V, and then I can highlight all from the home row. But let's say I wanted to highlight everything from this L all the way over to this N. So I want to delete all of this text right here. I could press V right here, and I could press BB, or I could do that differently. I could say 6B and go all the way over there. Or I can do what's called a find in Vim, where I can press F, and then I can type in the character of what I want to find. I can type in the quotes, and it goes to the first quotes on that line. Let me open up the status bar because it shows you a little bit of what we're doing in our command. So if I press F, you can see down here in the status bar, it says F and what. I can press comma, and it finds the comma. Let's say I wanted to search for the quote that is in the previous characters, so I can do capital F and the quote. So that goes all the way over to the quote. There's a lot of really cool navigation tricks just like this that Vim comes with, and once you learn them all, you can move all around your editor without having to ever touch your mouse. Like here, I can say V, and then I can do find N, press left one, and then I can press X to delete all that. Vim comes with even more, and I want to keep going, but maybe I'll put this into a larger course if you're interested. Let's say I wanted to change everything inside of these quotes right here. Normally, you would go to your mouse and highlight all of this and change all of that out. But here, what I can do is change inside the quotes. And now I can change everything inside of those quotes. Let's undo that. I'll press escape to go back to navigation mode. I'll press down a couple times, change inside quote there, and I'll say next export. And then I'll click escape to get back to movement mode. This isn't even just to do these quotes. I could do change inside and the bracket right here, the curly bracket, and that would be that entire object. So I can say the bracket right there. And check that out. We're in this brand new scripts object. If you do want to learn Vim a little bit more, I am using the AM Vim package. There is a really cool package called Learn Vim. Click install here, and it's a really fun tool to learn Vim inside of VS Code. And there's some steps right here, and then it opens up an editor and shows you a little bit of a tutorial. Let's go ahead and do that. Command-Shift-P, learn Vim. I'll press enter right there, and here we go. We are able to open up the game. We can read through this thing right here, and then over here on the right, we can play around with our Vim skills. Over here, we can say install Vim. Let's go to baby steps. And under baby steps, we scroll down. What is normal mode? Editing mode. And we saw insert mode, type W, normal mode, type W. I highly encourage you to try out this Learn Vim extension and learn Vim from right inside of VS Code. Really great tool. But overall, also recommended to learn Vim. If you are interested, maybe I'll put together a course about Vim and go more in depth. But I truly believe that learning Vim will make you a far more productive coder. And also, it's really cool looking when people see you flying around your cursors and your editors without ever moving to go grab your mouse. In this video, we'll be talking about smart helpers that help us write code better using AI. Now, I know that sounds a little scary. Will AI take our jobs? Will it just do so well that we aren't needed anymore? From what I've seen, especially so far, is that AI coding is here to help us. Think about it this way. If we are getting stuck on a problem, we usually have to go over to Stack Overflow. We'll see what everyone else is writing. We'll copy something. We'll come back to our code and we'll try it out. What these AI coding tools do is they distill all of that public information on Stack Overflow, on GitHub repos, and it brings it directly into your editor so you can get some nice, helpful snippets without having to go out and Google search for them. So with that in mind, it is a nice helper, but it's not a replacer. I'm going to install one right now. Tab 9 is probably one of the most popular ones. There's Tab 9 and Kite, I would think are the two most popular. Microsoft has their own called IntelliCode, but I like how Tab 9 works. I like their extension and their snippets that they give us. The IntelliSense and the recommendations are pretty spot on, I would say. So once we are here, we have installed Tab 9. Down here, you can see Tab 9 is working. Now we have a brand new JavaScript file here. Let's start typing, let's say function add. Anything with this hexagon icon will be a Tab 9 feature. It says add event, add child. We don't want those. I'm just going to say A. Oh, there we go. There's a nice one from Tab 9, A and B. And I'll click enter there. I'll press enter. And let's say return. And check that out. Tab 9 already knows, hey, you probably want to return A+. So I'll click that. Press space. And Tab 9 says, oh, let's probably complete the rest of that A plus B. Tab 9 gives us a little bit extra IntelliSense for what we think we should be writing. Let's say we have const button is equal to document. It says create element. I don't want that. Let's go for query selector. There it is. Tab 9 coming in finally. And we can say, oh, it probably wants that button one because we named it button over here. So this is where you start to see the AI kick in. It says, hey, your variable is called button. Maybe you want a ID of button. And then let's go over here and say button dot add event listener. And look, it already started auto-completing that click right here because it knows it was a button. So I'll click that and let's space. It can either do an on-click handler or a click function. There we go. I'll press enter, e.prevent default. So it doesn't really write the code for us. It just helps us out to write a little bit better. And the cool thing about this AI code helper is that the more we write and the more we work with it, the more it'll understand how we code and how our code works. And then it can start recommending us for our own style. For instance, I already have query selector here. I already have this add event listener here. Let's go down and say const form check it out. It already inferred from the previous example. It says, hey, you probably want query selector. I'll open this up. It says, hey, you probably want form. And then we'll say form dot add event listener. It gave us a click even though I wanted submit, but it did do the full function already. E dot pre, and then we have prevent default. There we go. And I can change this out for submit. So give it a try, install tab 9 or Kite. And if you look at tab 9, they do have some premium features. If you have the free version, it apparently works decently, but there's deep completions. There's a pro version, but also if you sign up, I believe you get these deep completions in the cloud, whereas right now everything is completed locally. Give it a shot, see what works best for you. I think their pro plan is like $12 a month, which may be too much for a code completion for a VS Code extension. But give it a try. See if you like the free version. I think the login where you sign up is a free version still. You just need to sign up. Yeah, give it a try. See what happens. Beyond tab 9, there is a really cool one that just came out from Microsoft and GitHub called GitHub Copilot. And if you go down here, you play this little GIF that they have. As soon as you write the comment, GitHub Copilot gives you the full code. And this is the most I've ever seen an AI code helper do. More than tab 9, and I haven't really tried the tab 9 Pro version, but Copilot does fantastic. And I want to show this off. It is in private beta right now, so sign up and hopefully you'll get access pretty soon. Hopefully everybody will. I will go into my VS Code and let's go install Copilot. I got access to it. So here is the GitHub extension for it. You can install it, but if you don't have access, it won't really work. I'm going to install it. And it says sign in to access the GitHub Copilot technical preview. I'll go ahead and sign in. And this is really exciting. I love showing off Copilot. Once I am logged in with Copilot, let's go ahead and create a brand new file. I'm going to change this out to language JavaScript. Down here, you see the GitHub Copilot icon. And I want to show you a quick thing. Let's say I wanted to create a function that added, just like I did in tab 9. Here, you can say function add. And here's Copilot coming in and giving you a whole bunch of code that you may or may not want. So I'm going to keep writing here. I'm going to say A. Oh, and it says, oh, you probably wanted this. So now I can press tab and see all of that happen. Let's go even further. Let's say I wanted to function pick random from array. And I could pass in an array here. It can give us all of that code. So I didn't have to go to Stack Overflow to look up how to randomly pick from an array. Let's go a little bit further. Copilot is cool because it reads from your comments. So if I said, go over here and create a random array between 0 and 100, let's say random array of 30 items between 0 and 100, var random array, and I'll press tab there. And it just writes all of this random code for us. There we go. We can even use Copilot to go fetch data from the GitHub API for a specific user. And I spelled GitHub wrong. Function. Fetch user data, and it does get JSON. Let's see if we can get this to use fetch. I can click next here and check out all of the other recommendations that it has. There we go. Now it's using fetch.then response. I'll press tab there, and all of that code is coming in. It even knew what the GitHub API URL was. So Copilot is the newest launched AI code helper, and I think it's really fantastic. It's already helped me a ton in my code, and mostly it just saves me time from going to see Stack Overflow. I recommend you installing tab 9 or Kite and seeing how that works for you, letting it learn your writing style and your coding style. And then once you get access to Copilot, definitely try out Copilot because it's so cool. Really promising as far as tools for the future. In this video, I want to talk about a setting that is maybe controversial. A lot of people don't use it, and I did not like it at first, but the more I use it, the more I think I like it. Let me talk about the problem here. Right now, if we are in VS Code and we use the sidebar on the left, notice how my eyes are right here along the left side of my code. It'll push my code over, and then I have to shift my eyes. So a trick to this is moving the entire sidebar over to the right. Move sidebar right. And now, look how weird this is already. The code is on the left, the sidebar is on the right, but as I press B, there is no shift in my code. So I can do Command B, and it moves the sidebar over on the right side. I can use the Explorer, I can use the Find panel, I can use the Git panel, I can use extensions all over there, and nothing ever changes on the left side. So that's a small setting. Give it a shot. It took me about a week to start liking it, and before that, I just did not like it. It was too weird. But I am enjoying it, and I think I may use it into the future. Right-click on your activity bar and click Move Sidebar Left or Move Sidebar Right if you want to try it out. Give it a shot. Let me know if you like it. And that wraps up Productive VS Code. I hope you learned a lot. I hope you learned maybe little bits and tips and tricks and extensions all over the place that you can add together to make your customized workflow for VS Code. And hopefully we get closer to being 10x developers. But with all things, it's going to take practice. We don't just become 10x developers overnight. We don't just learn all of these keyboard shortcuts overnight. It's going to take practice and repetition to commit all of these things to memory so that we can use them in our daily workflows. So maybe you won't jump to 10x overnight, but you will jump to 2x, 3x, 4x gradually, and that's the goal here. We're trying to do gradual progression. So next steps, this course, the cool thing about it is that we're not going to stop here. We will update this course whenever we find new settings, new workflows, new extensions. I'll keep this course updated with all of the latest and greatest. I'll make sure you get those updates, and we'll keep going forward, and we'll keep making VS Code workflows better and better and more customized to who we are. Thanks for watching.